y'all motherfuckers.
How many times I gotta tell you? You gotta say it like cars. Stop! Oh,
Nani? And then she see Joseph take off. Stupid ass Nick. Put them rocks below. Yeah, prosciutto and pesci are the mains, bro. I have so much fun with them. There's actually like one thing I can't stand about them, but they're so much fun to use. I can't get enough. And plus, I keep using Mister's gun to kill niggas. It's raw.
I meant to comment, but I fell asleep the night that you sent that video in there.
Mm-hmm. No,
Man, I started kicking him on the ground,
yeah, I
hit him with the
never.
special.
That's
I
what
was
I'm
like,
saying.
oh,
I never seen a character with so many off the ground moves. I'm like, bro. After I finish a complete combo, there's easily like 5 more hits I could just sneak in there, and if I want to, throw the special out because it gonna hit you on the ground. It works one down. Obviously, the caveat is that if someone's good enough, they can just before they hit the ground, is it called umeki, the roll, the tech roll? So like they just do that and get out of it, so you can't even enter that stage. But if you drop on that ground, you getting kicked. That's what you're gonna stand. You getting punched, and then you getting beach boy and then your blood clot. So it's lit. Cannot. I like them. They're fun. What else do I like? I like Well, I told y'all, but you know what I'm mad about? Everyone knows part 4 Jotaro's is him. They all know. It's not hidden. I fight somebody online like all right, I know what it is. Fuck it, I won't even bother.
stop, Lesnar.
It's just the fact that I can just teleport around. It's so gas.
Ooh, no.
The newest fighter I don't like is Foo Fighters. I don't like her gameplay wise.
I think I'm gonna stray away from all characters that shoot.
Not my
It's just not
president. I got
fun.
the gun.
But I mean, like, as their main style of fighting,
Oh, yes, good. No
like,
Mister. Well, Mister's weird to use anyways. It's like mad hard.
like Whole Horse and
I just realized I was
Mr.
on this
Foo
dumbass
Fighters.
screen for so long. I wasn't playing the song. My bad, guys. Sorry if you
イエーイお兄ちゃんピース
Yeah,
ピ
Whole
ース
Horse, Foo Fighters, Mr. I think I'm just gonna stay clear of them. I
guys.
need to be up close and personal, whooping ass.
Do you like any of the Hamon users? Joseph is actually my favorite. I used to like old Joseph a tad bit more, but I actually like Joseph.
I really like Lisa.
She's moving me too. I never really used it that much in the first go around, but I like characters that have those moves that go into like a skill tree.
Yeah,
This, so I
that's
can
what I
go
really
low,
like.
high, I can do a feint. I actually like moves like that, but sometimes like I do too much. Trying to psychic without me flipping it. It's like I can do it. Not eat a combo.
Because it's
イ
like
エーイ
you can
お
do
兄ちゃん
light,
ピース
light,
ピース
light heat attack, light, mid heat attack, light, heavy heat attack, or heavy, light heat attack, or heavy, light heat attack. You know, so on and so forth.
Thank you for the subscription, guys. Switch to the screen now. How y'all doing? How's everyone doing today?
Like shit, but it's whatever.
Damn, everybody in the mud, bro. It's so crazy. We're all
Oh
collectively.
man,
No, life's been, bro. Might been beating my ass, but it is what it
goddamn!
is. They say
I've
Renderman
had a
has the strength
giant.
of 10 Nayas. That's crazy. Renderman might fold me with one hit. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying there's been a giant sun over my head the past couple days. I
Told you
actually
he was
had a
just gonna
good.
murder you.
I cannot relate. My back is out. My shoulders don't work. It's just, it is what it is, though. We must endure, though. We must endure.
There is always light on the other side of the tunnel.
Yeah, this tunnel
Apparently.
long as fuck though.
When this tunnel end? Where's the
Oh
exit?
god.
Been on this thing for 29 years. Where's the exit?
See like one of them freaking endless stages on Tekken with just a repeating JPEG.
This is an endless battle from a fighting game. Just, My HP's been at 0. Can I stop? I don't know. But anyways,
You, you
no,
you just gotta believe, like that one Tsunami promo in the Blue Saga. Sometimes it's darkest just before dawn.
Yeah. Ooh, what a bar.
there you go. But all right, welcome to whatever number of the revisionist history. No, I want to start like that. Say hi to YouTube. We're on the next revisionist history. We're going to be talking about one of my favorite manga of all time today, The Greatness of Crows, where we actually follow my. You guys already know by this point I don't tend to like main characters. So the main character of Crows, Boya Hadamichi, is actually my favorite main character. I have a very soft spot on my place for Zetan. That's why I changed my name to Hanazawa Saburo. But we're gonna get into this. It's gonna be fun. I'm excited. Vince should be joining us later. He's in school. He's in class right now. Actually, he's in class. So after that, he's gonna join. So we expect him in a while. All three Curls fan, Nia Hemmings, and the paperwork are here. That's crazy. Hello YouTube. Eat your veggies and drink water. And all right. Actually, first question for you guys is, when did you actually first get into Crows, and like how? Like, let's say how. I just mean, like, did you just find it somewhere, recommendation? Did you see a video game trailer or something? Like, how did you get into Crows? How did you find it?
So for me, my sister randomly told me about it back when I was in middle school. So sometime between like 2007 to 2010, she told me about this delinquent manga or whatever. I decided to Google it, and the Wikipedia for worse came up first. The very first thing that stuck out to me, I mean, the fucking Wikipedia page for both Crows and the Worst, but specifically Worst is ridiculously bare bones. It's like a max of maybe 4 sentences. But
Mm-hmm.
the one thing that stood out to me was that the manga had absolutely zero female characters whatsoever. I said, well, what the fuck going on here? So
he said, "No bitches."
and there's not a single female character in the words. I was like, oh, okay, well, that's kind of crazy. I didn't really think much of it. Saw some panels on Google and then I saw some figures, some of the characters. I was like, okay, they look cool, but then nothing really came of it. I just forgot about it until, according to at least my Twitter, anyways, in 2014.
Mm-hmm.
So it's probably the later half, the second half of my junior year in high school, where I started reading Crows. That's when manga rock was a thing still, before Tachiomi, before freaking all these other ones that came out before Tachiomi and manga rock like first came out.
Some of y'all
Or
spoiled
at least,
nowadays. You guys don't get on. You don't even know. You don't even
yeah,
get it.
yeah. So I was on my phone, my iPhone, on manga rock. And I was just looking through the I think I know I didn't see it on the front page because it was not getting updated. Obviously, the series ended in the 90s, but I think I hit the action um tag, and I was just scrolling and I saw it there, and I was like, okay, this looks cool. And I remember for whatever reason, the source that I was using, the very first chapter that they had listed was the chapter when what's his first name, Nishijima Shinsuke
Mm-hmm.
pulled up on pulled up to Suzerain and punched Boya, right? That's one of the very later chapters. And that was listed as chapter one for whatever reason. So I thought that this I went through my entire first reread thinking that the story was being told out of order on purpose. But anyways, so I read it. I originally read it in 2014, and it's been history ever since. Crows, I think I can firmly say that Crows is my third favorite manga of all time, and it's not going anywhere.
Oh,
Mm. Feel
sky
that?
high praise.
Go ahead, Pat.
So I've always liked delinquent manga, delinquent type characters. Uh, I did know about Crows when I started really getting heavily into Out. I got into Out, I think 3, 4 years ago.
Okay.
So when I finished Out, I found out about Crows, and then I meant to read it, but then I got sidetracked by something. I don't know, but I did see like the first couple chapters, and I was like, all right, this is kind of funny. And then it wasn't until literally last month that I actually read the entire manga, and it was a very, very, very fun experience. I was laughing. I felt like almost every chapter.
Yeah, they're honestly so ridiculous. I love it. um,
Yeah,
for I read Crows. When I read Crows, I actually I want to. I what language did I initially read the last chapter in? Because I never actually got to technically read the last chapter to about like maybe a year and a half after I read Crows. Worst. I believe when I caught up to it. Let me just double check something. Had like one or two more chapters that caught up. So when I actually was reading Worst, I think it was just about to end. But let me just double check that. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. But um, I got into it pretty early, like college. So that's like 2011 or something. I'm a dinosaur. That's crazy. Maybe it's maybe a year after that. But I got into it like early in the 2010s. Um, and I did it. I've always kind of liked like delinquent stories and like punkish characters and stuff. So like yeah, 2013. So it was probably 2013 then is the year I got into it then, but I was still in college. So it was probably 2013. So not 12 like I said. But I just Boya moved me tremendously so early. And you guys know again with me, I tend to just be kind of indifferent to the main character. Like you're cool, they're fine. I have no problem with them. Like or like I just don't like them. I ignore them. I think like other characters, but like he kind of gave me that like Joseph Joestar experience in a sense where he was just a joy to follow, and I always rooted for him. And this was always one of ever since reading it, it was one of my favorite. I'll say like what 10 manga, and it's never exited my top 10. I do believe I have it at fifth or sixth right now, but I used to actually put Crows and Worst in the same category, the same way I used to never separate Korra and Last Airbender. I actually do now. I actually think definitively Crows is much better than Worst, though I still enjoy Worst for other reasons and whatnot. But I think Crows is much better. But I found this completely by fluke. I think I want to say that something must have ended, and I was just on the prowl for something, and this probably caught my eye. But I think the artist that does the Crow Zero art, I think he has a manga called Clover. I want to say that I saw that and I went down some weird delinquent like spiral. Then I saw this with like the kind of more classic art style. I'm like, oh, I'm a dinosaur. This is what I'm here for, and I started reading it. So that's how I got into it. And so it's funny, like I like gravitate to like, oh, we're doing pixels. Oh, we're doing polygons. Oh, it look old. Then I'm hype. It's like, oh, it's new, it's shiny, it's sparkle, like glitter, red fart. I don't care. So. Like I don't give a damn. So yeah. But did you guys ever watch the OVA? Oh, I guess you sent me. I don't know, but yeah, you watched the OVA, like the older one, the older one where Rinda Man and Boy have their first bout.
I couldn't find it.
I saw it in like freaking like it wasn't even a Japanese dub, or was it something
Was it Indonesian or
regard
something?
yeah, or something
Okay,
like
yeah,
that.
yeah.
And the subtitles wasn't in English neither.
Mm-hmm.
And my first thing was like, how did this come from back in the day and it's still ugly?
Fair.
Yeah, but now it's just it's no point. There's no point in even going out of your way to look at it, to find it. It's just 0 point.
Okay. Okay. I feel so.
You're better off.
Mm-hmm.
You're entirely better off playing the PS4 game Burning Edge.
Ooh, yeah. We'll talk about. Well, wow, I do want to talk about that, but actually does that game only have Crow's character? I think don't remember at this point.
No.
You're right, so that's why I didn't want to talk about it. I actually wanted to put it in there, but I know there's one called like the fight for something. For like,
Oh, that's
yeah,
the Genesis game.
yeah.
Apparently that game is bad too. I didn't play
Aw,
it, but
dang, that's unfortunate.
at least the graphics look
Mhm.
nice.
It's on YouTube and it does look ugly. Yeah, I wasn't really moved by it, but okay. So I don't know how many delinquent like narratives or stories and kind of like stuff like this. I know like I would throw like Yakuza and like Kunio-kun stuff. I think they count, and out other series. I just wanted to know like as far as like all media in terms of like delinquent stories and stuff. Like, would you guys rank Crow amongst the top? Like for me, it's my favorite. Like I probably have like Kunio stuff under River City. I really like I really send me. I really fuck with that stuff. Ever since River City Girls, I was lost in this world. But I'd probably put that like after. But like even some movies that I remember that I kind of liked, like wow. I don't even know if I consider like Warriors and stuff like that. But you just know like punks on the street just fighting. Like how highly do you guys rate Crows?
So I personally, for me, I separate Yankee,
Mm-hmm.
so specifically high schoolers
Okay.
and middle schoolers, differently than gangster shit,
That's
organized
that's
crime
that's
stuff.
actually fair. I think that's fair. That's fair.
So things like GTA and the Warriors and whatnot, I don't put in the same realm as things like Kunio Kun and Crows. So for me, Crows is easily the cream of the crop. It's number one
Mm.
when it comes to Yankee manga and whatnot. Unfortunately, it gets, even though it's ridiculously popular, even though um it's heavy pop culture and it's influenced so many along the way, and still its influence is felt to this day. It has a very unfortunate bad luck of just getting bad adaptations, fucking bad OVA. Then the original game was ass. Then Burning Edge. It
I actually have no
honestly, I
idea if
think
it's
it
a good game or not. I heard nothing about it after it came out.
um really feel like Burning Edge could have sold numbers if they released it in English.
Hmm.
Of course, not a million or whatever, but I think it could have sold a couple 100,000. Because people just like fucking cool looking characters beating the shit out of each other. It's a beat 'em up and whatnot, right? So that's, and people immediately would think when they see it, they would think of the Yakuza series, so they would just buy it off of that. But yeah, it has, outside of its original source, it just has really bad adaptations. But for me, Crows is cream of the crop. There's not a single Yankee manga that's better than it. It's number one.
Okay, so we're in the same camp. What about you, Pat?
Um, I like how lighthearted Crows is. I think it can be very inspirational for people who are struggling to fit in, but I wouldn't necessarily say I think it's as good as Out in Yakuza. Those tend to deal with more of the darker spectrum of what happens when you don't fit in with society, and I think I appreciate that a bit more
Mm-hmm.
because it feels a tad more realistic to me.
Okay. I ain't mad at that. I still gotta give out his fair chance, so I'll get to there at some point. But okay. So I actually want to talk about the artistry and the artwork. It's because I actually remember when I was reading it, I was kind of like going crazy on Twitter about it way back in the day. A lot of people are like ugly. They don't like it because it's like from the 90s. It's from the 90s, and at the beginning, it's like how some manga start off at the beginning. It's a little rougher, and then after they kind of like perfect their style, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? Did you guys have any issues with the artwork?
So before I even answer this, I would like to preface by saying that I absolutely, completely, 100% adore 90s and prior manga and the way that they orchestrate their action sequences.
Mm-hmm.
I just like the way that things like this and Yu Yu Hakusho and even Banana Fish, Parasite, things like that. The way that they orchestrate and draw choreography their fights, I absolutely adore. It's my favorite style. So I love Crow's art from beginning to end. If the art stayed at the way it was from like the first 10 chapters, I would not have a single issue with it at
Oh,
all.
okay.
I do heavily enjoy the now modernized version of the art, but I have no problems with the way that the art looked in the very first few chapters. But I understand why people say that it's ugly and whatnot. I always say this, said it on camera numerous times. I say it whenever we talk about it, but people have a huge aversion. They're flat out allergic to things that are as old as or older than them. So it's unfortunate, but this is what it is.
Okay. I'll go next. I'll let you go in a sec. Back. The artwork is moving you. I feel it. The I have one slight complaint with about the artwork. I'm with you. If it stayed the way that it looked at the beginning, I still like it. I kind of enjoy his like current style and how it looks now and everything. I do think he has a bit of a same face problem though, where
I agree with that.
he has it where like sometimes I'll look at a character and I'm like, oh shit, this is somebody I legitimately thought this was this person, or like how do I explain it? he might change the hairstyle and then like maybe through a year he'll show that they've grown up or something. But like until sometimes I get the name, like I honestly had no idea that was him until they told me that was him. And I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. I just wanted to point it out. But I do think he has a little bit of same face syndrome. It somewhat reminds me of like Ghibli movies, where I'm like, if I just turned her hair black, she looks like this character. You know what I'm saying? That's like my only kind of gripe with the artwork. Otherwise, I really like it though. But he does have. I do think he draws somebody's faces to look really similar, and I'm like, I gotta use other context clues to discern. Like, oh, this okay. He's got like the front of armor jacket is this one, but his face is similar to this dude's. I don't know if you agree with that, Simi. I don't know.
Yes, I absolutely 101% agree. Like there's a lot of, and even to this day, sometimes like looking at his older art style. Of course, now he has a distinct way of distinguishing between the two. But there was a lot of times where I was confused between Hiromi and Bando. But no, he has same face syndrome. Absolutely, I do think though that it isn't. I would well, I guess I could say this is me giving him the benefit of the doubt, but I think that it's not even necessarily his fault. I think that there's just too many damn characters.
Okay.
There's so many characters that he draws, and then a lot of characters who he takes the time to actually like draw their face. They're not just background characters. So even if they are background characters, he sometimes still draws their face. And I feel like there's just way too many people for him to draw to give them each this very distinct look. So then he just winds up defaulting to a set norm. I mean, you could say that I'm giving him an easy out, but I do feel like there's a fuck ton of characters that he does draw. So I let him slide on it, but no, he absolutely does have same face syndrome.
Okay. No, I think that's a fair explanation. Yo, what's up? I think it's a fair explanation because like he might just whatever like he defaults to for some of the characters, he may not like think too hardly about. They kind of just end up kind of melding into this pot. But yeah, that's all I want to say about it. But I do think that the artwork is fantastic. Like I don't know. I think what's the name? Hiroshi or Hiromi? I just forgot. The fuck's wrong?
I believe it's
Hiromi?
Right. I have to look now.
Hiromi.
It's Takahashi Hiromi. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Now let's get into the things that I really want to talk about.
Oh, fuck, Pat did answer.
He definitely.
Wow.
He definitely. What? Why do I always do that? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You see how I get treated? You see this?
You doing? You know how they do me, chat.
Look, man. I'm getting new nigga treatment. Look at these guys. But
Hey,
anyway,
no.
I like these manga. So when I read the beginning, it gave me a lot of slam dunk vibes.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually really enjoyed that. I mean, I'm not saying that, manga for this series is as good an artist as Inoue. Like that's like 0.1% of the total population in the workforce. But the art is good.
Mm.
Way overrated. Nah,
Yeah,
I'm talking shit.
ignore that.
Keep going. Keep going. I was just talking shit. You fine.
But yeah, the art is really good. Like Sumi said, the way the fights are drawn, it's like it's very impactful, which is something that a lot of manga lack nowadays. Get hit, I felt like I just got punched. I'm like, oh shit! Like, this was later on in the manga, but when Gunji caught Kai lacking in the street, this shit was fucking fire. He ran up on him, kicked the shit out of him, and his glasses fell off his fucking face, and started pounding his face in, and picked him up and fucking F5'd him through the phone booth.
Oh
I was
my
like,
god,
bro.
so yes.
Yeah,
bro,
you love to see it.
He beat the shit out of him.
Yes,
Like,
Dave. Real violence. Yes.
We need more shit like that nowadays. Nowadays, all this shit is so got punched. Was that your best shot? Like, no. Oh.
You know what it reminds me of as a contrast, honestly? Like, I want you to think of the little dinky hits you take in, like, Ninja Storm, Ultimate Ninja Storm, little combos. They look cool, but little dinky hits. And I want you to think of Class of Ninja, the crunch and the screen shake every time.
Screen shaking, yup.
Yeah, like,
real impact.
Yeah, that's kind of how I see it. So I'm with you on that. It's so funny when these dudes get punched by a boy or they keep bouncing off the ground to hit a wall, real impact, and they come out they shoes and stuff. I'll speak on that in a second, but yeah.
That's actually his fucking signature.
I love. Anyways, sorry, Pat. I didn't mean to cut you off. I don't know if we're still going.
Nah, whatchamacallit, the art in the very beginning was a little rough. Not bad, just rough. He was still trying to figure out how he wanted to draw these characters.
I actually, sorry,
And
I actually like how Render Man looks in his like super OG style. By the way, I just think something about the way his eyes were. I just thought they like had a more piercing glare. But keep going.
yeah, and like once he settled in, it was pretty fire. I agree with the same face syndrome thing. I don't think it became a problem until the following semester came and we got all these new characters.
Mm-hmm.
Then that's when I started seeing a lot of characters have the same face. Like Nakajima, he looks like another character in Crows. Like when I first saw him, I was like, "This is the one they're talking about." I swear I saw him before, but no, it was a
Mm-hmm.
brand new character.
It's on the screen
Um,
right now, but I don't know if you could kind of see the way Render Man's like looking. Like I just feel like there's a sharpness to his eyes here in like the older art style. Like I like a lot. I'm not saying it's better. I'm just saying I could still appreciate it. Is all I'm saying.
what else? I also think Tamasu looks too much like Zeton.
Okay. I think the I think you said Bando and Hiromi. I think that was fair
Yes.
because they have the same spiky hairstyle sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
But you gotta go by their
Yeah,
mannerisms because Bando's all
Yep.
I'm so aggro, I'm so aggro. So yeah.
but no,
But
the artist is good. I like it. I give it like an 8.5 if I had to give it a grade.
okay. Now I need to know who you guys' favorite characters are. I think this will be interesting. I'm actually quite curious with you guys. I don't know. I don't. I'm gonna go last for this one. We'll start with you, Pat. But give me like your favorite your five favorite characters. If you don't want to order them, you don't have to. But
Um,
Well, I got my answer.
you,
So
either I'll just this is just so I don't I don't forget them this time. If you got it. If not, if you don't have it on top of your head right now, Simbi can go.
yeah, let me go ahead.
yeah, for me, my top five favorite characters in order. Number one is your boy Arumichi. The number two is my boy Hanjo Toshiaki, aka Pone. And number
Home.
three is Furukawa Osamu, aka Bulldog.
Okay.
Number four is Bando Hideto, and number five is King Joe. I really had a hard time choosing between Joe and Bito Tatsuya, but I went with Joe for five.
I think
King Joe.
with Joe, I would have went with him, but unfortunately I'm not gonna say anything more than this. There's a reason outside of Crows where I didn't which reason why I didn't pick him. But if I am just kind of thinking like just within the confines of Crows, he was a real stepper, bro. Like he said, yo,
Chaos Merchant.
he said, freshman, where the strong niggas at? I'm taking over. I don't care. He fought everybody. And he almost beat Bulldog. You got to give him credit. You almost
Yeah,
beat him.
no,
So nah,
Chaos Merchant.
I respect that. I like King Joe a lot. Actually, I like his energy too.
I also I absolutely love all of the Z-Man. I mean, excuse me, not Z-Man. Whoa, hell no, Ultraman. There you go. I absolutely love all of the Ultraman references. You have two characters in the fucking manga
Zetan and
that
King
name
Joe.
themselves, yeah, that name themselves after Ultraman monsters. So you know me, the Toku fan in me, that just really tickles me a lot. So, but Joe gets it for me because, um, we're gonna get into it later, but I am a huge fucking Hosen stan. Hosen probably, well,
Killer
I'm not.
Corpse. Okay.
Yo, I'll save
Hage?
that for when we at
Hage.
HJG, HJG. But
Clap, 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 clap.
yeah, Hosen is I love that school, and I gave it to Joe more because he gets more of the screen time and characterization than Tatsuya does. Tatsuya, I just think he looks raw as fuck, and I am such a high kick merchant. Every time he hit a fucking high kick, I pop so big. Oh my god, boy, I pop so. when he hit that fucking break dance high kick up, boy, oh my god, nigga damn near did a moonsault off my bed. That shit was so crazy. Yeah, that's my top five.
Okay. Actually, you said Pawn, right? Just
Yes.
elaborate on him a little bit more. I like him a lot. I just if you can.
Man, he's like he's like my personal self insert. I
Okay.
just love this nigga so much. I think his design is absolutely raw. He never take his mask off just like me. And he just like it is so funny because he fights the least out of his trio, but he just be chilling. That he just be chilling, hang with the homies. He just dead. I'm like, yo, I love this nigga, man. Love this nigga, man. And then when he, oh my god, that panel, why there was everyone was freaking clamoring about Marco and his girlfriend, and he was like, they were so cute. I'm like, dog, this panel, I relate. This is my eternal panel, my spirit animal panel. He just got both his fists clenched. He hated, and he was like, "Yo, son, they was mad cute." I'm like, "Yeah, I feel it. I feel it.
Nah,
I love that guy so much."
I
Oh,
actually think they're a solid trio, all things considered. They're actually really
oh no,
good.
I love them.
Mako,
I
Mako,
absolutely love them.
Pawn, Boya. I actually like them a lot. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, actually, I'll save this for when we get to favorite moments and whatnot. But there is a legitimate scene that I absolutely adore from him in the later section of the series. But yeah, I just love that guy. Just that for kind of unreasonable love, but I just gravitate towards him. He
No,
just
I
so raw to
understand.
me.
When you see that character in that series, you're like, honestly, like if I was in this universe, you could pretty much like call that character me. You just resonate because I always said like, you kind of just like I guess for JJK, you just fuse like Nanami and you fuse Todo. I'm like you kind of got me in there, so I just resonate with those characters, so I feel it. I like that a lot too. So things said Boya, Bulldog, Mako, Ryushin, Rindaman. That's interesting. I'm gonna speak on Ryushin in a second, but you got yours, Pat? Or do you want me to go?
Yeah, I got it.
Go ahead.
So it's not in order, but
Do you at least have a
I really
one?
like. No, I don't actually.
Okay.
I just enjoy them all pretty much equally. So I like Boya, of course. He's fucking hilarious. Like he just you can't have a top five and Boya not being there. I don't believe that. If you say Boya's not in your top five, I don't believe you. He's fucking funny.
Yeah. It's one of those things where I'm just like, listen, I heard what you said, but I didn't hear what you said. All right. Yeah, that was revealed
Bro,
to me. Make the list over and add a minute.
when they were going to go fight the snakeheads and he kept having to go in the toilet whenever they were getting into the fight, he was like, bro, why y'all even bring me along? Y'all just keep stealing all the spotlight. I'm going home. It was like, nah,
No,
Boya, son.
you're a secret
Why
weapon.
why would you can't waste you on the opening act? It's like opening act? Trump card? You spoke very wisely. I guess I'll stay. It's fucking funny, man.
He's actually he's the one, bro. He just moves me. I don't know. I love that nigga. But
So I
yeah.
like him. I like Mako. At first, I kind of felt like I was gonna like Mako because like he was always quiet with the shades and shit, just standing there looking cool.
Mm-hmm.
And then like when he started talking and shit, I was like, bro, this nigga is fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Like,
You know what's really funny? When he gives Boy, was it the Godfather? And
Yes.
he's like, and
Mhm.
he's
yeah,
like,
that's exactly what I was gonna bring up.
okay, go ahead, go ahead. What's your thought there? Go ahead.
I'm gonna give you something hot and spicy if you help us. I'm over here like, oh, he know Boy like woman, so he go like bribe him with porn. That's smart. Also, The Godfather 1, 2, and 3 on VHS.
Nigga go, that's exciting like this, but I wanted exciting like this. When he changed his eyes, the way his eyes look, yo, I started dying of laughter, bro. That shit is so funny. He is so hilarious.
He's funny, man.
Nah, Bako's cool. I
Yeah,
really like him. You're right. That's a good trio, man. They're solid.
I like. I also like Hiromi, and the reason I like Hiromi is because it's like there's such a stark contrast from Hiromi in chapters like 1 through I want to say 12, and the rest of the series
Yeah, because he
because of
turned
the
into Speedwagon.
Yo, that made sense to me. I don't know about anybody else. That made sense to me.
Like in the first couple chapters, this nigga was fucking unhinged, angry, ran up on Boya when he wasn't paying attention and tried to beat the shit out of him. And Boya whooped his ass one time. Next thing you know, he turns into a fucking consigliere, fucking giving us commentary, play by
he got
play,
humbled. He
backstory
said, "You know
information.
what? I can't be running around like this. Mad dog. I need to be the calm dog. Domesticated. Oh shit.
You should have seen him at the freaking Crow's Guidance.
Oh, him and Bando just going at it. Or then trying to and then trying to pull up a Rinda man. Like, alright, bro.
Yeah, in middle school, this boy talking about some, yo, guys, I don't think I'm gonna go to high school. I'm like, bro, what? Yo, calm down. What's wrong with you? I don't see your
Nigga.
point. I'm like, hello? Like, bro, no, he was wilding back in the day.
That nigga shaved his eyebrows. I'm like, bro, you 13 years old shaving your eyebrows? What the fuck going on? Like, what are you going through, nigga?
These kids are built
When he
different.
said back then, every day he was pissed, I'm like, he wasn't lying. He wasn't lying, boy. It was just a ball of anger. I'm like, dang. Now he's
Angry.
speedwagging.
as you would
Shit.
say.
Yeah, now he's speedwagging.
I feel it. Keep
Keep
going,
going,
man.
man. My fault.
I also like Ryushin a lot. Like, I like the fact that when he was watching Boya go through like the elite guard of the front of armament, if you will, and he was having that inner dialogue. That's when I like really grew to respect him, because he was like, look at him, he fighting all these niggas by himself, and he winning. If I fight him, I'm less of a man, because he's gonna be tired after he fought all those guys. And if I beat him this time, can I even call that shit a victory? Like, I'm like, bro, he got an honor code. I respect it.
Mm-hmm.
And ever since then, like, he one of the few characters I would say, like, in this series that does not get nerfed. Like, when they say that he's strong, he's properly ranked where he is, and he beats the people that he should. But like, it doesn't overstep into the Boya and Rinneman territory.
I think I have one pushback on that, but I'll save it. But I mostly agree with that. I do have to think that he's properly ranked though, for sure.
Hey, I still have my controversial opinion about him.
Oh, you didn't change your mind? That's interesting.
Nope.
Really? All right. We'll get there. I'm about to sun you. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead. Go ahead. Was that 5 or 4? I think it was 4, right?
That was 4. And the last one I really like is Hideyoshi, because he just looked fucking cool.
I
Like,
feel it.
he trying to be next up.
He's the mad dog of the first years.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was like, bro, I'm gonna take over. Then after that, y'all niggas that been sitting here chilling on the rooftop and shit, I'm coming after y'all. I'm like, okay, I see you.
You guys don't like Ryushin's older brother, bro? He's
Stop.
that Nick. He wasn't that Nick.
Stop.
Fuck that nigga. Fuck that nigga.
You don't got the organizational skills, the leadership, though.
No. Yeah, we need it.
Both his brothers some losers.
Oh shoot! All right, fair. Okay. So we obviously know my favorite is Boya. I will go into more detail, but he is actually my self-insert in a lot of ways. I see a lot of myself in Boya, especially as a high schooler. Me and him have a lot of commonality and overlap. Then my son, Hanazawa Saburo, aka Zeton. Listen, I love this little nigga. You guys don't understand. I love him. Actually, I can't even call him that. By a second here, he's huge, but I love Zeton, bro. He's just raw. He's like to me interesting because he's like a Boya 2.0, but it's not, to me, he's not a carbon copy of Boya. You can just tell that Boya's had incredible influence on him, but he's not a carbon copy. But he has what I would call Boya-isms, which I appreciate. I like that. Because that makes sense to me. You look up to him as a senpai or whatever the case may be, and you're not exactly like him. You can't be like him. You're not as strong as him, so you literally can't do that. But a lot of the stuff that you they learn together in middle school and afterwards, like, he embodies that. So I really like that. Even to changing his hairstyle, like dyeing his hair too. So next is Rinda Man. Rinda Man, I could understand why he wouldn't be in a lot of characters' top 5, because he's just like, I'm strong, man. I come around, I punch, I leave. You don't
He's
really do
raw though.
nothing. But exactly, and I
Yeah, he raw.
actually think with the very little, because I actually like I love the moment, the part where he's like, all we did was fight. We didn't even really have a conversation. But like, I'm glad that I met you. I actually think that's a perfect way to kind of encapsulate the relationship because all they really did was hurl insults at each other and walk around like, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, bitch, bitch? Actually, I'm going that way. Me too. Damn it. And I have to go this way too. Why stop fucking following me? Or like, what do they say? They were arguing one time and after I can't remember what he said, but he basically did like a Bugs Bunny reverse psychology on him. Like, damn it, did that make 4 losses and 3 wins?
Yeah, he was like, Boyle was looking at him, and then Rinneman was like, "Why are you looking at me?" And he was like, Boyle was like, "Why are you looking at me?" He was like, "Bitch, you looked at me first." He was like, "No, you did." And he was like, "Why am I looking at you?" "Yeah, why am I looking at you?"
Damn it.
Dumbass.
Yeah.
He said, "No."
But I think this could be me doing the thing where I'm doing it for the author. But the takeaway that I took was that in a lot of ways, as both of them being monsters, I know Rindaman's more so of one, and maybe he doesn't have the same level of gravitas and charisma as Boya, but as two like really lone wolf strong monsters, they kind of through their fists were able to speak to each other. If that makes sense. That's kind of how I took it. So I know Rindaman again. He's not crazy, not in every chapter, nothing like that. But I love him, and he's like the fear that he inspires and instills into anyone that sees him. They start shaking like, oh shit, it's Rindaman. Like I love that. He's him. He is truly him. Next is Bulldog. I don't think I have to explain that. As much as I like Boya and Rindaman, I think I would argue the best duo is Boya and Bulldog. They're really brothers. Like I really fuck with them. They're dope. And Parko. I like Parko. Parko is fucking hilarious. I really like that nigga. He making me laugh. I put Parko was my fifth favorite character, honestly. Parko and the Dangerous. We out here. PAD. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. Kiku's cool too. Kiku's probably my second favorite there, but I like Parko a bit more just because I get a bit more entertainment from Parko. And the way that he had the dream with the big boot, was it Chisaki? I can't remember the guy's
Yes.
name, but yeah,
Yaki.
the big boot. He had the dream, and like you lost, and he just sulked into the corner. He went to the closet. He's like, they're like, damn, like he's really taking it hard. So I mess with him. I don't dislike Beto. Like thing said earlier, his kicks and his fighting style is inspiring and cool. But like, if I honestly have to say anything, I actually like the first Beto brother the most, even with the little that I know. You do get to see him a little bit in one of the prequels, but he's actually my favorite Beto brother. Is the first one. So yeah. So Boya, Zeton, Rindaman, Bulldog, and Parko are my favorites. But are there any characters you want to highlight though? Even if like you're not particularly like your favorite or something, but like this is a dope character or an interesting
I'm
character.
surprised that none of y'all question me on why I got Bando on my list.
Nah, I like Bando.
I think Bando earned his respect at that last fight with Beto, and I stopped hating on him
Yeah.
after that fight. Like that was kind of like what I was going. But if you have like a more in depth reason, go ahead. Actually, I actually
Yeah,
don't
'cause
dislike Bando. I don't. Never did really.
it's not even his fights that are the reason why he made my list. It's his characterization.
Mhm.
The characterization that he got is just so fucking powerful for me. And then when you read Crow's Guiding and then look at it in chronological order, it's just so crazy to me how he had somebody that he looked up to and he really saw the TFOA as found family. Then the second head tragically died. And then after that, TFOA completely changed. And since the TFOA completely changed, he changed. And he lost sight of his original self until he got that ass beaten. And then he had to re-find himself and see his two brothers that he came up with. Not leaving him, but them going on their own path. And it's not like that he couldn't go on it, follow them, but he still had lingering regrets,
Mhm.
having to come to grips with those regrets, then make right by them, and then finally figure out what he wanted to do. Is just so fucking powerful to me. He's walking around thinking about like what the fuck is he even doing?
Like why do I
He
keep
don't want
showing
to.
up to school? Yeah.
Yeah, why he keeps showing up here? What is he waiting for? Like who who's whose confirmation is he looking for? All that other stuff. And it's just, and his relationship with Hiromi is also ridiculously fire to me because those two are always fighting coming up in middle school and then high school, and for him to finally come full circle and form a band after graduation, I thought it was just absolutely fucking beautiful writing.
And
I
I
absolutely
really like
adore it.
I really like the send up that Hiromi gives him too, and he
Yeah,
turns back
yep.
around. He's like, I'm older than you, damn it. Greet me with a senpai or whatever, a san when he say my name. I'm like, they gotta posturize, keep the I'm fucking manly, but but you can see the brotherhood forming there. So I'm with you on that.
Yeah, he was like, "Yo,
Well
Hiromi, what the
said.
fuck are you doing here?" And he was like, "Nigga, I don't know." And he's like, "All right, I'm leaving then." And he's like, "All right, man, whatever, fuck off." And he's like, "Yo, you better call me son next time you call my name." And then when he leaves, and Hiromi's looking over the overpass, and he's like, "The reason why I'm here is to give you a proper send off. I'll see you later." I'm like,
Mhm.
damn, I just start crying, dog. Like this shit is just so fucking beautiful. It's like,
Yeah,
dang,
that was a great moment.
No, he
he
is a
really
good
like,
character. He really is. That's why
yeah,
I didn't hate on you for it. But I like I'm happy you explained that though.
yeah, I really adore the characterization that he got. And I love how it took him a long time. It
Yeah.
took him the course of damn near the entire series from to finally figure out and come to grips with everything. I just thought it was so amazing. Like his the way is so funny too because by the time I finished Worst, I completely forgot that the TFOA used to be a freaking big bad. They used to be an antagonist of the series
Mm-hmm.
because they're so like cuddly nowadays, and they're so like
they're alliance, keep the peace. Oh,
yeah, type B. Versus when we first got introduced to them, and they just the most vile,
so what you're saying
cordial,
is the older Ryushin was a real stepper. He said, "Hold on, we got some crime to do." I'm not kidding. Go ahead.
But
That guy's a bum.
yeah,
So
yeah,
was a
just
knife. The knife man. Oh, whatever.
oh
Bro.
my god, it's bozos, man.
Rena said, "Just stab me," and he punched him. I said, "Nigga."
Yo, he grabbed it when he palm got him the fuck out of here. Shit was crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, Bando, he's an absolutely amazing character, and that characterization is just it was moving me a lot, boy.
No, well said, bro. Um, I'm trying to think from anybody in well, actually, I guess I'll speak a little bit more on King Joe. I like another reason that I like King Joe too is that in this series at the very least is that yeah, I can't say it because I have to talk about worse. Nah, never mind. I can't do it. I can't do it without talking about worse. But King Joe's a stepper. He's cool, man. I like it. But I actually am with you that I like Holston a lot. But they're dope. But all right. What do I have after? So let's talk about some of our favorite moments, jokes, gags, whatever the case may be. Like you can go wherever. I don't know if anyone wants to start. Actually, I want to start. It's one that I always talk about. But so when Bulldog goes to wash his hands or go relieve himself when he pees upstream, then he walks downstream to wash his hands, and he walks back up, and boy's like, "Why would you piss upstream and wash?" He's like, "Oh." Anyways, and he's like, "Yo, don't fucking touch me! You fucking touch me, you nasty bitch! Like, why did you do that? You just washed your hands in your own pee. Don't touch me." That shit was so funny, bro. There's so many jokes in this series. I think it's hilarious. Like seeing Boya, like be like, "Hey, can I borrow this bike?" I'm like, "What? No." And he just fucking jumps in the air with his hands in the X. He just hit him off the bike and say, "Hey, yo, he said we could use this." And then they're like, he's so fucked up for that. Like, he's so messed up. You just stole that shit. Remember the one I think me and Pat spoke about this at one point, maybe you and Simi. When he's like, the chapter like starts, he's like taking a bike. Then he like cuts back across the screen. He's biking because the police is chasing him. Like he's Boya is such a clown. I'll say the second one for you, but I got to talk about the first one. The first one when he gets to sushi or whatever from Rinda, and he puts idiot at the bottom or whatever, a fool, and he gets mad. And he's like, no, the food didn't do anything wrong to me. So I'm
But then he
down
saw
on
that
my E.
he didn't give him no
The fork,
chopsticks.
yeah, chopsticks. Whoa, I just showed my Westernism. I said fork, but yeah. But yeah, what's some of your guys' favorite moments? I actually have a couple that I think might be underrated.
Bro, when that nigga was in a hospital and then he woke up, he got the banana, and he was like, Bulldog was like, "This came from Rinderman." He said it was for a monkey. He said, "What the fuck is he called a monkey?" He was like, no, the banana didn't do anything wrong.
That shit was so funny. He
Because
was
he
like,
collects
yo,
himself at the last second, like, no, this is a waste of food and they didn't do anything wrong to me. But fuck them. I'm gonna eat this
that,
though. Get my potassium.
Bullock over here legitimately confused. He's like, yo, they have monkeys in this hospital. And Bullock's like, yo, he's talking about me, idiot. And Bullock's like, oh, he is?
Oh,
Okay, then
here.
here. He is. He's about to throw the banana. He's like, wait, the banana did nothing wrong. That shit is so funny. Not yeah,
And
there's
he's
a
right.
lot of
That was the right
there's a
thing to
lot of
do.
Boyer moments that's just so hilarious. The one that my favorite one that always makes me laugh so badly. Was he with no, I believe he was with Maruken and Kakuken. But they was doing some shit. No, he was with Osamu and Chiaki, I believe. They was fighting or whatever. I forgot what exactly they was doing. Then the police came and the panel showed this nigga down the block, boy. They was like, wait, how he already gone? That shit
He really
is
black.
easily my favorite comedy panel because the way that your eye transition, the police here, and then what's Boya doing? That nigga is already in another prefecture. That shit is mad funny. Like why he run that quick? Boy. He was gone. Not even frame 1. Frame 0.5, he was gone. That shit is so funny to me.
Like 0.1 of the first frame, he was out of there, son. He said, "Nah, this is not it." That's a good one. I like
Was,
oh, go ahead.
now there was another funny one that I saved. I saw it yesterday, I believe, but I'm looking for it in my camera. But so you keep going.
I actually like when Zeton challenges Boya because he's like one of the people actually kind of know him. So he tries to like win by kind of throwing him off with the anger by calling him Sadomichi and everything. Because I just thought it was a good way to showcase that they have a relationship that goes back to like middle school. So he was able to just kind of get some hits on him by kind of just playing to his anger. Because there's times where people are getting hits on him because he won't kind of calm down a little bit. It does happen to him. So I like that moment a lot. I thought it was a good moment.
That like the first year war is first year war that we see here in Crows. I thought it was absolutely fucking fire.
Mm-hmm.
I know one of the later questions is, do we like the first years? I'm not going to say too much, but I absolutely love these first years. They're so raw, all of them. Masa, Yonazaki, Hideyoshi, Gunji, Zeton. They're all fire. And one of my favorite moments, and one of the reasons why I like Pawn so much, is this moment during the first year war. So as a senior, Pawn finally decides to take his mask off and not gel his hair. So his hair's down.
You gotta show his beautiful visage.
Yeah, his hair is napped, is neutral, it's down, it's not greased up anymore. He don't got his mask on. And then when Gunji approaches him, he's like, yo, Hanjo-san, you change. I used to look up to you so much. I was never even able to approach you guys back in middle school. And now y'all damn near whip dogs. I can't believe this shit. I'm gonna come beat your ass after I win the first year war. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And Hanjo just like ... So then after the thing with Udo happens and Gunji get jumped and ultimately knocked out of the first year war, so then all of the winner and the two runner ups pretty much fight their senpai. I thought this shit was so raw. Next day, Pawn come with the original look, mask back, pompadour back just for him.
Mm-hmm.
That shit was so fire.
Like you think
He
it's
lead him
sweet?
to
Come get these
yeah,
hands, little boy.
yeah, he lead him in that alley, and Gunji like, yo, you still cheating, I'm gonna still beat your ass. And he was like, all right, if you're gonna beat my ass, come show me how you're gonna beat my ass then.
Mm-hmm.
I wish the fight wasn't off screen, but that panel with fucking Gunji just on the floor face first and Pawn walking away, that shit is so gas. I thought that shit was not only raw, but it was just so sweet to see a senpai do something for his kohai and one, of course, in the most violent way possible. But
that's how
still,
they communicate. That's how they communicate. So we understood
really
that
brought
was
back
a
the original
conversation
look.
as far as they're concerned.
Mm-hmm. Brought back the original look, the look that he was inspired by, and the look that he looked up to. Pun intended, but
Yeah.
just for that. I thought it was just so fucking raw. Another beautiful moment. And
No,
then
it
the
was that.
good send off for the first year war arc ish. The series is very hard to separate by arcs. I
Yeah,
kind of just named them my own. I named the arcs my own,
I kind of do
but
the
we'll
same.
get to that later. Yeah.
I won't even lie to you. Another one that I really like is when Yasu like gets his hair is like it's like a mohawk in the middle.
Yeah.
Like you can't stop me. I'll just I don't think I'm a man who looks to this world with this heart of stone. Like, bro, cut it out. That was a good one. There's a really early one where Yasu was in the rope, but all you had to do was pretty much just like let the rope drop off of him. He was running around the town the whole time with the rope on him. And then Boyo just like takes it off easily. He's like, "You're a moron, huh?" And he's crying. And like, don't let him call you that. Don't let him call you that. Much as I love Boyo, he's a fucking idiot. So there's so
Um,
many. But go ahead, Pat.
I like when they was about to go to fight the snakeheads, and they came to Ryushin first. It was like, you know, anybody that could come help us? It
Mm-hmm.
was like, yeah, it's one nigga that's bored. And then they go to the next panel. Boy got his hand up like it was field trip, like, oh, me, I'll go. I volunteer, I'll go. And it was like, we didn't even explain the details. Don't matter. Let's go. It was like, what about who else? He was like, oh, I know one other person. And then his fucking beat up. And Ryushin like, bro, boy, this not even funny, dog. Like, you know the history between me and this nigga, man. It's not like you ignorant to the fact. And then they started getting ready to fight. And then the other guys was like, hey, they're really about to fight each other for real. I think you should stop that. And Boy was like, yeah, you're right. He goes in there and headbutt the both of them. We're like, hey, behave. Y'all can fight each other later. We're going to go fight other niggas.
Right now, we're on the same team. During the season, you on the Bulls, you on this team, I'm on this team. But right now, we the dream team. Type beat. So
Like, bro, he literally just like sunning two of the strongest niggas in the series casually,
yeah,
and they listening.
because they know. But I'm trying to think of. There's so many that I'm trying to like fit in my head immediately. But I'll say one that I think is really good. It's a pretty cool moment too in terms of like characterization, because one thing that they always said about Bulldog is not that like Bulldog I don't think is particularly weak or anything, and he's like I got a really sturdy body, like he's proven that. But Bulldog has this like charisma or air about him that you just know that like he's the right man to lead. I like when was it Niji whatever. Sorry, I can't remember his name right now. He was the second Kurotoki Alliance guy after for a little bit. Shinsuke. And just sees him, and he just like understands his place and just relaxes and sits. Doesn't relax, but he sits down like, oh shit, that's a Bulldog, and I'm like, wow, like that. You didn't even throw because in a way, I'm like, it's crazy that to prove that he was supposed to be next, he was willing to go fight Boya, but he didn't fight Bulldog. I think that's something worth noting, in my opinion. So
Yeah, absolutely. Like his reaction just seeing Bulldog, cause like he pulled up on in the cafe, pretty much smug as shit,
and he also had
and
niggas
then
hidden around.
yup, just in case. And then with Ando and whatnot, and then when Bulldog came in there, all he did was lay eyes on him, and he was like, "Yes, sir." I was like, "Damn, that's crazy."
I need that kind of power, so I
Oh
can
God, I do.
abuse it. Huh?
Huh?
Use it wisely.
Actually, don't like that, by the way.
That moment.
Like
That's one
what?
of the minor gripes I have. Like the way the other guys, well, the newer characters would be like, "Oh, that's Bulldog," and then just like back down. I'm like, bro, because I felt like
Not Joe.
it was
Yeah,
never.
chaos legit.
Well, no, Joe's different, but if I felt like it was never really properly conveyed how strong Bulldog is. So like for them to be bending the knee to him, like have the whole Kurotaki alliance that just fall to his knees and stuff like that, just off meeting him and stuff like that. I was like, because like in the world of delinquents, like you prove your worth by fighting,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't feel like he did that.
Well, because the thing is, and
He spent so much time failing that damn bike test.
I classify Bulldog and Boya in the same way. So for Boya, like when I first read it, I was my very first initial read back in 2014. I was pretty much like Yeti. I was 100% just rooting for Boya all the way. I never wanted to see any harm happen to this guy at all. Oh, what the stream doing? What's going on?
What happened?
I see the shit spinning. Oh, it's back. So, yeah, I didn't want to see him go through no harm. I'm trying to see him watch everybody now. Now, this goes into freaking the reread section, so I'm gonna just say lightly, but I don't really rate him because he's kind of just like a personification. Same thing with Bulldog. Both of them are just like personifications. Boya being a personification of freedom and doing what you want, living happily.
Mm-hmm.
And then Bulldog is a personification of pretty much like kindness and charisma and leading through leading through not even like a sheer strength example, but just through just for lack of better terms, kindness or whatnot. So that's why I kind of, and then when Boya said at the end where he was like, if me and Bulldog fought, I don't even think I would beat him. I just see that as a personification as Bulldog. He's more, his heart is more pure than Boya's or whatever. So he feel like he wouldn't be able to break his spirit. Pretty much is what he was saying there.
Okay, that's interesting.
So that's how I kind of rate the both of them. So I don't, because I agree with you. Bulldog does not have that many fights at all. It's probably like 3 of them, and like at least one is off screen.
They attacked the warehouse together. I don't know if there's one before that. I can't remember. They fought.
They had the little stuff.
One guy who came from the other town when the park on the Dangers were chasing them, and then there was King Joe. Is that it?
Yeah, King Joe. That's it. Yeah, 3.
Oh shit.
Yeah, exactly. So 3. Yeah, literally 3. So what Pat is saying is absolutely right. Mm-hmm. I just see that. I see what thing that what's his name? Damn, don't know the manga name of my third favorite manga. That's so crazy. Takahashi. What Takahashi Sensei was just trying to go for was that personification of what Bulldog represents. That's why they bend the knee to him, because they feel like even if they beat him down to a pulp, nobody's gonna be on their side and shit or whatever the fuck.
That's actually I'm not say that, but that's actually a good point. I actually agree with that because I actually think they actually will argue he reuses this again one more time. So this concept.
Yeah.
So like even if you defeat this person, it's not gonna rally people around you or like make them respect you more. It's just gonna be like, yo, we rock with Bulldog. We don't care. Mm-hmm. So it's like a waste of time. I think I agree with you. It's more. It wasn't. I don't think it was a literal statement. It was more like there's no winning scenario for you, if that makes sense.
Yep.
Okay. I think I actually agree with that. But I definitely agree with Bulldog. He's hard to gauge. I have no idea how strong he is, but I don't think he could beat Ryushin and Bito though. I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I don't think he could beat them. Maybe if
I think he's
put him a step
under, below them.
Yeah, that's what
like he's like, I think he's a little stronger than Mako, but not as strong as Bito and Ryushin.
Yeah. Mako's a little underrated. He's pretty strong.
Yeah, Mako's strong as shit. He's just not a monster.
He took down 4 Hosen guys in a bathroom. So it's a very closed environment. He took 4 of them down before Hideyuki, I believe it was. It was a younger of the two. So Hideyuki fucking kicked the shit out of him through the fucking bathroom stall. But yeah, he's damn near a Muso character. You could just take down at least like 5-6 guys by himself solo. Like shit's ridiculous.
Yeah, I feel like of the trio, like Mako, Kirishima, and Hiromi, I think Mako is the strongest.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I would say Mako the strongest, Hiromi is second, and Pawn is last.
Yeah, probably. I don't know. I'm trying to think if you can make a case for Pawn. I can't really think of too many, but those guys are kind of portrayed pretty evenly, I would argue.
Yeah.
I think you could take your pick depending on what you want to go with, but they're solid. They're good trio, man. Good trio.
Another
go ahead.
Another favorite scene of mine, a favorite moment, was how Ryushin and Teru became Blood Brothers. I thought it was just the
Yeah,
epitome of Yankeeism.
that's what Delinquent Series is all about, man. Talk to these niggas.
Yeah, because I have the panel saved, but Ryushina was like, well, Teru was like, yeah, and that's why I named the arc Lonely Jokers. Teru was like, yeah, we the Lonely Jokers. We've always been by ourselves. No place to call home. Da da this, da da that. And then Ryushin is like Lonely Jokers. That just sounds like I really need a friend to me. So then they fight, and after the fight, Ryushin extends his hand. And he's like, Teru, do you want to be blood brothers with me? And they just shake hands. I'm like, bro, this shit is so fucking powerful. Like,
Yeah.
they're not fighting out of bad blood, even though Teru did beat the fuck out of two of his own guys. So Ryushin had to retaliate on purpose, but like they're not fighting out of bad blood. They're not fighting out of spite. They're fighting just kind of like pretty much as sport.
I
And
also
then once
think
Pretty
the
it's a
much.
concept some people might not understand because if you ever had it might necessarily have to be a literal altercation, but there's some people that I've grown incredibly close to after a physical fight.
yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons why I heavily just relate to this manga, why I gravitate towards so much, and why I like it so much, because I relate to the characters. I absolutely relate to the entire of being a crow, being an outcast in society and whatnot, not wanting to reform because reforming would be like a caged bird who lost the ability to fly
Crow
and
chapter.
living free and whatnot.
And who talks about crows ain't so bad. Yep.
Yeah, that's like one of the very first. That's like the last panel of the first chapter. Is well,
Yeah,
one
yeah.
of the last.
The double spread, I think it was.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's one of my favorite quotes in manga. Period. What's so wrong with being a crow? I'd rather be a crow and fly free than be a caged bird who forgot how to fly. Like that shit is absolutely fucking powerful as shit, dog.
Yep.
And honestly, one of the reasons why I think I relate to it so much is fucking being black. Honestly,
No, I understand that because we could apply that to you know not to go there, but
the Western
I got
society and
I
all.
got it
Yeah.
though. I got it.
So yeah, it's that scene where they be, and then they just after that they're literally just like that, and I absolutely adore that relationship between the two, and I think it's a really good fight in the series too.
Yeah. Um. Okay, so let's talk. I actually have one more moment I want to talk about, and then I want to transition to schools. You guys can name one more after if you want to. I actually wanted to know. It's not a favorite moment. I just think it's super impactful. But like, just give me some of the thoughts and feelings that you had when Boya got snuck up on with the whole host and army. He was about to get away. He goes up the stairs. He gets sneak kicked by the second oldest Beto brother, and then you see him strung up on the fence with the chain around his neck, and he was defeated. Cause I was livid. I was as angry as he was. I'm like, that shit don't count. They being this snook. Yo, cause I had the policy of W's a W, but I was like, nah, you don't W. I completely picked and choose there. So like, what were your guys' thoughts? Cause I just saw red.
I was devastated. I was like, hold on. My reaction was 100% in line with the in lore reaction to the rest of the characters in the universe.
Okay.
I mean, she lost. Like, bro, I never forget reading that for the first time. I was in school. I believe I was in the library. I'm reading that shit. I'm like, there's no fucking way they got him. Like, my mind was spinning, boy. Like, I was ready to get up and start pacing around the library type beat. Like, there's no way, boy, you just lost. Like that. It was so crazy to me. And I was like, damn, maybe Hosen might really win this. I was like, shit, they gonna attack us like that when the boy is out, the top is out. I'm like, that's it, it's game over.
Mm-hmm.
And the manga right here, type beat. I was fucking devastated.
Yeah, I was shook. What about you, Pat?
Man, I'm reading this shit. I'm like, bro, look at these niggas. All these men for one man. Y'all feel big? And boy about to get away. I was like, hey, he gonna catch all y'all on the flip side, motherfuckers. And then he got kicked. I was like, no.
He was so close to, cause when he picked it up, when he was like, he was thinking like, and I was like, let's go. I was like, no. We'll go outside. Go ahead.
I was like, what you mean? I thought the Beto was down there. Who's that? And he was like, your face. I can't see your face. Damn it. Show me who you are. I'm like, bro, who is this guy? Who did it? Who was it that did it?
Yep.
And then like when they meet him in the hospital and shit, and Boy sees him, he was like, it was you bastard! I'll fucking kill you.
That one was funny too when they were running around a little bit, but when I think Bando and them pulled up, and he's like, it hurts, doesn't it? And he's like, no. And then he's like, you were thinking about headbutting me in my wound, weren't you? I said, why you read his mind? No, but yeah, that's I think that's one of the most impactful moments of the series, because even when he's been outnumbered and stuff, he's been able to get away, or he fucked around with them, like he's gonna run, he jumped around, he came and just punched the one person he needed to punch and demoralized them. Like he's really good. So I was like, dang, they really got him. So
now y'all reminded me my second favorite. You just reminded. Thank you, Pat. Just reminded me my second favorite comedy panel. The same time when Tatsuya and Hideyuki pulled up on him in the hospital, and it was like, yo, how long is it gonna take for you to heal up?
mm-hmm.
And he was like, a week? All right, 10 days. After 10 days, meet us to so and so, da 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 da. I got the panel saved. He said, boy was like, oh shit, you wait and see. 10 days, is it? Yasu, how many days left until 10 days are up? Then Yasu was like, there are 10 days left. Oh my god. So, dog, that it made me pop every time. There are 10 days left. Oh my god, dog. He dumb. He dumb.
That nigga's so mad and ready to fight them. He can't even think straight.
You actually reminded me of the like, what's next? Phys Like, no. He's like, math? This shit follow me to high school? One day we gotta just like defeat math. What's it from? Like, what? Why the fuck does he think he's me? He's like, no phys ed. I gotta know math.
He said
I ditched that shit in like in middle school. It says, it's still
I
dogging
gave
me.
up. Yeah, he said I gave up math in middle school. That subject still dogging me. Man, we gotta get rid of all the teachers. I'm like, what is he on?
Some line like that. Yeah, I couldn't remember verbatim, but I was just like, bro, my disdain for math and love for gym was the same. I feel it. Did you want to give a last moment out, Pat?
When they were, I really like that snakehead arc. It's so fucking good.
Mm-hmm.
But when they were in the city waiting for them niggas at that little club spot, and then Tommaso show up there, because you know how that nigga is. He sees somebody strong, he want to be their follower.
Yeah.
And then like they knocked him into Boya while he was sleeping. And the nigga woke up. And he was like, bro, who the fuck just disturbed my nap? And then nigga Tommaso got smart with him. He started slapping him on top of the head. He's like, go stand there in the corner and don't move. I said, bro, what are you, his dad?
You grounded him. And you robbed, what was it him? He took someone's jacket. He's like, trade. He's like, I just bought this. It's new. Trade?
I'm not taking it. It stink. It got blood in trade.
He just took the mad jacket. His varsity jacket. Nah, he's the greatest of all time. What are you guys some of your favorite like schools, faction, teams, alliances, whatever you want to call them? Go ahead.
Nah, you finish the fucking question.
No, I was just gonna say another synonym for like a large conglomerate of people.
There are 10 days left. Well, yeah, you got Suzerain always gonna be the best, man. I love that school. Like, it's so raw. The fact that their front gate is filled with nothing but graffiti, it's intimidating as fuck. Just a bunch of.
Simi, I'm so sorry to cut you off. I just remembered, as soon as you said Suzerain, I just remembered one more moment that was funny as fuck. When Boya was about to go fight the front of armament by himself that first time. Mm-hmm. And then the third years, we're chilling in a little cafe or whatever. And they were like, damn, everywhere we go, it's Boya this, Boya that, Boya this. Who the fuck is he anyway? And then Katsuragi go in that joint, and he was like, "Damn, they saying Suzerain ain't shit. If Boya get beat, is that how lowly Suzerain has fallen? I know back when I went into school, it wasn't relying on just one man for the whole school reputation. She, I guess I catch y'all niggas later then. All the niggas got up.
Lit-
That was like,
literally professional instigator like Mark Phillips doing the stretch. Like he's like, all I'm saying, if that was me personally, I wouldn't take that, but you know, do you? And he laughed. He's like, and they were all like, "We're pussy," and they mobilized. that was a good moment. And him bumming cigarettes off everybody is also hilarious, by the way.
Cigarette? And he go through like 2 minutes, 2 panels.
And
Cigarette?
then,
I'm like, you're gonna
and he
die
has,
here.
doesn't he have his own pack the whole time too?
Yes.
and his own pack, bro. They said that seeing that nigga buy cigarettes is as rare as a fucking Tsuchinoko. Oh man.
All right, my bad. Civic, go.
But yeah, Suzerain is just so fire. And honestly, like, I kind of like, there's a bit of me that relates to going Suzerain and the whole stigma to it, because I didn't go to the top 1 worst school in New York, but I did go to a pretty bad middle school, to the point where when I say to anybody, yeah, I went to Hoodie, there's the same exact reaction in the manga. Niggas be like, you went to Suzerain? I'm like, I went to Hoodie. Niggas like, you went to Hoodie? So I
Nandato.
So as soon as Suzerain is raw, I absolutely love that school. It lives up to its in lore hype.
Mm-hmm.
I think it looks nice. People in it nice. I like their uniform. But man, yo, I'm such a Hosen stan boy. Dog. I love that school so much. Their gray uniform looks so swaggy. HAGE out. Nigga, I shave my head. Fuck is you talking about, boy? Like, son, that complete and total hierarchy and like obedience to the laws of the school, just so like almost cult like, but it's still raw. I think they just look cool, fucking stand up outside on the bench and shit. It's like, yo, that's them Hosen niggas. Yo, chill type shit. Like,
bro, Hosen Killer Core is moving me. That's so raw to me. It's like that. You guys can be calling them that. The fuck?
and then, son, the Beto brothers, they got silver hair with the gray uniform. Oh my god, swag to the max, boy. It's just so fire to me. I love that school. Like, I honestly would probably go to Hosen. If not Suzerain, I absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt, I'm like, all right, Hosen it is then. Shit. What are you talking about? I'm gonna grow my head. Even though I'm gonna be like King Joe, I'm like, shit, nigga, if I be somebody above my year, I'm still not growing out my head. Fuck is you talking about?
I was gonna say, cause I'm with you, honestly. It's like, I love Suzerain. Don't get me wrong. There's nothing, you can't go wrong with them. But I like specific people in there. As right, I like Boy, I like Mako, I like Pon, I like Rinda. You know. Hosen, to me, because that school moves more like a collective, I actually respect them as like from a top to bottom organization more. Like Suzerain wins just because they got monsters in that school that can
MC school that
yeah,
it is
like to me it somewhat reminds me of this. 2 things. One, I think it was you, Pat, who told me that they run like the military with it, because like I thought it was cool that basically if you're just a grunt, a subordinate, your hair shaved, you gotta be bald or low cut, whatever, right?
It's to strip away the individualism of each person and then form a bond as a collective. So you all go through a shared experience, and that's how you bond.
Which is I didn't know that before that, but I still thought it was cool. But I just added an extra layer to it. I'm like, okay, that's really dope. And then everyone who's like an officer or higher ranking person, they could grow their hair if they want to. Some of them don't, but they're good. But like, I like that, and I tend to find that school usually moves in unity, even when there's a kind of power shift. There's there's always gonna be factions when it's a power vacuum, but usually somebody kind of takes over quickly. Because I'm sure when the Beto brothers came there, they were like, you know what? Let me not say that because of the last name. because they know about all their Beto brothers, but I'm sure there was still a power vacuum. And I remember when Joe comes, he just says, "Yo, I'm fighting everybody." So I really actually like them a little more as a collective than Suzerain, but again, Suzerain has individuals that I like a bit more. Actually, I'm gonna keep going because I might say too many things. Did you wanna throw another one, Pat?
But
Pat.
I really like the second generation of the front of armament that we've seen
To the
when
fourth.
Ryushin was
or
in
the
charge.
third.
To the fourth.
Yes, the fourth generation.
See, the third
Because
one,
that
the
one,
third one's underrated. You guys were hating on the 13 elite guards. You know what I'm saying? It's whatever, bro. You guys were hating. I'm joking.
them niggas whack. Bro, when Ryushin came over, and then they got smaller, more condensed. Like the first, the third generation was very top heavy,
Mm-hmm.
and then when Ryushin took over, it was more even. I mean, obviously Ryushin's still top dog by a wide margin, but the rest of them niggas wasn't no slouches. They joined because they respect him, and I thought they just moved like as a close knit group. I was feeling it. I think the fifth generation too is pretty cool,
Oh
but I
yeah,
didn't
I've
see
seen
enough of that.
Takeda Kosei almost made my list, by the way.
Same. I actually do like him more than Ryushin. Obviously, I have but we're talking about crows, so I just kept it in crows. But I love that.
Yeah, cause Kosei, he really got that because Kosei had to completely rebuild the TFOA since Ryushin and his entire gen retired with him. So when Takeda came into power, he only had 2 other members, and he did that through sheer camaraderie. Like they all got a deep brotherhood, and I especially love his relationship with Yanagi,
I'd also
his
argue
vice
they're
captain. Yeah,
they're the first generation that has to like I'm really not trying to downplay how strong he is and how strong the other leaders are, but they're not Ryushin. So they have
yep.
to
Yeah.
kind of be a better collective and of people. Like I actually like that a bit more because like I forgot to say this. What I would argue Suzerain is a school where you have like LeBron, Kevin Durant, and like Giannis at your school kind of thing. You know. So like even though all other players they might not be as like high level as maybe some other stuff, you have like superstars that can just carry the team on their back if push comes to shove with your Rinderman, your Boyas and Zetons and Garicos and whatever, right? You just have monsters in the school. And like the fifth generation kind of reminds me of a really really well run team. Like the captain is still the best player and he's better than them. He's better than other people, but everyone else is a very high level player, or at least they play their role well. This one rebounds, defends, you hit your threes, blah blah blah. So I'll actually fifth generation is actually probably my favorite generation, all things considered. So, but shout out to TFOA, man. The front of armament is really dope. What about Parko and the Dangerous PAD? How you feel about that?
That nigga
I keep going.
He said, "Don't you think Kiko in the dangerous?"
He's like, what is this Parko end? Like that shit damn funny.
Yeah.
I said, "Bro, the dangerous part is moving you."
Like change the whole name. That's exactly where I was at. He's like I think the boy's like, what about boy? Like, no, the dangerous not moving me. Change the name. Stop.
Nah, I like them. I like Teru. I like Parko. I like Kiko. They're cool.
Yeah. Am I forgetting any other groups? I don't know. How about Lone Wolf Rinderman? Does that count? Does that count? No, I'm kidding.
Render the ultimate lonely warrior. He just make me sad, man.
That nigga punch like he a group. Shit will send you flying. Got the force of 20 niggas behind one of them blows.
He got the strength of 10 top tier heavyweight MMA fighters.
Like, this shit ridiculous. Like his hands, like he on some Big Show gimmick where his hand is the size of your head. One punch from that. Hands. Yeah, yes, one punch and you just explode. You just stop moving, type.
But yeah, nah. The characters, the moments, the schools and stuff are great. I think I'm with you, Simi, where I don't really know to separate it by arcs. But did you want to talk about kind of like I guess you could go like versus the Vito brothers, the Lonely Jokers, the Sorry, you said it, Pat. Whenever the parkour and Daters went to the other town, I like that arc's really good.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you could, the Manji Empire, I suppose.
Yeah.
Did you kind of have a couple favorites maybe? If you could kind of just quantify it that way, you don't have to use a official term, I guess. But
Well, this is what I named the arcs.
okay.
Cause yeah, it's I named. Let's see. So this is in order, chronological. So I got Bando faction arc.
That's fair.
Then I got versus Rinda Man round 1.
Mm-hmm.
Then I got the front of armament arc. Then I have Kurotaki Alliance formation.
Mm-hmm.
Then I have Kurotaki Alliance and the Lonely Jokers arc. Then I got versus Hosen. Then I have graduation and first year war. Then I have Snakeheads. Then I have Rise of the Next Generation. And then I have Amanji Empire. That's how I separated it.
Okay. That makes sense to me. That was good.
I actually do like the Kurotaki Alliance. I don't know which gen I like more, the first or the second.
Mm-hmm.
I think both are really good because the trio of Bulldog, Maruken, and Kakuken is super fucking funny.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I actually really think that Osamu is a heavily underrated character. Because I like to put it in Reborn terms, he's kind of like the Kurotaki Alliance's Rain Guardian. Like, he's always calm, cool, and collected. You hardly see him lose his temper, lose his cool, to the point where he can't think straight up, make errors in his judgments. And whatnot. Plus, he always got to fit it on. You know what I'm talking about?
New York, the New York cat. You get the New York. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But
I was actually gonna say, do you think Katayama Chiaki is an underrated fighter, or
yes.
just because he has a lot of strength in his body? Obviously, he's not the mentality for it, but he's because the way that he did take out Parker with one kick was highly impressive. Even boy, what the fuck? You know what?
No, I think Chiaki is underrated.
Okay,
I think he's really strong, but I don't think he's a very good fighter.
That's kind of where I was going with it. Like, he's got a lot of power in his body, but he doesn't know how to utilize it efficiently or whatever.
Well, yeah, that's because he's a pacifist, though.
Yeah.
So like, if he trained him properly, I think he'd actually be a force to be fucking reckoned with.
I agree with that
because he already got the natural size.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. He already got the natural size, and then plus if you anger him, he could utilize the power not just off instinct. So if you train him to do that all the time, then I would say he'd be a force to fucking reckon with. That big boot, Sam Parker over the top, boy, down the hill. I said, there's no way. What?
And nigga Parker was having nightmares.
That's why I was so funny. Oh, okay. I just wanted to. I forgot to bring it up a little earlier. So, but yeah, Osamu, good catch. He's underrated. He definitely is like the glue. I don't know, the pillar found. I don't know, the pillar that holds him up, whatever foundation. So he does a lot.
Yeah,
he does a lot. Because even when they pulled up on him and tried to sneak him, they're like, "Hey, next time though, you tell people having the bushes, you don't have to do all that." Like, he knew, and he didn't like blow a gasket like, "I don't could have would ya." He didn't do all that. He just like,
But Nakajima, his first gen or his second generation made out of first years, I think they're under it too. I really need to reread the words to actually see all these characters fully utilized. But the way that he gained their respect was absolutely amazing. That is an amazing scene because he's like, first of all, I'm not gonna fight every single last one of y'all. We're a team. I'm not fighting my comrades. So come in. And there's like, all right, where the fuck we going? And they just throwing. They're like, yo, wait, hold on, nigga. We going to Suzerain? He's like, yeah, we going to Suzerain, all right? And he's like, yo, chill. Like, yo, so you trying to start a war? And then, forgot his name. But nigga was like, y'all the reason why we here. Because y'all talk about
you will not submit.
Follow you. You ain't prove nothing to me. Da-da-da-da-da. So like, just sit down and watch. And you're like, all right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up on Boya right now. And that's exactly what the fuck he did. And it was just so raw. And when they watched him fight, even though he lost, it was like, yeah, no, you're the one.
Nah, he didn't just lose. He got his ass whooped. That was like, damn. but he's still
I
fighting,
actually
though.
think Takahashi did something cool because remember the panel where you see him on the ground.
Bro,
He's kind of
son.
shocked, but like in the chapter kind of ends. I'm like, he lost. Like
Bro, imagine reading that in the 90s, and you have to wait a whole
yeah. I
month
actually have
to see if
I
Boya
have the
lost.
PNG right here. But the next chapter starts with this. I'm like, okay, thank God. Like, don't you tell me you lost to him? No. But yeah, you're like, oh shit, not bad. Like that's literally the look he's doing was like, okay, you did your thing. But yeah,
I mean, well, I don't think he got his. I want to say he got his ass beat, but
I
he
think
got
he
a
did.
good.
I think he did. I think
I would say he got a few good hits in.
I want to.
Yeah, it wasn't pitiful, but like he got whooped.
Yeah, like
But the thing is,
to
no
me,
fight ends until a KO happens. So you have to get your ass beat to lose to begin with. Is kind of what I'm trying to get at. So
okay, the way that I see it is actually kind of similar to how he fought the one guy who knocked him out when like a lookout for a golden wolf, right? That guy has a big and sturdy body, so it just takes Boya a couple extra more like super punch hits, whatever you want to call him, to put him down. Because that guy is humongous too. That's kind of how I see it. So with me, basically how I'm putting it is, Boya to me demonstrably showed that he's much better and stronger than this guy. That guy just took a couple more hits to put down. But I'm not saying he's like a scrub, weak. He didn't get a hit in, nothing like that. I'm not trying to diss him. But to me, I don't go from that fight and go like, you know what? Out of 10 times, maybe no. Like I'm still giving 10 out of 10 to Boya. That's kind of what I'm saying.
Yeah, because
I don't think
like,
he has the capability of catching him slipping. Go ahead.
In a series, Boyle's like one of the weird cases where like he's such a heavy powerhouse, but like you can actually get some good hits in because he'll be acting stupid or underestimate people or
be
like
angry.
just be acting goofy or being angry. Yeah, so like you'll be able to get some hits in, but like once he focuses, it's a wrap.
Or even psych himself out a little bit. I'll speak about that after, but I'm with you. I'm not trying to diss him. I actually think that he did a good job. All things considered.
Nakajima's cool.
Yeah, I don't dislike him at all either. So, but I think for me, I would go with. I actually really. I think I have a deeper appreciation for when they go out of town, with Parko and stuff, because the way that with the tragedy of what's her friend's name again? I'm sorry, I remember his name actually. I guess I can't remember his name.
It's
the one who gets stabbed and he dies. Like
Jinai Kohei.
Yeah. Jinai,
yeah. That scene hurted, honestly, and then Gaiden when Gaiden later on too. Like I think there's a good moment that kind of ties back into that. I'll get to it later, but I think that's actually like, I would say from like top to bottom in terms of all the moving parts and the way that like I guess like they tried to hide Boya's strength, so to speak. When like, man, you're not strong. You kick the fence and he fall on his ball sack. I'm like, and then Ryushin and Bito taking all the stuff, and it's like, and then kind of sneaking on Boya. Like all things considered, I think they handled it really well. Then having the first years come through, the one guy could take Zeton's kick. He's like, oh shoot, they got away. Then the school in the front of Arbor and the host and pulling up after the fact. I like that arc a lot though, but a lot. But personally, I don't even know if you want to call it an arc. I don't know what we would call it, but you just not beating that build up to the rematch with Ridderman and Boya. I'm sorry, it's generic. It's easy. It's not hard. It's low hanging fruit. My meat out. I'm shaking my ass for that fight. It's a classic, bro. Oh my goodness.
Before I talk about versus Rinderman, the final, Rinderman Boya 3, the final in the trilogy, the Snakehead arc is a really fucking good arc. It might, honestly, it's probably top 3 for me. For me, it's probably number 1 would be Graduation and First Year War. So that's versus Rinderman and final in the trilogy, and then the First Year War versus Hosen, and then Snakehead. But boy, Jinai Kosei's story, it made me cry the first time I read it. It made me cry the second time I read it. And then reading fucking
Gaiden.
Yeah, Gaiden.
With Kizu Kyosuke, yeah.
I just felt so depressed, like, because this is why
that panel with his hand on the wall, just where it happened, bro. Just that, you know, like, what do they say? A picture because like 1,000 words. That panel just spoke to me.
because that's exactly because he was retracing the exact movement that freaking Janai did before he fucking passed.
Mm-hmm.
Because he also was using the wall as a crutch to move
Mm-hmm.
before he finally fell and whatnot. And it's just so depressing. That's the reason why I separate Yankee manga from organized crime manga, because Yankee manga is not about the total darkness of the underworld, because these niggas are kids, right? They're angry, they're misguided, and they're looking for a place to call their own, but they're kids. They're not trying to kill each other and whatnot. They're not there to do serious heinous crimes. They're not there to make like ridiculous millions of dollars and shit. They're not there to take over like the entire fucking state and shit. They're
Destroy
just kids.
communities. They're just
Yeah,
you're looking for a
they're
place to fit.
just
They have hearts
kids.
of gold at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly. So to see him die, and not only die, but finally come full circle and realize that, he was in the wrong and that his friends were right, and try to turn a new leaf, but then get the very cruel and harsh lesson that if you dip your toes too much in the underworld, that you can't escape. The only way that you're going to get out is through death.
They say the darkness will always deal with the darkness. I can't
Yeah.
remember. Like, I'm trying to. Well, I don't even remember where I saw that, but like it was talking about like actually was that JoJo? Was that part 6? But yeah, like if you live by the gun, you die by the gun type of thing.
Yup. Mm-hmm. And it's just so depressing. And to hear him call out for his mom,
Mm-hmm.
and to see him, I'm gonna start fucking crying again talking about it. And to see him
Because
die
they're still
completely
kids,
alone.
still
Yeah,
teenagers.
like
I
to
know they
see
look like they're
the thing.
35 with a mortgage
Yeah,
and
they look
and a
old
kid,
as fuck, but they're
but
18. They're 18,
yeah.
17, 16. Like, the thing that made me depressed about it the most is the fact that he died fucking alone. Like,
Mm-hmm.
that's honestly one of the harshest ways anybody could go, in my opinion. And one of the biggest themes that Arthur could write about. Is just dying completely fucking alone and isolated. It's just so fucking depressing, dog. And to see the effect that it had on his friends and shit, to
Yeah.
see that even when he was in the snakeheads, how he made a comrade in Tetsujin
Mm-hmm.
and shit. It just so fucking depressing, dog. And it's like, damn it. I feel like that nigga was real. He actually gone. Like I knew him. Type beat. It,
Yeah.
it just it, yeah, it's just fucking depressing, man. But back to the Ronison swag, because now I actually do got the fucking waterworks playing. But dog, Render Man, Boya, that is pay-per-view level shit. Like Render Man's presence. This is why, honestly, like the way that Render Man is what Western niggas think Brawly is. Everything about Render Man is 101% justified in the story. Like his lore and mystique is properly conveyed to the reader when you hear his name. Yo, Render Man? Render Man was there? Yo, you saw Render Man? Type shit, and then Render Man and Boy fought? Like, bro, like he really is just like the legend, like the legend of the town and whatnot, right? And then for them to finally, the theme of
Megumi
graduation,
Hayashida.
the theme of moving on to the next stage, the theme of leaving, entering your next stage of life, and that everything about it, your graduation present going to be a fight against me. The fact that it was public, the crowd, the stage. It's like, bro,
Oh,
it's
there's so much about that. I'm gonna pop off so big when we go into it in great detail, but there's so many things about that moment that's good. But yeah, keep going.
yeah, it's like to this day, it's still one of my favorite fights in manga. Period.
Mm-hmm.
Boya Render Man 3 is one of my favorite fights in manga. Period.
Has always has been since the first time I read that shit. Yep.
Yup. It's just like, bro, there's just no way real fucking manga, man.
Mm-hmm.
But those three arcs are easily like for me versus Hosen,
I'm
Render
with you with
Man
that.
3.
And sleeping with shit sleep.
The lonely Joe. Yeah.
Snakeheads.
Oh, Snakeheads. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those
Lonely
three.
Dunkers is pretty good, but I don't think it's better than
When
what we
you
all go
when
through
you
now.
say Boya versus Rinneman 3, so that first time when Rinneman hit Boya in the chin and like knocked him out cold, you counted that one?
Yes, I absolutely am.
Okay.
I like I count. I don't know. I don't know if I count it as a fight, but it's a loss. I think that's fair.
Yeah, because the record is 0-1-2 for Boya.
I know most people wouldn't, but I gotta stay consistent with what I always say. Well, L's L, but
I
I kind
I
of don't
don't
want to,
count it
cause
because
to me like they had two proper fights to the end, and the other one he kind of just like, oh, did you really kill somebody? And he got fucking socked when his guard was kind of down, and I think the biggest problem I had when I reread it was just like how long was he out? I don't remember how long he was out because I almost want to say it was kind of like when Thing hit him off the rail and he jumped back up and he was already gone. That's not a loss to me. He was still up. He was ready to go. Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
yeah.
So if
But
if
see,
Boyer really got like knocked out for like a second, he got up, but Redman was already gone, I wouldn't count it as a loss personally. But I can't prove that, so I won't say that.
yeah, I personally think that he was like out cold. And the reason why I count it as a fight because there are other instances in the series where Boya gets sneaked or at least gets the first hit done on him and he's down.
Mm.
He gets up and finishes the fight anyways.
but
Right.
I
So
think
now go ahead,
in
Ben.
those scenarios, Boyle was ready to fight those guys, even though like they kind of snuck up on him, but like he knew that he was a target, so he was anticipating a fight sooner or later. With this one, like he was just kind of fucking around, trying to get on Rinneman's nerves, and then Rinneman just stopped him, and he was like, "Oh shit, I wasn't ready for that."
And but one thing I rate him for is that when he goes to fight him by the water, the hill, you know what I'm talking
The
about.
the the, the,
He
the water bank,
actually said,
yeah.
"Yo, that was a good punch, bro. Like I felt that shit. I'm not even gonna cap. That shit hurted. That's what. It's like I respect that. But all right, Pat. Do you want to go into your arcs?
Yeah, not to go back into sadness and despair, but
Mm-hmm.
the snakehead shit, that was definitely my favorite arc in all of Crows. And I spoke with you about it before, but like this one actually touched me on a personal level because like in Delinquent series, like I said before, they tend to delve into what happens when misfits don't find that guidance or that shoulder to lean on when they're young and they stray upon a dark path.
Mm-hmm.
And the part where Janai gets stabbed at the end when he's starting to realize that what he's been doing was the wrong path and he's ready to get back on his feet with his friends, it was just something that I relate to because I had a friend when I grew up with through like middle school and high school, and like he was always the life of the party, and we played football together, and no, he was just a genuinely good guy. But like when he went to college, he was hanging around some less than savory people, I'll say. And then they got into like a physical altercation with some other guys when he was at school, and he ended up getting stabbed. And then the next day he died,
Mm.
and I got the news, and I was like, damn, bro, like, because he was like one of the coolest guys I knew. I was like, bro, y'all brought him into this like lifestyle, and then y'all got him killed. Like I was so angry for like months, and it was just like seeing this. It's like this is what happens when people don't get that proper guidance. Like Simi said, they're still kids. Like they're 17, 18 years old. A simple fight shouldn't have to devolve into a murder. And I feel like the youth nowadays, this is a lesson that they're not getting. Your pride should be able to withstand taking one L. No one's invincible, bro. You're not fucking Superman.
And he's not even
One day you're
And
invincible.
he
gonna,
doesn't believe it. I was about to say that.
yeah, like you're not gonna win every single fight that you get into. But I'll have more respect for you if you stand your ground, take some losses on the chin, and move on.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's gonna clown you forever if you lose one fight. It's fine. You can lose. It's okay. You'll probably be like zero of the hour for a week tops, and it'll go away. You don't have to fucking get back at them and end up killing them, and then now your whole life is in the toilet.
Yep.
And I thought that the way it was done, like he died alone. He realized he was gonna die. The last people on his mind were his friends and his mother. Like that was just very touching and sad. And then to move on from the sadness,
Oh, by
Boya
the way,
versus Rennerman
I
2.
was wrong. I mean, I still agree with what you said, Pat. Like, he wasn't necessarily seeking a fight and looking out for that. He was kind of being a dickhead, but he actually gets, like, hit the way that he hits other people. He gets up, and then he drops down again. So, never mind.
Ah,
I forgot about that. I actually don't remember him getting back up to turn around. Then he's like, where the fuck is he? Okay, but go ahead.
but yeah, the Boya versus Rennerman rematch. That's one of the best fights I've ever seen.
This shit is
that's one of the best
talk
fights I've
that,
ever
talk, let
seen.
that nigga know.
Because that nigga Boya, he's the king of posturizing. Because it was like, is Rennerman here yet? It was like, no, but such and such, such and such, such and such. And he's like, Yasu, I don't give a fuck about who's here to watch. Just let me know when Rennerman is here. And he was like, why don't you just go there and wait for yourself, dickhead? Because then I'll lose to him before the fight even starts. Why I gotta go? He said, you're the challenger. That don't mean shit. I'm gonna come there after he comes.
He said, I'm the main show. I go second. My intro plays next.
And they can show
I
up.
gotta put it on screen for a second. Just that one punch. Come on, man. But this is from round one though.
And nigga Renderman show up. Boy, like, all right,
actually, yeah.
you finally here. We gonna settle this. He rock Renderman shit, and you tell him get up, you fucking asshole. Everybody's like, yo, he just knocked Renderman on his ass.
Mhm.
I say, yo, we about to get a classic. I lie to you not. I was up late reading that fight, and I was like chilling in my bed, all comfortable and shit. When Boya knocked Renderman on his ass that first time, I sat the fuck up.
He's not
I'm not
exaggerating.
about to be
By the way.
laying
I've
down.
seen him do this in person, so I believe he actually physically sat up.
I was like, I'm not gonna be comfortable reading this motherfucker. I'm gonna sit rigid because they throwing some blows. They was fighting. Next, like that '90s art style impact punches, flat. I'm like, bro, these niggas are fighting. I said this out loud. I said, these niggas are fighting. Hold on a second.
It's
Nah,
God.
that fight was greatness.
Honestly. And we're not done. We're gonna go into that soon. We're almost to the combat section. Give me one more. Let me just rant and rave about my self-insert of my favorite main character, Boya Haramichi, for a second. By the way, for anybody who is interested in Crow's and Worse in general, that's actually one of my best videos on the channel. Crow's X Worse. So there's
And not only that, it actually pops up on the first page of Google when you type in Cruz.
Oh wow. Mom, I made it.
Yup, you sure did.
And I have a one called Boya Haramichi is my favorite character. I'll make sure I put it in the thing as a pop on the playlist at some point. But actually, well, the question is Boya a good lead? And while I do agree with your characterization, he's like a personification for freedom. That's kind of what he is there and stuff. The thing that Boya does that reminds me a lot of myself is the way that he cares. Is the way that he shows how he cares about people, because he's obviously not great at it, showing affection, and I've never been good at it. In a sense where it's like, I'll be there, I got your back and blah blah blah. But like he'll just go like fight for his friends. He'll show up secretly and just do whatever he wants to do and then leave, and not anyone knows he does it. I've done so many things like that, and it's kind of the fact that he's just like a mixture of everything. I'm not that stupid, and I'm not that like running around emotional and everything. But it's like when I was in high school, I had a much more abundance of energy. Just to put it lightly. So just so many things that he says and does, it reminds me of myself, because he's so multifaceted. He could be like the goofball, then he could be serious. I'm not playing around. It's time to fight. It's time to go. Whatever it is. Then he could be that middle, and then like he really treats school like a playground. Like I really was doing that. The older I got in high school, I'll show up to school and not go to one class. It's like, I'm like, what is good? What is good with me? I'm on the lawn chair, we chilling. I go to someone's gym class, not even my gym class. I'm in there, I'm playing dodgeball. I'm like, what is he doing here? Oh, I got a spare. Oh, okay. I'm gonna fucking spare. I'm lying. Like, I don't know. But I to me he's been my favorite lead because I just think he's truly entertaining, and he's kind of like my favorite kind of archetype of character. It's kind of I kind of put him in the mold of like your Odizuma Gintoki types, where they're like they have that like serious side to them with like a pretty rich history and whatnot, but the way they present themselves makes it kind of hard for you to take them seriously. But you know when push comes to shove, you can really count on them. So
Yep.
it's just, I love this nigga, bro. And he look raw, and he beat nigga asses. So you know what I'm saying. So yeah.
Yeah, Boya Harumichi is not only my favorite character in the entire manga, but he honestly one of the best leads in shonen history, in my opinion.
Mhm.
He's so entertaining to follow. Absolutely an adore to follow. He's very funny, very charismatic, got the swag, character design on fleek. He beat nigga asses, and when you read it for the first time, you just want to root for him,
Mhm.
right? Because he lives so genuinely and shit. That's what makes people gravitate towards him, and that's what makes you, the reader, gravitate towards him. And he's absolutely fire. But for me, I am actually the opposite of Yeti. I don't relate to Boy at all because I'm on the opposite side of the spectrum. Like, I don't actually find his mindset and like the way that he acts and he treats like friendships and whatnot childish. I wear I love for my loved ones on my sleeves. Right. I'm not embarrassed about any of that stuff. Love being around my friends. I don't have any issue with crowds or and whatnot and all that other
I am
stuff.
the
I'm not.
aloof cloud.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. We the opposite ends of the spectrum. So I can't personally relate to him because yeah, I'm a type. I'm more like a fucking bulldog. I'm chilling with them niggas, and they're like, yo, some shit happened to one of our guys. Are we pulling up? Type B. Don't go too crazy, but we pulling up.
Mhm.
But nah, boy is absolutely a fucking adore to follow. I love this nigga with everything in my fucking being. He's just so much fun. He's funny and his fights raw. Like he don't got a single bad. Just like how I said, Suda don't got a
Suna?
single bad
Yeah.
fight.
Mhm.
He does not have a single bad fight in a manga about fight in a battle manga. If you don't got a single bad fight, what that make you the goat? Like hello, it is it's simple maths.
Quick maths?
Yeah, shit.
Yeah.
1 + 1 equal 2 - 1. That's one quick maths. Oh my god, boy. Yeah, he's just fire, dog. He's fire. Anybody who says that they don't well, I should say, be more specific. Shonen fans, people who are fans of combat in manga, battle manga, things like that, who read this and say that they don't like him, I just don't believe them. And of course, people who like freaking slice of life, people who don't like combat, they could look at him and say that they don't like. That would make sense. But if you're a fan of combat, a fan of battle manga, and you read this and say you don't like him, I just will flat out not believe
Don't believe you. We need more people.
you. Because what are there not to like?
I don't know. But you know, I might be fanboy, so
Not a goddamn thing. Bro, look. First off, he looked raw. Nigga got
That's
his
all.
shades on, his hair slipped back. And whenever he rocking his fucking varsity jacket, he don't wear
Oof.
nothing underneath it. The
Mhm.
varsity jacket
Chest
not
out.
buttoned up, it's open.
Chest
Chest
out.
out. And he got a fucking 8-pack, nigga. He be packing them cigarettes down, but he be hitting the gym.
I'm about to say that if you chain smoking, buddy, you in good shape. You know what I'm saying?
Man, he funny as fuck. Like, bro, Boya Harumichi, I really instantly think of Sakuragi Hanamichi from Slam Dunk. I think it's because their names are kind of similar,
Hmm.
Harumichi and Hanamichi, but like they kind of act the same. But Boya is a lot funnier, and that's saying something because Hanamichi is funny as shit.
Yeah, he is funny.
So he look raw, he funny, and he got hands. And I'm not talking like all his fights one hit KO. No, he be beating niggas, and he talk shit while he do it. Like man, come on now, respect him.
I easily respect him. Like, come on. There's literally nothing to like.
To not like.
Actually, yeah, excuse me, my
I
fault.
was
Shit,
like,
I need my
damn, there's
ass beat
nothing to
just for say
like.
that. There's nothing to not like. Like he just so fucking raw. He look or y'all or talking about rawness and swag above all. Just look at him. Look at him. Like what did I complain about? You talk about swag above all, right? Look right there. He got that classic 90s boy, the varsity, the fucking dragon on it, tiger on it, got the shiny sleeve, and like, oh my god, it's so gaseous, Bacchus. Boy, what? Are you kidding me? He's
Mhm.
absolutely amazingly. Fuck is y'all talking about? You see them Neo Shonen niggas? They don't know nothing about that.
Not a goddamn thing.
They need some
Not.
rawness like this because then they'll learn a thing or two about what real rawness look like, what a real MC look like. And stop talking
Not
about dumbass shit like thematical themes.
Yep.
thematical things.
I mean, I'll. There's so much more I could say honestly, because I was a varsity jacket merchant, and it was blue. It wasn't like a light blue like his. It was kind of like more navy blue with the Japan on it. Mine was more of a like what color is that? Is it royal blue? I guess like crypt blue.
You,
I don't know. Crypt blue. I don't know, but but like a darker blue. But I wanted to end with this because I think this kind of embodies him in like in the Crows kind of universe or manga in sense. Like I think it embodies him really well because it's actually one of my favorite lines. And because I remember Simi, I told you they fucking butcher this line later on. Look, the tallest, what?
yeah,
So if Kuzogami Tatsuo is the strongest, then Boya Harumichi is the greatest. And if you want to beat the greatest, you're gonna need more than just brute strength. And I think that is that made a lot of sense to me. Because I could argue that in terms of like maybe taking hits or just raw straight up power output and stuff, he's not necessarily the best, but I'd rather be the greatest than the strongest. So
Mm.
shout out to Zeton. Well said, my son.
mm,
Well said. I really love that nigga, bro.
want some? No, I don't want that. You sure? Want some? I'm like, bro, you don't want your food.
Here? No, man. Like, stop offering that shit to me. That shit's so funny. Okay, so what are some things about the writing that you guys like? I'm sorry. Is our writing really? I almost tried to read like a sentence and I lost him. And I thought, is our writing solid to you guys? Because I actually think there's a lot of small things that I picked up on this reread. I guess you can blend this in if you want to. Anything? Well, for you, Simi, you're the only one here. I technically reread it. So if you anything new you picked up on that you picked up on this reread, let me know. But I want to say that like there's a lot of little things that I kind of noticed with these last two rereads, and I'm like, you know what? He did a good job quantifying a lot of things. I know me and you're gonna get into this in me a little bit with the Ryushin stuff, but I actually think he did a good job explaining a lot of stuff. And I'm actually gonna start with the Bitsu Tatsuya fight, where Tatsuya's getting those hits on him, Bito's getting those hits on him, and blah blah blah. And in his own mind, he was like, "Yo, I just honestly, I heard the story that you beat Ryushin, and it was like pretty one sided, and I freaked out." But I'm seeing you in action right now. And as he's like unpsyched himself out and he was focused, it was over. Right? It was. Remember that one
Mm-hmm.
death fuzz he gives him, and his brother's like, "Whoa, one hit?" He's like, "Yo, what?" Like heavy punch, and I'm like, he has a lot of instances like this where I actually think he like if something happens, it's justified in a way that I think makes sense and is cool. So I really like that he does that with so many moments. There's the one with Ryushin where he says that he tends to try to mimic other people's fighting style when he's fighting them. So if you're a boxer, I'm gonna want to beat you with boxing. Zetan knows karate. If you're a karate person, you might want to beat you with like karate, whatever. But I'm taking too many hits. I'm done with this. Let me just fight my own way type of stuff. There's actually lots of little like sprinkled in moments and explanations like that. I would say throughout the entire series from the beginning to the end. That's really good. And I want to talk about some like visual storytelling. I think is really good. I think Crows and Worst tend to stay in the realm of relative realism with a little bit of exaggeration. I know a human being can't literally punch somebody that big off the ground. They fucking bounce 6 times, fall out they slippers, ass cheek hanging out, and they out cold. But it's a statement to let you know that this character is not them. He is him. He's built different. When Rindaman hits somebody, they fucking fly. When like Kiko and those guys hit somebody or like whatever, they fly. It's to show you that the power that these guys have is not comparable to the rest of them. So he has to have a way to visually show that. And I guess I just didn't really appreciate that when I was younger and I read it. And I just think that he did such a great job doing that with this story. So I actually think the visual storytelling and just like the writing in general, it's actually quite solid. I have another lap, but I'll end there for my first lap.
So, yeah, about the flying and bouncing thing, it's actually has another layer on it because I think that perfectly captures the entire theme or just what the manga is all about. Because as you said, it's a visual representation of this nigga right here is a top contender. He's powerful. He's better than the rest. Type B. But it's also very comedic how they literally bounce back, stomach, back, stomach. That incorporates the comedy aspect of the series, the lightheartedness that Pat said in the beginning of the stream, and it's become pretty much talk. Let me get it right. Hey Google, help me. Takahashi. It's become his kind of like his signature to the point where if you see it elsewhere, you know that this is a reference to Crows.
Yeah.
The way that they bounce multiple times before finally just flat on their either face or their back out cold
The ass
and
out.
whatnot. Yeah, fucking shoe off, pants sagging off, foot in the air, type B, eyes white, type B.
Mm.
But I think Crows has absolutely phenomenal writing. There is now I can't speak about the Crow Zero stuff since it is a decade difference between when Crows was first written to when Crow Zero became a thing. So
True.
I can't say if there's any even though it's funny, I own all three fucking movies on DVD and I still have yet to watch them. But I can't
I've
speak.
seen the 4 movies, but yeah, I own one though.
I can't speak on if there's any oversights with that. But there is one oversight that I saw that's pretty minor.
Mm-hmm.
Boya says that he will take Yasu as his underling, but in which is one
Gaiden.
that's the fucking what's the backstory? Is it Gaiden or Sonogono?
No,
It's guiding.
I think it's in Gaiden. They talk about when Zeton's telling the story about them going to that one school, and he's like,
Yeah,
"From Kiko's, whatever,
Yeah.
love, love, run, Forrest, run."
yeah. Boya literally said that, or Zeton said that since Zeton will tell the story that Boya said Zeton said that Boya said he will never take an underling
Mhm.
again after that. But in the very beginning of the manga, the boy is like, "All right, Yasu, you're going to be my underling." Right. So that was a little minor
Was
undersight.
no, that's fair. That's fair. Actually, I think I remember that. I try to remember. Did he see that before or after he saw his sister's picture though? That's the only thing I wanna. I don't know if I remember if that's before or after. Cause remember
Sure, it was after.
he's trying to see his sister. That's like you know what I'm saying. So I don't know if that changes anything, but I just would be curious. But fair enough.
But yeah, I think Takashi Sensei he he's good at what the fuck he does,
Mhm.
and not only that, he does what manga's all about. He tells so much through the fucking artwork. There are so many panels that I love of his just the scenery
Or
where
like
where
bulldog and
where
thing lighting the cigarettes
yeah
together on the bench.
yeah lighting the cigarettes together on the bench, bandos on the fucking overpass, looking at the clouds. It's like just a building and the stairs, the side stairs on a building.
Mm-hmm.
His artwork is absolutely phenomenal. He can draw his ass off when it comes to environments and backgrounds, and he does such an amazing job of telling the story, setting the tone of the scene without zero fucking words. And it's absolutely beautiful. It's a lost art, or at least in the whole realm of Shonen Jump, anyways.
Yeah.
It is a lost fucking art. There's so many, there's like entire panels, almost pages worth of just no text, just like it's a building, then it's the street, then it's the characters pulling up. Like one of my favorite sequences is all of the factions pulling up to the shrine for Render Man versus Boya 3.
Yeah.
It's just so tone setting of all of them pulling up. They're pulling up at different areas of the shrine with different people, different expressions on. It's absolutely fucking phenomenal. And then the themes that he writes about of frustration and having pent up energy, isolationism, outcast, being an outcast, being a punk, misguidance, graduation, growing up, all of those things is just it's just fucking beautiful, man. Like that is no other way for me to describe it. It's simply beautiful writing about not only adolescence but exiting that stage of adolescence and entering adulthood.
Mm-hmm.
I and it's
Ah,
I
that
think he
that
does it.
reminded me of
Yeah.
Pawn, and when he saw Senda and he saw how like
Yep.
the way he was acting, he was pretty much neutered because he was like, trying to fit in into salaryman lifestyle, and he dropped out of school, so the job that he has probably isn't even that good. And he just pops him on the mouth. He like, bro, the nigga that I went to war with was never this pathetic. But like, I could see both sides because it's like on one hand, it's like, bro, the world don't work like that in the grown up world. You can't just fucking fight niggas when they say something you
Warrior!
don't like.
Give me a raise.
Yeah, like I mean you can, but you won't have that job anymore. And also like I can see Punk's perspective because it's like, bro, I mean, yeah, you're a grown up now, but like you don't have to act like a subservient little bitch. Like and they can just disrespecting you multiple times. How that gonna make me look? You know? Like I used to be running the ones with you. I might have been scared of you at one point in time, and then now you acting like that to this guy.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't worth your time.
That scene was absolutely fucking powerful. I have a few panels saved that I liked from it.
If
Like
you want to send it
when
to me so I can put them on the screen for if you want, you don't have to. It's just you could
okay,
just read
yeah.
it if you want. It's up to you.
Well, I'm gonna read them. Well, actually, first I'm gonna send it to you. It's
Mm-hmm.
a few of them. Send it in the force, then I'm gonna read them. But yeah, so there's not just a bit of silence while I'm doing that.
Mm-hmm.
All of those themes, I think Takahashi Sensei does a phenomenal job of portraying and writing, making it realistic and making it relatable, and even if it's not relatable, making it heartfelt, drawing that emotion from you. Because even if you wasn't an outcast, even if you had the privilege of not, having eyes on you and not being um profiled and things like that,
Mm-hmm.
we all went through adolescence. We all went through
A phase
leaving
we
adolescence.
didn't
Yeah.
feel like we fit in. No one understood us. Stuff like that too. Yeah.
And then be entering adulthood. And I think he does a phenomenal job of relaying all of those points with these characters and wanting friends, not knowing how to go about it, having pent up anger, frustrations, not liking the rules of society, and all of that stuff. I think he does an amazing job. But yeah, a few panels I have. So when they first met up with Senda
Mm-hmm.
and he's talking to them, he says, I don't know if it's because I left the school like Suzerain halfway or because of the scar on my face, but whenever I go, people just look at me funny. Whenever there's trouble at work, I'm the first person they suspect. I'm beat. And I
Mm-hmm.
just felt that so much because this nigga is like, all right, I'm a try by y'all rules, and they still beating him down.
Mm-hmm.
And now he feels lost, like he don't know what the fuck to do. And then after Pond hit him, and he and Hiromi on the riverbank, and they talking, and Pawn immediately feels regret about it. He says, but now that I've calmed down and I think about it, I can't help that. I can't help feeling that maybe I just didn't know all the facts. Maybe Sender was just doing the best he could in a shitty situation like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just jumped in without a clue and started saying all those things. Maybe that was the wrong thing to do. And I also felt that because, you know, that feeling of anger and then letting your anger overtake you and immediately reacting to it being reactionary and regretting it and
Mhm.
shit like that.
Because
My
sometimes,
anger has gotten me.
yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, shoot, I mean, how many times have you heard some story about me at work popping off on somebody?
Mhm.
So it happens,
My anger,
and I feel
yeah, my
stupid. I
anger
feel
has
stupid.
also,
I feel stupid after. I do.
yeah, my anger is also like my anger is easily I would say is my biggest flaw. My anger has made me fight with every single last one of my loved ones
Mm-hmm.
and whatnot, right? So it's like I related to both of them so much. That's a really powerful scene. I'm glad you brought that up, Pat. Now this is shit another W for my nigga Pod, but
Mm-hmm.
I think Takashi Sensei he phenomenal when it comes to writing all of those themes, of the whole societal structure and whatnot, and what it feels like to be a part of this section of the societal structure. Is absolutely fucking amazing. He's raw.
Yep. Pat,
Yeah.
do you want to
Good
elaborate?
question.
Oh, essentially, like we're speaking about the writing of
Oh,
prose,
right.
and
Yes.
I guess to also just add I guess the storytelling in general. So I did speak about visual storytelling.
Um,
I do think we low
yeah,
key answered another question, so I'm just gonna throw it there too, because like the lessons and takeaway from Crows, I do think actually does Crows tell a powerful story or lesson about youth and adolescence? Because I think we've touched on it so many times, and I think I could just read the question now, and if you want to answer it directly, but I think we've spoken about so many of the lessons and being lost, these guys being kids, and you don't want them to fully go down the dark path of organized crime and things of that nature. So if you want to chime in on that, feel free.
okay. So yeah, like I said, the writing's really good. There's a couple mishaps here and there. Like I'm sorry, the Vito beating the shit out of Ryushin so one sidedly. Like after
That was that's the one thing I think that's a weird one. It's weird.
I'm like, clearly these guys are equals. If not, you could say Beto was a little stronger at the time. Like there's no way you could convince me he was just outright so ahead of him where he just whooped the shit out of him. Like, can you give me some backdrop on what happened? Like, were the circumstances? Was Rushin drunk? Was,
Mhm.
was Beto off a perk? Like, what happened? Like, why did he whoop him so badly? I don't get it. Like, he's not that much stronger than him, if at all. So
I would
yeah,
argue
that's
what we saw definitely doesn't concretely solidify. And in my like, I'm with you on that. I really am. I'm like, how did he whoop? Like, it was one sided. Like, I don't know about that one. Did Ryushin from that moment go leaps and bounds in strength? We don't know. We have no answers. I don't know.
yeah, bro. Like, did he hit a training arc after that? Like, hit the gym? Like,
He
I will
started.
never get whooped like that ever again.
He changed punching bags. I don't know.
Like I think I so if I did to rationalize it and do some on-screen writing for Takashi Sensei, I would say probably the reason why it was so one-sided was
Styles.
Ryushin was not even that. Ryushin was stuck in like so to put it in RPG terms, Tatsuya inflicted fear on him because him whooping those other two officers and making them
Uh
drop
huh.
out.
He
He was like,
froze.
"Oh
Okay.
shit, this is a fucking monster." So he was even his full like he was inflicted with fear, so all of his stats was pretty much decreased.
So similar to like when I said like Boya could psych himself out a little bit.
Yeah,
Okay.
Okay. I'll let that rock. I'll probably say also that at that time Rushin probably wasn't in the best state mentally because he wasn't really liking his role in the front of armament compared to the Rushin of today, who's in a much better spot. He has actual people that he likes around him and friends.
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah.
also I think again more writing on Takashi's part, but maybe back then Tatsuya was way more crazy because I would say that the Tatsuya that we met now,
He's pretty
I would
collected
say
and calm.
he's calm, right? I would so if he would back then, when he would fight till you was damn near half dead, that will also alter how you fight. Period, like the type of things that you're willing to do to a person and
Mhm.
whatnot. So you could kind of give that a boost to him, that madness, that berserker boost, put it in fight terms, if you will, right? But again, that's all just me trying to make sense of
That's crazy
that
that you said
backstory.
Berserker, and both of us defaulted to the Berserkers that we know. Because I thought about Thor and
Lamau.
the madness, the Warriors' madness with Thor, and you thought about like Fate. I just want that just lets you know upbringings. That's just
Yep.
outraged on comics. You know, like this. All right, that was funny. That's all. Second lap. Okay, so
Wait, hold on, I wasn't
oh
done.
oh shoot. Timmy, look, that's Timmy's fault. That wasn't my fault. It's him. He did
Wow. Wow. Me. Watashi?
But
Timmy.
what else? The the themes, like Simi said, they are very eye opening. Um, it's one of those series where you read it and it's like you can never truly judge someone before you know them. Like
Mhm.
they're you never know like someone's situation at home or whatever you may have heard about the person.
Some scary
It may
people are
not be
big.
true.
Scary people are really gentle giants. Like you gotta, yeah.
Yeah, and whatever you may have heard about someone, it's not necessarily true until you hear it from the horse's mouth itself. Like you know how they were saying Rinneman killed like his stepfather and
His
brother or
brother,
whatever.
yeah.
And then it's like we get the actual backstory. It's like, wow, that's very tragic. And what else? And yeah, I keep saying it, man, but like this is one of those series that shows like delinquents are not necessarily bad people. They just don't fit in. And because of that, they get anxiety, anger,
They
all
act
those,
out.
yeah, all those emotions that you would feel at the age of 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 years old. Like, they need to get some time and find some people who accept them and just get a chance to navigate the world. Like, society should not give up on young, troubled kids like that because no one is inherently born bad. Well, hmm,
Maybe a
there are
very,
some sickos
very,
out there.
very, very 0.1 small
Yeah,
percentage exceptions in
a
humanity are
small
just
percentage. Yeah.
born like yes, evil, no, indubitably. So I don't know. Yeah.
But yeah,
Pulling their mustache.
most people are not born bad. A high majority of people are not born bad. They're
You
molded
adopt,
that way by society.
you get socialized, and you adopt the behaviors that are around you and things of that nature. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
So
do.
it's just one of those series that's very eye opening, and it makes you like take a step back, reevaluate life, and I appreciate it for being so lighthearted in that regard.
I think the
It's
Janai
good.
moment encapsulates the lessons of, like you said, going too far, or
Yes.
like making a mistake like that and not being able to pull it to undo that. And I think that's the moment where you're supposed to all understand that, like, if you're not careful, and if you don't, you don't kind of turn a leaf or have somebody to guide you, or a good circle around you to push you in a good direction. It doesn't mean you're gonna become the greatest person and own the entire world, but you can do something extremely respectable, like Mako went to the ironworks. I think it was called, right? I can't remember the ironworks. I can't remember iron. He was like construction. That's really important. Building shit is very important. You lived in
He
some
became a
build shit.
carpenter.
Yeah, well, carpenter. There we go. Still important. I mean,
They get
I'm a
paid big
carpenter
money
right
too.
now, right? Carpenter my
They
house
get
right
paid
now.
big money.
Yeah, like so. I think the lesson and takeaways from the story is really good. But let me just do one more lap on just kind of the writing stuff. I really appreciate too, because there's one moment that I picked up again this like on these last two rereads, and I'm like, yo, it used to actually bother me to some degree. And I used to remember I had a friend that when he was reading it, he's like, why did Rinda Man say that like Boya was stronger than him? And like you have to remember that in that fight, because of how it ended, and because Boya got washed by the river, I think, washed away a bit. So when they both regained consciousness, they weren't in the same area. They truly both believe that they lost that fight. Because I remember the first time they're like, "Oh, I owe him one," and blah blah. Like, but you beat me, and he's talking about it because a dickhead. I hate him, blah blah, kind of thing. So when Bito was like, "Yo," he sees them. He's like, "Yo, like, if I attacked him, it would have been me on my ass." And he actually was like, Again, your brother used to help me out, blah blah blah. But yo, the one who's the strongest in Suzerain is Boya Hanamichi. and your brother wasn't some type of pussy that would just kick someone, you would fight him in a fair 1-on-1. And I was just like, they like I think people like underestimate. They truly both really thought they lost that fight. They really did. It was a draw.
Yep.
We know that because we have dramatic ironies working in our favor. So even when Yasu asks Boya how it went, and he looks at him and he makes that face with the like the madness on his face, like, so you lost. So just I actually think there's a lot of really small things. It's not to say, ooh, the language is so flowery, and he was like, and then her elegant eyes gazed up at, like, it wasn't has to be like that, but he does all the small things that I think add a lot of extra weight to a lot of these moments. So yeah. Did any of you want to?
Also, I wanted to
Go ahead.
say that the way that Takahashi Sensei ended the first major fight between Boya and Rinneman was absolute genius.
I agree.
I've never seen a draw like that before in any series. Because they both hit each other, and Rinneman falls flat on his ass and passes out, and Boya backs up a couple steps and falls into the river and washes upstream. And they both wake up, and the other person is nowhere to be found, and they're just like, damn. So I lost him. He went home.
He beat my ass and cut. Yeah. I will speak on why I think the tie was such a smart thing to do first, but did you guys want to chime in on like some stuff? Well, sorry, not you. I guess not you. Simi, what are some things that you picked up on the reread that you didn't pick up maybe on the first time you read it? If you want.
A lot of fights being off screen.
Okay.
I did not remember from my first read that a lot of the fights are off screen. A shit ton of them, actually. So it's funny because there's a lot of fights that we got from beginning to end. There's a lot of fights that cut in and out One Piece style, and then there's a lot of fights where we just flat out don't see it at all. I do kind of wish that we saw more of those fights, but I have to remember that this series did run for like what 8 years, because it started in 1990, I believe. It ended in
8
98.
years, right? Yeah, 8 years only.
Yeah. So like that's a very long time to be running a series, and plus it's a monthly series, so he was doing 30 through 60 pages per chapter. So I kind of understand why he kind of toned it back on the fights, but there's a part of me that wish, like, dang, I wish I could have seen like all of the fucking first year of war fights from beginning to end, and then the winner and runner ups, their rewards and whatnot. So them fighting Hideyoshi fighting Hiromi, Gunji fighting Pawn, and Zeton fighting. Boy, I wish we could have seen all three of those fights from beginning to end, but I understand it. There is a lot, and it's way more prevalent in the worst, but there's a lot of lore setting up in this series. Like, people love talking about more lore. Crows has a fuck ton of lore. And I think he does a good job of explaining the lore to the reader through the characters of, like the fucking Hosen versus Suzerain, the war from a few years back. Like it's told in a way, in a juvenile way, because the characters are juvenile, they're kids and whatnot, right? So they don't have like official names for things, but a lot of things have happened in the past and currently are happening. Like the whole Kurotaki Alliance theme period is very big, right? It's pretty much like a group of nations joins together. They pretty much was like the USSR, right? It's like a group of nations coming together under one flag and shit.
Because they're literally different schools.
Yep.
Under, yeah, so well said.
Yeah, there's a lot of lore, not only with the setting, but the characters themselves that inhabit said setting.
Even the Manji Empire.
Yep.
Yeah.
And since that's in Tokyo, that has nothing to do with our story, since our fictional town isn't in Tokyo and whatnot. It's in a different prefecture. So there's a lore behind them, but it don't got nothing to do with us because we're not there, but it's still lore that exists in the world. Like, I think he's very good with setting up the world of Crows. And that goes to show that lore is just events that happen in the setting, not little the lake of the goddess. What is the lake of the goddess? This lake was made because the goddess of my ass, she was crying for 10 days and 11 nights, and it formed this lake and all that other bullshit. It could be as simple as, yo, there was this badass guy who like he wore a ski mask and he beat the fuck out of like 10 people and he vanished type beat. That is also lore. All right, so I think he does a really good job with that. And then everything else. Oh well, there's a fuck ton of characters. People like to complain about series having too many characters. There's a lot of characters to fucking remember in this manga. Not only that, but he goes the extra mile to giving names to characters that don't mean a thing, like characters that ain't shit, characters that will like never get another like solo panel. He be giving them names and shit. So there's a lot of characters to follow and try to remember, keep pace with. So that might be off-putting for some people that I didn't really realize before. Because you just remember, I remember just the big characters. I remember the freaking Parko and Dangerers, you know, Boya and Parko. See, like, I didn't even remember Kiko and Teru. I just remember Parko himself.
See, that was his intention. It worked.
Smart.
What is this Parko and? Like, shit, he got me. You know, Ryushin and Bito Tatsuya.
And?
Rinda Man and things like that. But no, there's a fuck ton of characters in, you know, Bando, Yamazaki, and Senda. You know, the first years that came in when Boya's Gen became seniors. Like, there's a shit ton of characters to remember. So that was another thing that I really picked up on. Like, oh shit, like there's a lot of fucking characters. But yeah, I don't really have any negatives, like any negative things that I noticed besides the off-screen fights and Boya being like, yo, yeah, you're my underling, even though in fucking Gaiden he was like, I ain't taking no more fucking underlings. But you could chalk that one at least as a gag.
Yeah. You trying to get to the sisters.
Yeah.
You want the sisters also. Let's get into
very
some
nasty
fights.
work.
Yeah, let's get into the hands, the fights, the glorious combat. So, are the fights in Crows well done? Intensity, tension, believability, choreography. You know, let's talk about some of the best fights and whatnot. And I do want to talk about like the strongest fights and certain things. But I actually want you to start with your controversial opinion. I actually want you I want you to say it if you still believe it. Go ahead.
So yes, when I told Yeti that I think that Ryushin is stronger than Boya. And he said I might change my mind by the time I finished it. And when I finished it, I'm like, I don't know. I think Ryushin still is, well, but he already elaborated the difference between strongest and greatest. So we already have that, but I'm going to put it more bluntly. I think Ryushin can beat Boya. So I'm going to say it again. I think pro boxer Ryushin, Kuno Ryushin, can beat chain smoker high school dropout Boya Haramichi.
Okay, so
you changed the rules.
When you say this, are you saying it like in a boxing setting? Like you put them both in the ring, tell them to put gloves on? I mean, well, whoop his ass? Because I agree with that.
Yeah, it's completely unfair, but no. Yeah. But I mean, like after the end of the story, if pro boxer Ryushin fought chain smoker high school dropout Boya, I think Ryushin would beat him.
I agree in a professional setting, but like in a street fight, Boya don't fight fair.
That's not true. That's how he won. That's how he won.
Yeah.
That's how he won the second time.
First time.
Both times.
The first time he had to fight against 13 elite people and then fight Ryushin with half health or half mana.
No,
my point is him throwing that shoe to me is not cheap because at the end of the day he just fought 13 people. That's even to me. The first one thing tripped and then he was able to grip him. I totally agree with you that one. He lucked his way into that one. That one I'm with you. The second one I actually don't think it's cheap for him to have done that because he just fought 13 niggas.
So I'm gonna preface with this, especially since Baki is my second favorite manga. There's no such thing as cheap in a fight.
I mean, you saying what my nigga from the Manji Empire said. I came out the hospital, just got stabbed, they jumped me, I beat their ass, I went back in the hospital.
Yup.
I'm
So
not
yeah,
mad at it. I'm not mad at it.
there's no such thing as cheap in a fight. Because the professional fighting is neutered fighting, if you will, right? There's a bunch of rules and regulations that is there to protect the combatants, right? Their entrance.
Mm-hmm.
But in a street fight, yeah, there's no such thing as
Hi,
cheap
Vince.
or fair. Yes, hello Vince, even though he's muted.
Hello, Vince.
I'm driving, so I didn't know if y'all could hear it or not. But
Yeah, we absolutely can.
yep. So
All right, bye.
Um, so yeah, there's no all's fair in love and warfare, right?
Yeah.
So it's like I'm not putting an asterisk. Just that's why I classify Random Man pulling up on Boy at night, punching him in his fucking jaw, knocking him out as a fight. That's why I counted as that. Everything's fair on the fucking street, right? So the first fight, and I didn't even remember this. The first fight, Boya did not land a single hit on Ryushin.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, he didn't manage to grapple him, but he is not a grappler. So he had no idea what the fuck he was doing. Ryushin was able to
I think that was just raw strength, honestly.
Yeah, Ryushin was able to get out of that clinch.
Mm-hmm.
And then Ryushin literally tripping and off a rock and Boya getting the side choke, aka the head and arm choke.
Mm-hmm.
I don't give that to Boya because I don't think he'll be able to actually apply that. I don't think he knows how to properly apply a head and side choke. If you was to tell him, if you was to get in a neutral position or even from full mount and tell him now apply the head and arm choke, I don't think he would know how to do that.
Mm-hmm.
That was all like just perfect positioning for him.
I guess my pushback would just be, what would you consider Ryushin not being able to get out of an amateur hold in? Does that not count or something?
No, it absolutely does. Well, but that thing is, no, he fully had the head and arm choke applied. They already fought. They was already tired and whatnot. So, like, that's legit. It was applied, and he legitimately choked him out, and is almost impossible to get out of a head and arm choke once it's fully applied like that. Plus, on top of already fighting and taking heavy Boya Haramichi blows. So, it's not that I'm not. When I say I don't give it to Boya, what I mean is I don't think that he could apply it if you tell him to do so, but no, that was legitimate, right? So that is not only Ryushin, but a boxer's Achilles heel, period. But what I'm trying to get at is, I think with now that Ryushin is a pro and he has an actual camp and he has proper training, I think he would be able to beat Boya because of that proper training, that conditioning, and what he's doing now as a pro. Boya don't fucking train. You know, that boy, he smoke, he do whatever the fuck, right? Like he lifts and he's athletic, but does he like train fighting? No, I think with his pro training, he would even be able to properly maneuver around the antics of street fighting.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually think
that's not a bad point.
I actually think since Tatsuya is in Ryushin's camp, he too now has proper training, right? So I think that I believe that end game or
did he quit
after
smoking?
credits,
He smokes.
yo, he most definitely did not quit smoking. So he too is a chain smoker, but he does not have that and I don't. Of course, it's all off screen, so we can't say we don't know how dedicated Tatsuya is to that pro training, but we do know for a fact that Tatsuya is in Ryushin's camp, right? So he at least has access to pro training. He had to a proper camp, to proper trainers, to proper equipment, so on and so forth. So I would say that Tatsuya is also boosted by after the credits of Crows. But I think that, yeah, I really think that once that Ryushin became pro, I think if they fought again, I think Ryushin would be able to beat Boya.
I guess the issue that I took it because the first time that you said it to me, it came across like you were just like, yo, he's better. Like Ryushin just better. You saying that he could catch him slipping, I don't think if Boya fought him 10 times, he necessarily has to win all 10 times. I just think it'll be like 8-2, something crazy like that. I think he's demonstrably stronger. Your argument about end of series, if I think about it in a very real world sense, that makes sense to me. I'm not mad at that, honestly. I'm not. Because even a Rinda Man goes into like some weird underground
Yes, I
unarmed
think that
combat thing, which is gonna make
I
him
think
even more of a monster. Like
yeah,
you're not.
which goes into your actual question. The question that's like the third part of this section. Do you think Boya would freaking beat Rinderman if they fought a fourth or a third time, depending on how you count their fights?
Mhm.
And I would think no.
No, I
I
don't
don't
think.
think Boya would.
I think he's like in this universe. He's the God King. You're not beating Rindaman. Rindaman is
Yeah,
only the closest, because Rindaman. I'm sorry for like kind of spoiling this, but from what I know from the entirety of the Crows universe, has never lost a fight.
yeah,
Even Boya lost to high schoolers when he was like in middle school and blah blah blah. And
Yeah, but he
actually,
got jumped.
I know my
Five
I
on
know
one.
my point is, but there's no such story of Rindaman losing no matter what happened. I'm not saying it didn't, but there's no. I actually have like there's when their first fight ends, I argue that like Rindaman laughs because he's like, I actually lost a fight. Yo, that's interesting. And he like goes foo, 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 and he walks off. Because I would argue for him, he was legitimately shocked. Like, this never happened before. That's sick. Boya, I think he loses very rarely, but I think that was his first loss in a straight up fair 1-on-1. So he was frustrated in that sense. That's a takeaway that I took from that. But back to what you were saying, Simi. I want to ask you one thing. I actually ultimately don't disagree with that end credits thing when you look at it from a realistic standpoint. The problem is I don't know if Crows follows that logic, because I'm not gonna say too much, but just think about Hannah and Hannah's upbringing and what comes and where he comes from, and
yeah.
still with that, you know what I'm saying? So I'll leave it at that. So I do think that within the way that the manga portrays it, maybe I can push back. But realistically speaking, what you're saying makes perfect sense to me. Before I just kind of actually just explain why I think that he's just stronger in the series in general, my question to you would be: what do you take from Boya's statement at all about trying to mimic people's fighting style? Is it serious to you? Unserious? You don't care? Like just curious.
Oh no, that is absolutely a point of contention. So like
Mm-hmm.
the fact him doing that
Mm-hmm.
is just in another sense putting a handicap on himself,
Mm-hmm.
because he's not a martial artist, right? So him trying to box with Ryushin is putting a handicap on himself because he's not a fucking boxer, right?
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't know what he's fucking doing. He don't know nothing but no fucking footwork and none of that shit, right? So him doing that and still winning fights is just another feat in the monumentous bag of Boy Haramichi
Mm-hmm.
and shit. It's a giant handicap. And when he takes off the handicap, as you said, there's hardly anybody that could do anything against him.
Mm-hmm.
So it absolutely is a very good point to remember when talking about Boya fights, because that pride that he has. So he puts a mental handicap on himself.
Yeah, it's kind of like Kenpachi and Bleach. He's just constantly limiting himself. Albeit they're doing it for different purposes. One's doing it to enjoy the fight, the other one's doing it because he's like, I'm nice. So let me see if I'm nicer than him at what he's nice at. But
And
that's kind of how I feel about it.
Mm-hmm.
and like I apply the same logic to Rinderman. If they fought again, I still think Rinderman would win, because even
I agree
without
with
that
that.
knock,
I don't think they're beating him. I don't think, and I
yeah,
actually like. I think Zatoff from Sweet in the chat said that he thinks that let's just say the second that the monster from the next generation could do it. Well, but I don't think anybody has proven that they could be Rinderman personally.
yeah, I agree. And the thing, like, so my same logic with Ryushin applies to Rinderman as well. Now that Rinderman has entered this literal Baki underground fighting arena,
Mm-hmm.
he's now getting experience with fighters all around the world. So he has experience against kickboxers now, Thai fighters, fucking
Jiu-jitsu maybe.
yeah, grapplers, niggas who do Brazilian jiu-jitsu, niggas who do Jave. Like, he's getting experience against fighters around the globe.
Mm-hmm.
Chain smoker, high school dropout Boy Haramichi is not doing nothing against that.
Again, realistically, I agree. But just with the way the manga works, it doesn't seem to matter sometimes if you're
Yeah, absolutely.
smoking. So I hear you. The actual reason for me though that I just put him above them, like him and Beto, very comfortably without having to think about it in any capacity, is because of the sleeping the Snakehead arc, where he's basically he's treating them the way that he always treats people that are weaker than him, where he'll slam their head together, headbutt, stop fighting, and they listen to him because they know they can't beat him. So to me, that's an admission of we can't stop this guy. He's stronger than us. We have to listen because he's an idiot. He's not his character is flawed, but we cannot beat him in a fight. So that's actually my reasoning for it, because I think that is the author trying to demonstrate the levels of things. Ryushin and B2 are very powerful, but they're not in the tier of Rindaman and Boya. And then Rindaman and Boya, to me, are the top two. And Ryushin has a comment, I think it was Ryushin, could have been B2, when he's like, I can't believe he's taken so many of Rindaman's hits and he still has this much fucking vitality in him. To the point that he's basically admitting, if that's me, I'm out. 10 count. It's over.
Yep, mm-hmm.
So to me, that's an admission of they're not stronger than him. Your point about end of series, you can have that. I agree with that. That's fair. But in the series itself, I don't think that Ryushin or Bito are at any point stronger than Boya. But because Ryushin is a good combatant, he can't just be like, all right, let me wash you. Because even Zeton, a karate person, if he didn't calm down and catch his leg the way that he did, he could have lost that if he wasn't careful. So I do think your point on being like a properly trained fighter does tie into this. That's a good point. I'm not mad at that.
Yeah, but no, absolutely. During the series, I comfortably say that neither one of them did not come in close to Boya at all. Because Boya not only beat Ryushin twice, but the own admission of both men. They're like, yeah. Yeah, they're like, yo, we lost him. We not as strong as him. Type beat. But after credits roll, the fact that both of them get in professional training and that Ryushin actually is a pro and he actually has a pro fight and he won with a KO and he has a proper camp. But that's just me applying realism to the series. The series is very comedic in nature and whatnot.
I honestly think he would have had a point if basically with one of the characters in the next series, then I would have agreed with you, honestly, because it's my one gripe with that character in the sequel. But yeah, let's talk about them fights. Do you guys think the fights are good? First of all, like in terms of like impact, like moves being used, like believability. I don't really care about believability at the end of the day, but like tension, intensity. What just happened? Do you guys think the fights are visually entertaining to read?
Oh,
I had one person tell me, I'm not sure. I like I don't know, but I don't. He's okay. He's an idiot. It's fine.
What he like fantasy stuff or something, or he like weapons? Which one? Which of the two is it?
No, I think he's just more of a modern manga guy.
He like fantasy. Okay, I got you.
No, just just in the sense that like he wants the shit to look new, like 2022 style. I'm like, first of all, they etch a sketching in that fucking book over there with fucking
the one that we're not going to name.
So yeah,
man. As I said at the beginning of the stream, I absolutely adore 90s and prior manga and how they orchestrate and choreography their fights.
You can do it.
It's just so amazing, dog. Like the small panels of movement and dodging. So like a smaller panel of, let's say, like Rindaman cocking his arm back and you see his shoulder blades flexed, and then the next panel would be the arm extended, and then the final panel would be the collision. Why don't they do that anymore, dog? Like, it's just so perfect, and I can't stress this enough. The art staying within the panels. I hate, and I mean hate, this. Oh, we got the one character, he take up the whole page, and then the rest of the panels, like, they diagonal, they little panels to the side, it's little circular panels, you got this panel go into the next panel. No! Draw a square, and then draw inside that square. That's all I'm asking for. It's so neat and concise and easy to follow. And all of them older manga follow that. They don't try none of that extra shit. Well, or they introduce a character, so I'm gonna make him full scale. He's gonna take up 1/3 of the page. And then the rest of the page is gonna be the background. Then I'm gonna have panels on top of the background. I'm like, bro, no, I don't want none of that. Not none of that. Just draw a square, one small little square, one rectangle, then a big square, and draw inside them squares. That's it.
Facts.
Maybe a little rhombus here and there,
Right,
you
right?
know.
Shit. But the fights, oh my god, dog. It's like it's damn near a perfect battle manga. They just when they start fighting. It's not no, oh, well, you see what had happened here was when he threw the punch, he moved at a 15-degree angle so that he was able to just slightly dodge it, but he was able to stay within the pocket. So he was able to move in with just half a step.
Look at
Then
Mako
he
over
was
here.
able
You're really good. You're getting good at you're good at commentary. Hold on.
then
I'm not
he was
Mako.
able
Sorry,
to
Hiromi. Sorry.
yeah, then he was able to throw the short hook. I mean, the short uppercut. That uppercut, it hit him in the torso, the midsection. And once the midsection connected, his wind was taken out of him. Now that he
Takahashi over here.
staggered back, yeah, like bro,
Did you know
there's
that
no,
if you get hit in this part of your body, your breathing becomes like, bro? If you guys don't just start fighting, go ahead, Duxie. Go ahead. Sorry.
there's a lot of the times where the characters fight in completely isolated settings, so there's nobody to even compensate to begin with, which is so raw. But it's the way that the fights are drawn, the way that it's cleanly drawn, the way that we can see hits without a bunch of fucking onomatopoeia all over the place and shit. It's damn near perfect, dog. It's such like I'm hard pressed to find a battle manga better than it. Than ones that, like are the cream of the crop, like a Baki, like a Coco Tekken, then Tough. Like the ones that influence other shit, you know? So like a fucking Ippo or whatever. The ones that influence other series. Like other than that, you're gonna be very hard pressed to find a battle manga that has better fights than Crows, in my opinion. When they start fighting, they start fighting. And it's either they cut away to something or would not stop until somebody stops fucking moving. And I absolutely love everything about that. The fights are fucking perfect, dog. I love them.
Well
Yeah.
said.
For me, I love the fights. I wish. I mean, we already spoke on this. Like some of the fights that I wanted to see weren't off screen because I was like, damn, why we skip that? But when it comes to like the fights that were presented to us, it's just I feel like it's a lost art with the way some of these fights are presented. Because it's like nowadays, I don't really read a lot of manga where I see like a fist actually hitting someone's face. Like it's just like they're about to cock back, and then it's like the aftermath of the punch where the character is drawn in a position where he
They're
just
flying.
swung,
Yeah.
and the character that got hit, his face has like a bulge where like I just got punched. Like it's kind of like they've scaled the violence down a lot for the younger generation for whatever reason, because these new niggas nowadays are way more violent than ever. But that's a conversation for a different day. But with the fights like in Crows, niggas get punched. I see the fist on his face as he's getting punched, or if they're getting kicked or whatever. And it's like certain sequences, like one character will get ready to throw a punch, and then the next panel, you'll zoom in on the person that's about to get hit, and you'll see his facial expression as he realizes the hit's coming and he's getting ready to tense his body up to take the punch. Like, you don't see that anymore. And like I said, the one sequence where Gunji ran up on Kai and whooped the shit out of him and F5 them through the top. Like, nigga. That's what you call a fight. Let me just
Real quick. Read Crows, then read Crows Gaiden, then read Sono Gono Crows, because Sono Gono Crows is the year in between basically the missing year between Crows and Worst, and then read Worst. I actually would say read Crows 0 after, because like you said earlier, it comes out like way after the fact, and it's a prequel, but it plays on the foreknowledge that you have of Crows, and I actually don't remember if it plays off the Worst and Crows, but at least Crows. But I suppose Crows 0 and Worst. Maybe it's possible. There's no right order necessarily, but yeah, sorry. Just want to say that real quick. I have a video that explains it, but definitely read Crow's Guiding and Sono Gono Crows. I think it's Crow's Aftermath is the English name for that. So you get that 1 year. But sorry, keep going. The fights.
Yeah, man. Like, Simi posting shit in the fucking force right now.
Yes, you could put it up.
Okay.
That nigga Beto kicking the shit out of boy. Like, bro, we don't see shit like this. That nigga boy is like, damn, he kicked the shit out of me. You can see it all over his face. Like, I mean, obviously he won the fight afterwards, but like in that moment, that hit kind of stung. And like you can see like the force of the kick, like the way it's drawn, whereas the kick is kind of what's the way to describe it?
They got like motion blur on it.
Like exactly, the velocity of the kick is extenuated with the motion blur. Thank you, Simi, for hitting me with the proper term.
Mm-hmm. Like, look right here when he getting kicked in his neck.
Yeah, bro.
Just clean.
And then, like, Takahashi Sensei also has an amazing ability of showing the conclusion of a fight, and the brutality of it. The way that these niggas be laid the fuck out, and that's why I don't like to use that's the one reason why I don't like to use the term that this person got their ass beat like that if they're able to fight back, because the majority of the fights in this series do not end until you literally rendered unconscious.
Mm-hmm.
Not no, that was good, I'll see you later type beat. No, like, they will keep going until you literally stop fucking moving. So, and some of the characters will keep going even after that. Right? And it's really brutal. Damn near hard to look at for some people. Oops, I'm not even in the fucking thing. But just wanted to say that real quick before you and Vince get to go about how you feel about the fights in general before we start talking about specific fights that we like.
Mm-hmm. Vince, did you want to chime in? I don't know if he's unmuted or whatever. But he did post his favorite point. He posted that his favorite moment was when they're all walking together. It's a really good moment after the Is this the front of Armament stuff?
Yeah. That should be the front of Armament.
Yeah, that's second. Yeah, so
Yep.
It was a really good moment.
I mean, I don't really have much to add on the fights other than one aspect. I'll go the reverse aspect.
She's laid out. Sorry, go ahead.
Instead of the brutality, I kind of like that certain fights, you kind of get that these niggas are speaking with their fists, man. Like, these are not the most poetic niggas. They do say some good shit from time to time, but these are niggas that only know for the most part, the language of the fist. That's all they know. And when they fight, man, you could really feel it, like who they are and what they about, and kind of like their personalities and all that kind of blend into their fighting style and all that. So it's kind of, that's always fun. Like Boya being a fucking cocky asshole, you try to match niggas. Ryushin kind of being cool and being how he is. He's a pro boxer, and it's like that's really badass with all that. And yeah, all the stuff about 90s manga showing you like every movement, they're not skipping the steps, it's showing you the aftermath movement. So yeah, that's why I don't be like these, that country just don't care about battle no more. I guess they don't care about battle manga no more.
What's that line to me from when he's like, it's like this from I think it's Baki or something. When, they revive who?
They revive freaking Masashi. Yeah, Masashi. Fucking wait, I'm talking about the manga. What's that nigga name?
I don't know.
What's that source? What?
It's up to you.
Fucking
Oh, Vagabond, right? It's that guy.
Miyamoto Musashi.
There you go.
Yeah, that's our guy, right? Yeah, it's Masashi. There you go.
Yeah.
Well, what the fuck did he say? What line specifically are you trying to get?
The one where you wakes up in the modern world and it's like I live in a world where like niggas don't want to fight no more.
Oh yes.
Like that.
Yeah, he woke up and he was like, there's peace and there's like war is done. There's peace, but I feel like something's missing. I don't remember the exact phrase, the exact word for word verbatim, but he was like, there's peace. Everyone, like, they seem like everyone's calm and happy, but there's no dire sense for fighting anymore. Like, everyone's lost their fangs essentially. That's pretty much how Neo Shonen and just manga in general is kind of drawn today. Because I will admit that a lot of the stuff in this series, like when they actually get to fighting, it's very brutal. And Takahashi, he does not pull his punches when he shows the aftermath of a fight. A nigga completely laid out, fucking blood running down his whole head, crimson mask, he unmoving on the pavement, head hit the pavement, nigga just standing above him. Like, that's actually very hard to look at. But hey, we looking at it, that shit gas.
Also, Vincent touched on something that was actually very important, where he said like they say some poetic things from time to time, and this was when like I really started liking Boya's character. I mean, I always liked him from the beginning, but like this, I was like, nah, he's really that guy. When the Kurotaki Alliance was just about to get formed up, and then they go into the warehouse, or whatever, and Bulldog and Maruken and Kakuken are going to fight these old fucking dickheads.
Extreme Dragon Syndicate.
Yeah. And one of them bozos tried to pull up with a fucking katana, and boy was like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? Like, we're kids. And you trying to ruin someone's life over a fight. Like, what's wrong with you?
Mm-hmm.
And he beat the shit out of him. He was like, bro, fix up.
For real.
Like,
that is what he said. Yeah.
I really appreciated that moment because, like I was saying earlier, like, bro, they're just kids, and I like that boy acknowledged that. Like, yeah, we might fight and cause mischief and all that shit, but we still have our whole lives ahead of us after this.
Yeah. Then he brought out another sword. He's like, God damn it. He went somewhere else and brought out, I think he kicked one into the roof or something.
He kicked it into the ceiling.
And then and the other guy took out another sword behind the boxes or something. He had another one. The boy's like, come on, bro. And honestly, sometimes when they say something like that, they're like, I sounded so cool just now, didn't I? They be doing that shit. Like, that was a good line, huh? Like, no, nigga, don't you tell me it's a good line. I'll tell you. You don't get you can't Black Mamba yourself. Only Kobe could do that. Okay, so, I think the fights are phenomenal. Again, I think the choreography is good. Your eyes sway really well. I think they encapsulate street fights really well with a lot of tackling and like very unprofessional grappling and rolling around and things of that nature. I really think it's all good. I really feel the way the impact of punches, especially from the strongest characters like Rindaman and Boya and stuff. So I think it really looks really good. It looks brutal. I love all of that. But I want to talk about Rindaman and Boya round 1 actually, or I guess 2 if you depending on how you're looking at it. Now I have a question for you guys. After Boya kind of got hit that first time when he pulls up on him with the riverside, did you think he was gonna win or lose, or like what were your thoughts initially? I thought he was gonna get mollywopped. Actually was shocked that he I was thinking very traditional. He's probably gonna have to like fight people, train up, and then get the rematch kind of thing. So he wasn't ready yet. And I'll give a second reason to why. But what were you guys thinking? Because I actually was like scared. I'm like, damn it, he's gonna lose.
Go ahead, go Pat first before me.
I actually had no idea what to expect.
Okay.
Because up until that point, like, you know, Boya was overwhelmingly strong.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, they said all that shit about Rindaman, but I hadn't seen Rindaman fight nobody yet. So I didn't know how strong he was. I just knew that he hit Boya that one time. I was like, okay, you caught him off guard. Like, that was my thought process. So when he pulled up on him and he told him that was a good punch, I was like, oh, he's strong for real. Like, that was the moment I was like, oh, this is going to be a hard fight. But then, like, when they started fighting, I was like, wait, you know, the little Jay-Z gif where he nodded his head back and forth. I was like, got this. I was like, you got this. You can win. But then, like, you know, it ended in a draw. So I was like, damn.
Okay.
A draw. Didn't see that coming.
So when it was, I got the feeling that we was gonna get a proper fight. I thought Boy was gonna win because I'm looking at it like this. I'm like, okay, he entered the school. Technically, he took a fucking loss to Akutsu. Nigga bump his head on the fucking
On the
guardrail and
railing,
yeah,
yeah.
they beat his ass. They jumped him, right? So technically he lost a fucking Akutsu of all people, right? That fucking Chungus. But then he come into school, right? And not only do he whoop Akutsu, but he whooped 4 other niggas at once in the bathroom. So he just soloed 5 niggas, right? Then he one shot Hiromi. Then he one shot Honjo. Then he one shot Mako. I'm like, okay, what the fuck is going on? Right? Then you think it's talking about, yo, Bando's faction is the strongest faction in all of Suzerain.
He's the best Beyblader around.
Then he one shot Yamazaki. Then he one shot Senda. Then he whacks Bando. I'm like, bro, what? So I'm literally just seeing him one shot every character we come across. Right? So I'm like, okay, we about to fight Render Man. I'm like, I think he's gonna be high diff, but I think he's gonna be extremely high diff. I think he's gonna be able to do it. But then
I did.
when I seen him take that hit, I said, I don't know.
He got doubt. He said I press X to doubt.
Right? I started scratching I started doing the Vince McMahon gif. I started scratching the back of my ear, looking around like, wait, I don't wait. So I had no idea how the hell it was gonna end. Then it ended in a draw. I said, perfect booking. Look at y'all. Y'all had me. This is good stuff.
What about you, Vince?
Well, I actually had the opposite thought of both of y'all. I actually thought Boya was gonna lose that fight but I based it off of kind of trope type writing, where it's just like anytime you have that character that's as big as Rindament is, because he's a fucking giant, and he's like, oh, he not part of no gang, he isolated, this, that, and that. I'm like, oh, so he's just gonna be fucking strong as fuck, just like how Boya is naturally strong. And I thought he was gonna do the thing where it's like, oh, but he a bit stronger. So the fact that they tied, I actually didn't even expect that. But I thought he was gonna beat Boya. But I thought it was, honestly, I didn't expect it to be as close as it was. I thought it could be more decisive, to be honest. And then, like you said, I kind of thought he was gonna have to go through some training or go back to his old ways or this, that, and the other.
Oh, that nigga do not train.
Yeah, no, he
kind of gets.
That's not what he do.
He gets his experience from experience.
Yeah, but I don't trust any nigga that's fucking big as fuck and he just mope around by himself. I'm like, oh, that nigga strong as hell. You gonna have to kill. You got to shoot that nigga. Like, nah. I already knew what type of time he was on. So I just based it off of that. It's like, and we ain't seen that. And I said, if we thought he was gonna be a person like that wasn't gonna be a problem, I think I was like, oh, well, we probably would have saw him fight by now, too. That's kind of what I was thinking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say the reason I was not as high on Rinneman, I mean, I knew it was strong, but at the same time, perception is not always reality. So I thought he probably had beaten someone in the past that was kind of strong, but since then he hadn't really fought like that. Because throughout the early parts of the series, he don't really fight. So I was thinking okay, Boya has a chance. But again, I didn't really have any expectations at all as far as who was gonna win and who was gonna lose. I was just like, let me see this unfold. So the result just shocked me. I didn't know what to expect.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I think me being a little older and maybe understanding combat just a little bit better. I'm not gonna act like I'm some combat expert. I'm not. So I have it here on the screen where he's like, look at the flying Nimbus, right? And he looks and he hits him. I think he looked more on, right? And Rinderman goes a decent distance. But I'm like, Boya put his entire body into that punch, and that's how far he went? And Bitterman punched him, like kind of like, nigga, shut up. And he flew back the way he's punching other niggas. It's over. He's about to die. He's about to die. Bro, I was like, he put his entire being, soul, every blood cell, every fucking hair follicle into that punch. Look at him fall with his knees too, bro. I was like, no, not, he can't win. That's actually the only reason why I was thinking that. Because I was like, if he hits him and he flies as far, it's go time. And I'm like, dang it.
No, he really winded up for that punch.
Yeah, and Thing just gets up. He's like, okay, it's not like fighting Bando, eh? You got it. And then, and mind you, this is when Thing is the thing. Oh, what the fuck is his name? The guy who takes all the cigarettes. Fucking
Katsuragi.
There you go. Yeah, Katsuragi, right? He's explaining to them, so it's cutting back and forth. And the first time Boya gets hit, I'm gonna put it on screen again. He bouncing. he's flying back. Like, obviously, I'm older now. I'm reading it now. I can attribute that to literally, like, even as men, no matter how powerful you are, we have weight classes. It exists for a reason. And Rindaman is obviously a lot larger than Boya Hadamichi. Right? So, like, that's all I take it to. So, it's obviously, like, Boya's hits are extremely strong and hard, but physics and reality's out. You're not going to lift a man that big off his feet to the same degree somebody's that's near your size. But every time Rindaman hits him, he actually is bouncing. So I'm like, bro, I couldn't. The second time, Pat, I think they did everything right that I had no idea what to expect. I was rooting for Boya, but I had no idea who would win that one. So I was willing to take anything into it. But that initial first, like, really go around, I was shocked by the outcome. Like, look at him. He's taking all these hits, these kicks. He get kicked. Look right here again, too. Bro, this is so crazy. He's over here, gets a little hit. Dodgy bastard. He ducks, hits him. He falls, kicks him on the ground. Look how him slide. He slides. Bro. He ragdolled him. The man's a monster, bro. Like, that's the reason that's all I wanted to, like, put it out. But I still think this first fight is really good. All things considered, I think it's a really good first fight. And then that final, I gotta put the final panel with the double KO. See this one is good. I know he had a running start, so again, I think this is really good and consistent. But when Rindaman kind of turns around here, he kind of runs up, he jumps, hits him, and then all right, there you go. He bouncing, he sliding. Okay, he got him. Like, it's like the one hit that I would say really did that. But anyways, I don't fuck with the whole damn manga chapter in there. I just wanted to,
right?
I just wanted to
or you gotta take it off the
air. Yeah. I do want to post the final punch because I just think it's good. And then after, like you said, Thing kind of takes a couple steps back and he falls, and then so here it is.
Mm-hmm.
Great. I think again, great booking, and like, to me, I'm like, all right, Boya's fought with Bito. He's fought with the front of armor, Ryushin, yada yada. So to me, it's like, it's a powered up Boya versus this Rindaman. What's gonna happen? So when the second round came around, I didn't know what to expect. But yeah, I had to talk about that because I was going through the motions that first time I was reading. Like, bro,
he's bouncing.
Like, this is what you did to everybody. I saw you hit, you bouncing. So. But yeah, really, 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 really good stuff. Let's talk about some other fights and moments. I actually want to ask you guys this just out of curiosity. Who do you think is the most entertaining fighter from a fighting style? Cause my one friend did say Bito, cause Bito will be kicking and stuff like that. He actually likes to watch Bito fight. But
Jesus Christ, I love that nigga.
Yeah, but did you guys have like a favorite person to kind of just watch in action? It's still Boya for me, I'll be honest. Actually, Zeton is next, but what about for you guys?
I actually really like seeing Hideyoshi scrap because this nigga fucking drop kick. What's his name? It's hold on, because it's very similar to fucking Yamazaki. Hold up, I'm about to get it. Where is it? It's Yonezaki. This nigga drop kick Yonezaki through the window out to the floor. I said, there's just no way. There's no way, dog. And then, that's why I really like all the first years. Because fucking Hideyoshi did that. Then Gunji fucking attitude adjustment. This nigga Kai through the phone booth. I'm like,
Bro,
they're
that
just
shit was crazy. Oh
like,
my
bro.
god.
First he ran, he did a jumping soba. That's a spinning kick to his face, dog. Then he picked him up, fireman's carry position, and flipped him to glass. Like, bro, oh my god. Yeah, no, that ridiculousness is crazy. But nah, my boy Bito Tatsuya. It took me until last year to realize this, but I'm like, yo, I realized something about myself. I love a really good, a nicely drawn high kick. Something about it,
That's
the
why.
kinetic
That's why I was
energy.
saying Zeton because he has
Yeah.
that like karate kick. It just something about it
Mhm.
moves me. I don't know. I just love it. Even Gariko,
Like,
like I just love it.
yeah, no, cause just a properly thrown high kick is I honestly think it's a work of fucking art. Because of how kinetic energy works and the proper positioning of your body, how you have to move your hips and your arms for the energy to flow from your hip to the tip of your toes. It's just so fucking
Screw the
beautiful. And the way
rules, I
that
have
this nigga,
money.
cause that like break dancing kick that I put in the thing, nigga, tension in real life
Screw the
hit
rules, I
that kick
have
on a nigga
money.
before and knocked him out in a fucking kickboxing match. Vince know what the fuck I'm talking about. So like seeing that shit drawn is so it's just so gaseous, packets, boy. Like he's damn near doing capoeira. It'd make me pop every time. Plus he got the white, he got the oh my god, he got the white pants, the silver hair. He throw the high kick. Yo, I pop every time.
Because even those
I
kicks on boy, I'm like, damn.
it's
This shit
so
look cool. They got Siki Sanji out here on his hands.
right?
Like,
So gas. But
nah,
nah,
I'm with
Boya
you.
has
I think that's totally fair. But I'm still Boya.
yeah, no, Boya's fights are fucking fantastic. And his that right hook, that wind up. It's not even a hook. It's like a haymaker. That just a mega haymaker he hit and sent you bouncing 7 times before you done. Nah, that shit is always crazy
Fall
every
out your
single
damn
time.
shoes.
Yup.
Bro, that nigga's entire leg be coming up off the ground before
Yeah,
he hits you with that shit.
it's ridiculous.
Someone punched me like that in real life. Oh my god.
You really gonna go flying through a tree, maybe Dragon Ball style, like shit.
You get hit through 18 mountains.
Yeah. It's, but not actually like a lot of like people that actually fight. I don't think I have a single time I'm like, oh, this nigga fighting. Oh my god! Like anytime anybody fights that actually gets on screen fights, I enjoy them thoroughly.
Okay, that's fair.
Honestly,
As David said, Ryushin. Fair. Well, you guys, if you have one, you don't have. It's okay if you don't. I'm just curious.
I'm gonna surprise you, but I actually really like seeing Zeton fight.
You see, he
It's
gets
something
it.
about the
Let's go.
it's something about the fluidity of his movements, like the way he's drawn. Cause
like a 6'3" nigga doing karate like that.
yeah, bro. Cause like karate is a reactive fight style. Like somebody make a move, you counter it, or when you see somebody about to make a move, you strike preemptively. And this nigga just be running up on niggas, body contorted so elegantly. Wow, high jump kick.
And he
Like,
hit a fucking domowashi. Like it's ridiculous. A nigga that size hitting a domowashi on you.
and it's like, I'll be honest. When they were the first years were fighting for control of all the first years in Suzerain, I was rooting for Hideyoshi because I was like, all right, Mad Dog, show me what you got.
He
But then I saw
dropped
Zenton
fucking
fight.
nigga out
Yeah,
the
yeah,
window.
that shit was crazy. That shit was crazy. I was like, he's the one. But when I saw Zenton fight, I was like, wait, might be Harumichi's underling, but I kind of want him to win now. I realize his fighting style is so good, and of course, Bito just real sick with it. Like, nigga really think he's Sanji for real. Them kicks go crazy,
Indeed.
and it's weird because I like Bito's fighting style more than Ryushin's fighting style, but I like Ryushin more.
Yeah, I mean, I think me and you are on the same page. We respect Ryushin's kind of like code of honor type of thing, something like that too. I don't dislike Bito. But I do think his fighting style looks a little cooler. I'm with you there, Vince. Actually, were you done? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm done.
Mm-hmm. Did you have one, Vince? A character you'd really like to see fight?
Ryushin, because he was just cool.
Mm-hmm.
Like, like, man, listen, bro, I'm not gonna lie. Girls the only series that do this where this shit just move me. Them niggas just be coming to fights with fucking sunglasses on and shit like that. I'm like, these niggas here, man. Why they come to the fight? Nigga come with a leather jacket and a fucking and sunglasses on. I don't know who this nigga think he is. Is Japan hot as fuck? It's pretty similar to the Houston weather, or so I've been told. But I'm like, hey, this nigga come with the swagger. He come with the gloves. He start throwing punches. But if it's not him, I probably like Bito just as much. To be honest with you, they're probably even.
Nah, I think you guys. I think when you guys were speaking about Zeton, I think you nailed it on the head. It's somebody of his stature with kicks that like smooth and fluid. That's probably why it moves me so much. Because I don't know. Zeton's my guy. You guys know that's my son. So, but all right. Excuse me. Some of you guys' favorite fights, underrated fights, whatever. If you want, we can go straight to the greatest of all time, round 2 or 3, depending on how you look at it.
Wait, hold on. You can't. Well, what they tell Haramichi, you can't waste his talents on the opening act. Have some restraint. Save that for the best.
Fair enough.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. When I think about it, I probably have to look again. There's not really a fight I don't like in this manga. So honestly, you would probably have a harder time for me answer what I think the worst fight is than what I think the best fight is. To be honest with you, I think almost every single fight in here is good, at least decent. I don't think there's a single bad fight in this manga.
No, I don't dislike any fight in Crows.
So it's kind of hard for me to say like, oh, this is clearly the best. I guess for me.
Yeah, there was no fight when I was reading Crows where I was like, glad that's over. Nope.
Right?
Not a single one.
Underrated fight for me, and one that I didn't pick up on until my my third now, is fucking Boya versus Kiko.
Okay.
That fight
Kiko?
went bananas. Yeah.
Yeah.
That fight in the fucking shrine went bananas. Nigga threw him through the fucking shrine door. Nigga Kiko keep getting up. Like, dog, nah. Like, they was really going at it. Like, nah, the Lonely Jokers, as I unofficially dubbed them, they're gas. Like, they're all dumb strong for no reason. They all high school dropouts. All of their Kiko, Teru, Parko, they all strong as fuck for no reason. Like, it's to the point where I didn't even realize they was high schoolers until this third reread. I just automatically assumed that they kind of just was like
19-year-old
18 and 18, 19 out of school. No, they're the same age as our character. They just fucking are dropouts. They shit. Especially Kiko when he got his suit on, my nigga. That's a grown man. What the fuck you that ain't no damn child. That's a grown ass man. But nah, Boya Kiko at the shrine with fucking Honjo watching is a fire ass fucking fight. Ryushin versus Teru is also ridiculously fucking good.
The Boya smoked his cigarettes afterward. That is a fucking flow. It's like, are those mine?
Because he won one. I'm like, come on, that's mine.
You said run me those. Spoils for the winner.
Type B.
One fight I really liked, I think it was kind of underappreciated, was Mako fought the younger Bito brother. Because him and Boya both pulled up, and the younger Bito brother, he got too much lip.
Oh yeah, he the Yuki. Yeah, he be wily.
Yeah. For someone that's not nice like that, he got way too much lip. And Mako was like, "It's time I paid you back for kicking the shit out of me in that bathroom stall when I wasn't looking." And they all smug and confident, like he was gonna win the fight. And Mako whooped his fucking ass. And I was like, let's go. And I was like, I had to stop and think for a second. I was like, wait, that wasn't even the main fight. Like, Boya about to fight next. I was like, yo.
Nah, bro.
To get back-to-back gas.
That entire sequence was not only fire, but it was also some low-key Dragon Ball pack. because Mako fought Hiroyuki and Mako won, and fucking Tatsuya had to step in, right? But then Tatsuya fucking bodied Bando and Hiromi. Had to wait for Goku to pull up, tight beat. Like, that shit was crazy. Bando damn near about to get himself killed to shed all of his regret from how he was acting before and losing himself, losing what he admired so deeply from the second generation head. What to shed all of that regret, to shed all of that guilt that he had and show his real self. And fucking Tatsuya beat the fuck out of him. Jesus Christ. And then he beat the fuck out of Hiromi. By the time Boya pull up, all you see is both of their bodies crumbled on the floor. And then they'll fight, even though fucking Boya wax Tatsuya, I still like that fight too, because it had the fucking Western wrestling, the storyline behind it. Like, it might not have been a good choreographed because essentially Boya beat Tatsuya, I counted, in 3 punches, but it was the storyline that was moving me. Fucking Tatsuya talking about, we try to surpass our older brother, and Boya like, yo, shut the fuck up, you lying. Nigga, not only you just stuck in the past, but you just want some goddamn friend. Shut the fuck up. I'm about to give you your wake-up call right now, you bitch. I'm like, dang, yo, this going crazy. Then Tatsuya come out with the crazy kicks. Boya, man, no. That panel when Tatsuya is getting up and he looks, and Boya standing over him, but then he see his older brother. And then fucking the third punch, knock his ass out. Oh my god, that shit was bananas. Absolutely, just amazing. All of those fights, amazing. God, I love this manga.
So do I guess as far as underrated, I did get a little bit of a deeper. I don't like him. He's not cool, but I did kind of like the older oldest brother with the knife going after the man. He's just like, I'm just catch this and punch him. Like, stop talking to me, bro. I know what I'm doing. Leave me alone. Shut up over there, the peanut gallery. Small little altercation, but there's the one panel where he zooms out where he hits, and I'm like, Winter Man is just a monster, dog. Jesus fucking Christ. But yeah.
Bulldog versus Ishin or Ishii, however it's pronounced. That's mine.
Was that the one that he fought inside the place where Boya came? Okay. What do you guys think of King Joe? And actually, I feel like that was kind of a lot of it was off screen. I think we did see a good amount, but I do know they went under the little bridge, and then after Bulldog ran out, like, huh? God, he looked like he was getting mixed.
I just kind of like it because even fucking that's the one. I think this is the one where Boya was like, "Man, if Bulldog ever got serious, even though I don't know if I could beat him." Cause like that nigga's always happy.
He said at the end when somebody asked him who were the strongest people he fought, and he threw in Bulldog.
No, he said that. He said that when during that fight when he fought that Ishii brother.
Yeah, he fought Ishii, right? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're right because he kept getting up. No, that's a good point. No, you're right. I'm sorry. You did say that twice, though. You're right. But
yeah, because that fight. Because again, it had the storyline because Bulldog was doing the same thing over and over again. At first, Tsuyoshi was tanking it, but then that nigga moved out the way. Bulldog was like, "Yo, stop running from me." That nigga was like, "Oh shit!" I was like, "Dang, nah." Bulldog got that. That's the thing. That's why Bulldog's only 3 fights, but
yeah, he's like, he don't fight that much. Kind of underrated because he don't fight that much. Most times, you kind of know that he's strong because of his position and shit like that. But he don't fight that much in the series.
We were actually saying it was hard to gauge his strength, but we kind of just put him like a tidbit under Bito and Ryushin. Like that's where I
that's fair, I think, because you can't really tell. Yeah, don't fight it now. That's like one of my only, I guess, kind of like not even an issue. Something I would have liked to see from the manga more. Because basically, it's like you got these 4 kings and just like that. It's like I wish I kind of would have saw them do more, a little bit more, other than Boya.
I actually like
to an extent.
I was gonna ask you guys with isn't it Tatsuo? Sorry, from the Manji Empire, like strongest delinquent from the Manji. Did you like anything that he did? His fight with Boya and stuff. I actually, in a weird way, I kind of think it's Boya's like it's not a bad fight. It just I actually think it's kind of the least interesting one, all things considered.
Because Boy is so overwhelming sometimes. You kind of
No, I
don't.
thought they built this guy up, but I think the problem is you had Rinda, man. I'm sorry, Rinda. You couldn't beat him. I do like again. See, look at the way that Zeton kicks. Shah, he comes out here. Shah, like I don't know. I like him, but
fucking Domo 6'3", like at least 190-pound nigga hit you with a Domawashi. Like, bro, that's literally like someone just hurling a fridge at you.
Yep. But yeah, I think the problem was I was just like, listen, there's nothing you can do, nothing you could say. I acknowledge it's a conglomerate, the Manji Empire, biggest in Tokyo, cool, in the man stronger. So Boya better not
I
lose.
actually think Tatsuo's fights against everybody that wasn't Boya was more interesting, or at least more entertaining.
Because of the build up and stuff, I would say. Because you're building up. He's watching all the like kind of notable people around, and then it's like Boya is like the only one who could beat him. Because he actually says that to Toshio. He's like, remember the name Boya Hadamichi? He's the only one who could stop that monster.
Yeah, because he beat Takeda, he beat King Joe, and he beat fucking and he beat Zeton.
Because you guys, I think you guys remember. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, my thing with Kuzugami Tatsuo, right? The reason that fight didn't hit as it should have when he finally got to fight Boya was because
that arc is short.
For one, he was fighting all the first years.
Yeah.
So it's like that's kind of not moving me. Like I like the first years, but like they're still green, you know. And secondly, not only that, he didn't fight one of the 4 kings in the area, if I recall correctly, right? He didn't fight any of them.
I don't think
the only one left in town was Boya.
Yeah.
So when it had like, you know, Boya was trying to draw him out, like, because Gami Tatsuo, you're the strongest delinquent, so you got to fight me and shit. Then you had those 2 dickheads, which ironically they ended up joining his gang together. But they pulled up and they tried to get the drop on him, and he beat the shit out of both of them, and he was bleeding. And Boya was like, bro, I don't fight anybody that's bleeding from the head. Like, just come back another day. And they tried to step to Boya, and Boya knocked him out cold. I was like, well, that was very telling.
You know what? That's a good point. That's another reason too, because I'm like, I know he was injured and stuff, so I wasn't supposed to take that serious. But I'm like, he's still like, he baby. What did they say? Baby shaked. He baby shaked.
Yeah, he baby shaked them. Yep.
Yeah.
Because in my head, I was like, if it was Rinda Man, he wouldn't have been able to do that, even if Rinda Man was hurt. So I was like, yeah, he's gonna win. He got this.
Would I recommend this series? Yes, actually, this is one of my favorite manga of all time, bro. Absolutely.
Tatsuo, he even though Takeda is still he was still fresh. Takeda's pretty much still in the same first year generation as the rest of the guys, but Tatsuo did solo all of the 5th generation TFOA. But no, I agree with Pat.
Yeah, Takeda and so they weren't at 100% when Tatsuo pulled up on them.
Yeah, so I still 101% agree with you, because all of the fucking 4 king, the rest of them were already gone. So he only had the first year to beat up on. He older than them and bigger than them. So it's kind of just like, yeah, you beating people fucking lower ranked than you. And shit.
And on top of that, he's older than first years, but he was younger than Boya. So I was like, Boya's not gonna lose to a nigga that's younger than him. Like, it's not happening. It's not happening.
He was a sophomore technically, right? I think. Was he? Or was he the same year, 3rd year? I don't remember actually. I think you're. I'm sorry, I can't remember. But again, actually, everything you said made sense to me. I think that's all. That was all it too. My main thing was like, listen, bro, you're not Rinda Man. Rinda Man is like a legend in my world. That man is a legend. Okay, he is the one who cannot be moved. The immovable mountain. Okay, he don't be bouncing.
Yeah, he do not. He don't be bouncing. You can't bouncy.
All right, so I'm trying to think of some other ones that I really like. I don't think we saw if there's one fight that if I remember correctly, we didn't see that we needed to see. It was King Joe versus the younger Bito brother. I think that was a disservice. Did we see that? We didn't see that, right?
Nope, we didn't see it at all.
I think that was important enough, even if it's not like as far as Hyosin events are concerned, hosting events are concerned, I think they should have had a proper fight, and that we saw on screen. But it is what it is, I suppose. Now am I allowed? Am I allowed? Is it time?
Yes.
Yes.
First, I gotta put this up because it's hard to explain because in a way I think it's lame. I don't know if it's lame. It's not lame, but like it's like an older style, I guess. But like Winderman just walking, got the shades on, got the trench coat,
All white.
you got the this everyone's just like, yo, Linderman, oh my god, it's Linderman, blah blah, like, yo. And like you said, it's a build up in the hype. First of all, Boya like sending the challenge out, everybody pulling in with their factions. They're kind of like, oh, you want to fight, you want to go, you want to do that, blah blah. And as soon as Linderman walk in, they're like, oh no, let's chill out. Calm down. Like we don't want to do anything crazy. Then after the thing goes and tells Boya has to make his entrance. He walks, he comes through, and I'm like, yo, I don't know what to expect. Like, I really think this fight, I could see another draw. I could see maybe if he wants to do something like, oh, the cops show up, we gotta run. Boya wins, thing wins, but y'all know I was rooting for Hadamichi. And I think you all said this. That first hit he lands on him and puts him on his ass, and I'm like, oh, he's ready. He is ready.
Perfect booking. You see how easy this is?
Yes.
To show that Boya had a chance. Not only did he allow him to get the first hit, but the first hit downed Rinderman. You see the perfect booking. Booking 101.
Fighting game. Fast attack. It's like, that was so good. Let me not go crazy. I want you guys to go talk too, because I'll go nuts.
No, that fight is just absolutely bananas because like Rinderman's fit, the all white, so fucking symbolic, pure, brand new, like it resembling graduation of, went through all of this, but now it's a new beginning. It's an ending and a new beginning at the same time. So symbolic with the all white fit, the build up, so many panels, there's no talking. It's literally just niggas looking. Mm-hmm. How many panels he drew of just all the characters literally just looking. It's peak boxing levels. We're talking like fucking Ali era type shit, dog. Shit, it's heart racing. I have no idea who the fuck is gonna win. Boy, always gotta be the dickhead talking about some, oh, I'm gonna come out after fucking Rinda. And Yasu's like, nigga, the challenge is supposed to come out first and the champion last. But like, what you said? Nah, I say nothing. But the hype, the tension, and it just felt so good to have the build up and the payoff be all the fucking worth it. Mm-hmm. Such a fight. Everyone's reactions without dialogue. Yeah. So we still get to see everyone's reaction, but they're not, oh my god, did you see what just happened? I am shocked because he landed that punch and he went flying, but he still got up. Type, no. You just see their faces. Some eyebrows furrowed, some of them raised, some people got their mouth agape. Like, yeah, it's just perfect.
The way that they take their shades off, just grilling each other. You zoom out, you see everyone in the bike. They just stand up there. I really, really like. I know it's just a small thing, and I don't want to harp on it too much, but it's the part where he clenches his fist and he's like, "I'm going to win. I'm going to win." Rinderman is the only person I'd argue in a one-on-one sense in a fair fight that puts any type of fear and doubt in his brain that he can't beat him. So yeah, he's trying to psych himself up. Like, yo, I can do this. He blocks the first hit. He knocks him on his ass. And he's like, get up, you asshole. I'm going to win. And I really think he believed he could have. And I'm just like, okay, he's ready. That's my boy. Let's go. But so close. He didn't. He wasn't able to do it. But I really think that fight itself is really good too. Just the back and forth. I think of everyone's. I think there's a couple. The way that I explained it to you, Vince, once when we were watching one of the fights last time, we were watching in the Power and Honor Federation. I'm sorry, I can't remember what it's called. Is it PHW? I can't remember, but
Yeah, Pride and Honor.
Pride and
Well,
Honor.
Vince actually just left, but I'm here.
He's not in here. Yeah.
No, because it was a match we watched like yesterday or 2 days ago, but it was a really good back and forth. But there was once where you see one character get like 6 moves in succession in. So I like a tribute, like get like a 9-0 run in the game, but then they get a 9-0 run back. So like, I just thought that he kept the balance of this fight, like the seesaw, like who's gonna win, back and forth, really good. Rindeman was getting some, and it's like it was crazy. Then Boyle got some in, and after the one part that I really, I'm trying to find it here. Where's the part that I really like? Is it maybe it's one more chapter. There we go. Well, no, right here. When they both take their shirts off, like yo, this fight is perfect, bro. They do everything I need. At one point, they get back up. He's like, all right, my shirt off. He take off his trench coat, he in the tank top. I'm like, yeah, let's go. By the way, Rindeman just having like army pants or cargo khaki. What the fuck are they called? I don't know. Anyways, the army like style with the thingy, the blobs, and like the combat boots was also moves me. By the way, I forgot to mention that earlier.
Yeah, because I mean, when he kick you, nigga, that's a fucking Timberland kick, not no sneaker kick, not no tennis shoe kick, nigga. That's some fucking combat boots he got on, boy. That shit gonna hurt.
Right? And I like the peanut gallery comments here. They're not plentiful. They're very small in succession, but it's like, I think based on everyone's reactions, even the most prideful people and what they are, you can just see like, bro, I'm not on that level. I can't do that. Younger Bito saying they're not human. Teru telling Kiko like, listen, you were lucky to fight him and make it out in one piece. Ryushin sweating and all that stuff. Like I think they do a really good job highlighting like this fight. They are them. You guys are not them. All right, know your lane. So incredible. Did you? I feel like Pat didn't chime in a lot. I don't know.
I didn't say anything yet. I was letting you get your,
all right.
Letting you have the floor for a bit. It's your fight.
Yeah. All right.
Now I shall chime in.
Do your thing.
I was reading this fight. Like I said, that first punch, it only took one. That first punch made me sit the fuck up. I was like, hold on. We about to have a classic on our hands.
That's me watching Sword of Stranger, where I was half asleep. I think him and I think I remember his name Lang something. The foreigner that comes. They staged like one little thing. I was up. I was wide awake, bro. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, like reading the fight. That first punch, when Boya sent Rinneman to the ground, Rinneman gets up. He was like, all right, thinking mean business.
Mm-hmm.
They throw a couple blows. They dodging. When Rinneman hit Boya that first time, the very first time he hit him, he was already bleeding. And it was, like I said, have the panels that show, like, when somebody is about to get hit, they zoom in on a person's face so they could brace himself. Like, they're showing, like, oh, he knows he's going to get hit. He's going to brace himself for this hit. He was bleeding even though he braced himself. And then while he was recoiling from that impact, Rinneman grabbed Boya's head and crushed it in between his knee and busted his mouth open. And I'm like, bro, fight just started. It's already about to be over. Like he's whooping his ass. What the fuck? And then, they both take their shirts off, and they are going blow for blow for blow. Like, this shit honestly reminded me of Yusuke versus Chu in the Dark Tournament when it's the knife edge death match. Like, this is what this shit was. These niggas was throwing blows. And it was like hard for me to gauge who was gonna win. Because like when Boya hit Rinneman, he staggered. But when Rinneman, the panel tilts and Boya upside down, he skid across the ground. I'm like, nigga, how many more hits of this nigga can you take? Because it's not looking good. And in the 11th hour, when Boya hit Rinderman with that headbutt under his chin, he came through and started whooping the shit out of him and got hella momentum and started kicking him. And I'm thinking, okay, he's gonna win. He got this.
Mm-hmm.
This is when I knew that Boya was gonna lose. This is when I knew Boya was gonna lose. Because when Yasu started talking about how Boya was gonna win, I was like, you see?
You jinxed it. You did the thing.
He jinxed it. Yeah. He was like, Boya's gonna win. He's the strongest delinquent. I was like, yep, he's gonna lose now.
Mm.
And they both went in for the final blow, and Boya got hit, and Rinderman did. I was like, you see? God damn it! I was so mad.
Mm-hmm.
Like, my nigga, bro, no, you can't lose. You already lost to him before.
And when he got up, I'm like, all right, he can still go. Then I'm like, he can still go. He can do it. Then they did the thing where it's like, you're done, and he just kind of caught the punch and he fell. I was like, damn. I was so defeated, bro. You'd have thought that like I put my entire like life savings on. I'm betting on him, and I lost it. I'm like, I'm gonna lose my wife and kids. All kind of shit. I was defeated, bro. I was hurted. But
that shit was depressing.
I do want to just add this point because I'm looking at it right now. Just because of how Rinderman is, every time Boyle gets hit, it's just like, is he gonna get up? Like,
I'm telling you.
Because again, like I said, I know Boyle's hurting him, but it's just the size and weight difference. He's not knocking. He's not bouncing. He's not bouncing. So, but it's honestly such a good moment. I think with Boya missing his last punch and Rinderman landing his is a good moment. But
yeah, the cross counter. Oh
yeah.
yes, and to explain boxing physics to those who don't know, a cross counter is one of the most dangerous strikes in just stand-up combat in general because the power is multiplied by 4 both ways. So whoever lands with the cross counter, they're usually going to fucking win. Because it's your momentum plus their momentum, because both of you are stepping into the fucking punch. So it's your momentum and then your opponent's momentum. They're both multiplying it at the same fucking time. So the fact that Renda's hit and Boya's didn't, it was over for our boy.
Yeah, and I actually like just to like I saw you. I see as you hop back in, Vince. So I'm gonna let you go, but just to kind of like end with my tirade here of why this fight is so good too. I even think the way it ends is perfect. He gets back up. He doesn't have any much more. Rinderman is like, yo, nobody, like, out of respect, he's like, yo, no one touch him. He personally picks him up. Bulldog hands him the varsity jacket. Says take care of him. Puts him down at the hospital to like get treated and stuff. And it was like that sign of respect. He has an inner monologue, and after Boya's also like he's actually conscious, but obviously don't want to be embarrassed because he carried him there or whatever. So after he walks away, he's like, until we meet again, take care, and stuff. There's the way that Boya looks at it, to me, it's like I get the impression that there's a sense of relief, like, yo, I fought my hardest. I'm not mad. I lost. I did my absolute best, and I couldn't take him down. But that doesn't mean I'm going to give up. And I thought that was a good way to just end it off. And then it end up comedically, like, I'm back. Is my old room available? And then he walks in the hospital that he was in after the whole Holston event. And I just thought that was like a good, like, lighthearted way to kind of end it off. Cause like he didn't take it too badly. Cause I think he took the first loss way worse. Sorry.
Yeah, first loss, he was smoking.
I also forgot to mention this earlier because this is very important too. One of the reasons why I like their relationship so much, and their stupid little why are you going that way? I'm going this way. I live this way. Blah blah. Like it's so stupid. Is because they were both posturizing at the time to like size each other up and be like, I'm better than you, I'm tougher than you. Both in the back of their mind, like, this ain't gonna beat me, bro. Like I low key don't want these problems, but I gotta like show that I gotta show face. I actually really like that. It's really, I think it's really good. So, yeah. Goddamn. Great fight. Yeah, like tears in my eyes. Pinnacle. Zenith of the medium. But Vince, Boya versus Renderman round 2. Or the finale. The finale. Renderman versus Boya, the finale. Where they fight in front of everybody in the park. Thoughts, opinions. Great fight, classic. I think it's one of the greatest fights I've ever seen in manga.
It's one of the best fights ever made, and it really is a truly like sad ending because not only like this was his one chance, his one opportunity to be the best of the best, and not only that, it's that he was actually really really close, and it was kind of like, and I think for both men it was sad, but like for different ways. Because the Renda man is kind of like, you don't respect, but like I'm done with this shit. Like high school, like I'm off. I'll graduate it. And for Boy, it's like for him, for somebody, a man who's so prideful and cares so much. Like I think that was like the first time probably in his life that he probably like really really wanted to win and shit like that. It feels like he'll never get that opportunity ever again. So even no matter how many people he beats, he'll never be the best.
Yeah,
and that's terrible. It's always awful to feel like that.
There is a sense of pride in that. There's a sense of being able to deal with the results if you know you've done your absolute best at everything you could and you still lost. But I hear you with that. He really wanted to win. He did.
Yeah. And also, I just don't think he's the type of man that like thinks like that. Like if I would have lost that fight, I'd have been like, you know what? I laid everything out on the table. I just couldn't do it. I'm at peace with that.
That's me too. Like I'm not fighting him a third time. I lost the series. It's okay.
Yeah.
I lost the series.
I don't think he thinks like
Bonjour,
that.
mon coeur.
So I don't think he's the type of person to be like, because he probably really believed he could have beat him too. So it's just like, did I get that opportunity again? Kind of fucking sucks.
But yeah, it's just so good, man. So good.
I think the atmosphere, speaking of just things outside of the fight, I think the atmosphere of that, and it also just kind of like the one time, like, no delinquent was gonna make fun of him for losing or nothing like that. Because sometimes when stuff like that happens, especially on this type of thing, he's just like, you lost and stuff like that. Nobody could say nothing. Like, you just in awe and admiration. You just like, damn, you pushed him the furthest that anyone could have pushed him. Nobody could have did a better job than you.
Yeah.
And just like, you don't want to try to like necessarily like comfort him after the fight because that wouldn't help you either. That's just like damaging his ego. But everybody like, everybody saw it. Everybody got like respect after that.
Like you could hold your head up high.
If they tried to clown him, boy, would whoop that ass.
There's that too. They can't beat it. He may have lost to him, but y'all cannot take him down. So, that's a good point.
I think Crows does a really good job of kind of creating like environments that can be similar to real life. Because just like if you ever watched two niggas go to blows before in real life, that it's like it's not filled with hate or some nonsense and stuff like that. Sometimes you watch just two legitimate people go blows and you just like there's a factor where everybody's just like in awe and just like you can't make fun of somebody who lost that fight. You just can't do it. And stuff like that. I think Crows does a really good job of it and creating that masculine environment and shit like that. So,
was there anything else about the fights or a fight and underrated or a good fight or anything you want to say before we kind of want to rank the 6 strongest fighters and stuff? Or are we good?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Pat and Zimmy, you guys are good?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, 6 strongest fighters in Crows. In your guys' opinion, if you had to.
All right. So for me, top 6 strongest. So number 1 would be Renda. Number 2 is Boya. Number 3, I gave it to Kuzugami Tatsuo. Number 4, now this was really tough because even fucking Boya ranked them equal, but I think I was able to separate them. Number 4, I gave it to Ryushin. Number 5, I gave it to Tatsuya. And number 6, I gave it to Bulldog.
Okay.
Because I believe those last 3, Ryushin, Tatsuya, and Bulldog, I think all of them could beat the Lonely Jokers, aka Parko, Teru, and Kiko. right? Now,
That's a good gauge, I guess. That's fair. If you say
yeah,
that, that's fair. That's fair.
because I think those are the next tier up because they was dumb powerful.
Would you say they're kind of like the gatekeepers, so to speak? It was like,
Absolutely,
okay, okay.
because
I think
they
that's
was single hand both, especially Teru. They was single handedly soloing
The
in
Kurotaki Alliance, yo.
yes, like each of them was taking out an entire school by themselves on some fucking Muso type Dynasty Warriors type beat.
Nah, them niggas had the Kurotaki Alliance running around like a chicken with their head cut off. They were
That
spooked.
that shit was absolutely like just disgusting. Like, no, Teru out here washing like 7 niggas plus the leader of said school by himself. I'm like, bro, what the fuck is going on? Like, that's why I'm like, these niggas high school. These niggas not high school. They like 19 or something, like 19, shit, 20, shit, 21. Right? So yeah, I classified them as the gatekeepers. I think those last three could, all three of them could beat them. So, and the reason why I put Ryushin over Tatsuya because again, once using my more realism logic, we know for a fact that Ryushin is pro, so he's very serious about it. He don't skip out on his training. He don't skip, as we literally saw him, he was in the middle of doing road work, right? So he don't skip out on his training, takes it very seriously. He attends all of his camps, and he won his first professional fight, right? So we have all of that on concrete paper. Now, Tatsuya is better equipped to fight Ryushin because a boxer's biggest Achilles heel is that they only use punches, but we don't have on physical paper how serious Tatsuya takes his training. We know that he's in Ryushin's camp, so he has the access to those resources, but we don't know how serious he takes it. All right, so there's that unknown. I'm like, I'll give it to Ryushin then, since we have the physical evidence and shit. Because honestly, in all honesty, Ryushin all he has all of the tools to beat. I mean, excuse me, Tatsuya has all the tools to beat Ryushin 100% of the time. Can keep him at bay with fucking teeps or Maigiris, aka mid kicks. He could take away his legs with low kicks, and he could easily finish him off with a fucking knee or high kick without Ryushin ever getting within his striking range. All right, but we don't know if he takes the training seriously. So he could still fight like he could still fight like a fucking ape, right? So that's why I put Ryushin over Tatsuya, but there's my 6.
Okay. Pat.
Brenda Man number 1, duh. Number 2, Boya. Now I wanna say I actually think both Ryushin and Tatsuya are stronger than Tatsuo.
Okay.
I think they can both beat him if they fought him 1-on-1. It'll probably be extremely high diff though, and Tatsuo obviously has to be, in that top 5 because they called him the strongest delinquent in Japan.
Yeah.
But
and shit we not buy on today's episode of shit we don't buy.
We don't believe you. Need more people.
Absolutely. And number 6, I'm gonna say Bulldog, but I kind of feel like Parko could beat him.
That's fair.
Parko is like really fucking strong, but like it doesn't get spoken on enough.
I'll Vince, you want to go next? Actually, mine's pretty basic.
So you're hooking Rinda, Boya, Ryushin, Tatsuo, Joe, and then fucking Bulldog.
Joe over Tatsuya?
Listen, man. Just different out here.
He said Joe is moving. He said the Chaos Merchant. He remember his days as Machete Vince. He remember. He said Joe had a plan. He's he was
See,
moving.
y'all are moving off straight like logic, which I understand. I get it. I'm not moving off that when it comes to this manga.
That's fine.
I'm going off of pure like it's a street fight. I get all the training stuff like that. But this crows. This is fucking some crazy shit happened, and these are street fights. So if they were like in more proper settings, shit, I probably put shit like Simi was talking about earlier. I might put Ryushin at number 2. But this crow, these niggas finna do a bunch of crazy shit. You might get sand thrown in your eye. You know, if I'm betting on one fight, like if it was repeated, like they fight multiple times, then it'd be a different story. But just for one fight, yeah, that's how I'm going with it. Because I don't know what shenanigans they finna pull up and do.
All right.
Nigga love chaos merchants.
Yeah. Mine is Rindaman, obviously. Then Boya. I'll tell you why I do have Manji but Tatsuo here because of the stories, like the stories, and like if I take him at face value, all the fights he had to fight handicapped and bleeding and all that kind of stuff, and like he did always trying to jump in and everything. So like it's hard to like I definitely wasn't impressed with him like bullying freshmen in that sense. Like I want to like I'm with you,
on kids.
but it also is one of those things where it's like maybe I'm wrong for this, and there's probably times where I don't do this, but like it kind of reminds me of like. Let's say my friend Explorer, I'm sorry, it's the first word I saw, right? And comes to me and he's like, yo, man, I'm so mad at this dude, blah, blah, yada, yada, yada. He did this. And I'm like, yo, I'm fucking pissed too. And a week later, he's not mad at him. I'm not going to be mad at him for you. It's one of those things where if Boya tells me that's the second strongest nigga he's fought, I'm not going to tell him he's wrong because he's that nigga. So I'm just taking his word at face value in that sense. So that's why I have him there. All
yeah, I get that too.
Right, and you'll get a second reason after in a second. I really like Simi's logic with the training and stuff, but at the end of the day, Bito washed him. I'm putting Bito over Ryushin, even though I do think they're pretty negligible and like if one's stronger, it's so minuscule, but. It is what it is. It wasn't close. He beat his ass. So with that, I put him over him. Then I have Ryushin. And here I have a bit of a split. If I don't want to cheat, I guess, and just stay within the confines of crows, I'm putting it to the person who becomes the strongest person in the strongest conglomerate, faction, alliance, whatever you want to call it. So that's Zeton, because he gets the bullshit buckle from Boya. And he's the strongest in Suzerain for that moment. For a time, so to speak. And I really think he's that strong. The strongest person in the Lonely Jokers is actually Kizu. Kyosuke, he's the strongest out of all of them. So if I'm allowed to do that, then I'd put him 6th. Because he's stronger than Janai, he's stronger than Parko, he's stronger than Kiku, he's stronger than Teru. But he's technically in Crow's Gaiden. So if that doesn't count, then I have Zeton 6th.
Yeah, I was thinking about him as well, but I was like, I'm gonna stay exclusively to what happened in Crow's the manga.
So with that, then Rinda, Boya, Tatsuo, Bito, Ryushin, Kizu Kyosuke. So that's my answer. Okay, so now that we kind of we briefly touched on it, that that belt buckle is a legacy item. But that being said, though, I do want to talk about Bito versus Ryushin. Let's kind of get into it, the nitty gritty, like, cause I'm with you. I really do think Ryushin could beat him. Like if this happened again, I don't know if you want to go professional setting, street fight, doesn't matter. But like, what do you guys think? Like, if they fought again, like, do you guys really think definitively like Bito is stronger than Ryushin? Because I'm with Pat earlier. Like, I don't know if that bomb when it hit, when I think about it, doesn't make sense to me based on what happened. But what do you guys think?
It's so fucking tough, man. Exactly. Just it's like. Because the way that they're presented in the story, they're presented so equal after the Hosen arc. Yeah. It's kind of like, well, then how the fuck do you properly rank one above the other, or one beneath the other, and shit? And especially, since I am actually a legitimate enjoyer of combat in general, and I do like to study it, both as an art form and just in general as a means of war, if you will. Ryushin is heavily handicapped as a boxer, right? Like he has very, very minuscule, and I'm not even counting this either, grappling knowledge because people clinch in boxing, but that's it. He really pretty much only knows how to punch, but those punches are lethal, right? But at the end of the day, Tatsuya isn't a grappler either, but he does use his legs. Your legs do have the strongest muscles in your body, and your legs are longer than your arms, generally speaking, unless you just shape fucking funny, right? So as I said earlier, technically speaking, Tatsuya has all of the capability to completely wash Ryushin again. Now that they're both grown adults, been through so much through the series and whatnot, he has the capabilities that I already listed out. He can keep him at bay with mid kicks. He could literally take away his base with low kicks, or he could move in close, hit a knee to the midsection, hit a knee to the face, or even just hit a super hard high kick and get the victory like that. So it's so fucking hard to tell. But I think at the end of the day, from what we have on paper, the knowledge, at what happens at the end of the series, I would give the nod to Ryushin.
Okay. I'm not mad at that at all. I'm really not. I really do kind of see them equal in my eyes. I just did the thing where I'm like, at the end of the day, just want to know, I guess. So, what about you, Pat? What do you think?
I think I would have to go with Ryushin because I felt like after Bito's introduction, they were presented as equals, but Ryushin had more, I want to say, proper showcase and solid build up to his character and his like title as far as being the strongest in the front of armament, being actually strong, seeing him in action, and like when he fought Teru, like he the first time he runs into Teru, he's like, "You the one that whooped, you know,
My two
my
boys.
homeboys?" Yeah, and like at this time, Teru and Kiiko was running amok in their little city. They was going to town on everyone, and then like they cross each other, trade blows for a little bit, and Rushin was like largely unfazed, and Teru was kind of like taken aback, like, "Yo, this nigga kind of strong." And then like they actually end up fighting for real, and then like I would say Rushin won decisively. He didn't wash Teru because Teru was fucking strong, but he got the better of him
But he demonstrably proved that I'm better.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And like throughout the rest of the series, I don't think there was ever an instance where Rushin got into a fight and he got his ass whooped.
Okay.
If he did, I didn't remember it.
No, because even in that one fight, with the why do I keep saying sleeping dogs, snakeheads? I don't know what's wrong.
Forget about the video game.
That's
the
what
wrong country too. That's China.
Ooh, the best country. Wasn't there a part where like Ryushin and Bito were on the ground for a split second because that guy kind of sucker punched both of them in a second, but they both got up like they were fine. I think that's the only moment. So
yeah,
the one that hit Boya. So, Vince, what do you think? Actually, I don't even know if we're done. My bad. Let me cut you off.
No,
we gave answers.
Okay. Do you think Bito is stronger than Ryushin definitively, or me?
I don't really have a definitive answer. I think either one of them could win the fight, to be honest. But like I said, again, like this manga does work off logic to an extent, but I don't think I'm working on the same logic as Pat and Simi to an extent. But I get what they're saying. I think everything they think makes sense. But Crows is just one of those things too, where there's just to me a certain unpredictability factor, especially if it's professional setting. Then it's completely different too.
I agree with that.
But what they be doing on the streets and just I think I'd be like, we were just talking about what Boya fought Ryushin and nigga fall perfectly into a fucking choke and shit like that. And like so it's just like I can't give you, especially when it's this close, when they're this close in strength. Like if we say somebody's like, oh, he became significantly stronger than him, or it's just like, can I actually see? Like, I know he's a professional, but it's like, how much does that, factor in this universe? Unfortunately, we only get to see these niggas fight as kids, so I can't tell you how much better or what happens next after that. So I really think it can go either way.
Okay. So it's been 4 years. Boya Hadamichi's 21. Stumbles out of wherever it is he's doing. He see a shadowing, towering figure over him. He look up. He see combat boots. He see army pants. Cargo. Sorry. He see the trench coat. It's Rinda Man. They go off somewhere in the alley to have another fight. Who win it?
It's Rinda Man.
Let's continue.
Rinda Man.
Come on, man.
Let's not even do this. I know it's
Rinda
Rinda Man. It's Rinda Man. Let's not even do this. All right.
No,
So,
but as you said, but the thing is though, if I'm throwing the professional thing, him in the underground circuit, running around. I'm just throwing that out. Like it matters, but for just I'm throwing it out. It's fucking Rinda Man.
I know.
Like,
I'm still with you.
yeah, it's like that's really what it is at the end of the day. He just turned into that. He just turned to that nigga. It almost to me feels like what happened in See, it's kind of crazy because this is not even a manga where this is necessarily true. But Renda's the only person that feels like he falls kind of into that like that shonen or battle manga kind of section where it's like, oh, once he beats you, he just forever above you now. Like there's just no chance for you to ever be stronger than him ever again. Like you just don't got it. You can't do nothing about it.
That's fair.
So he just feels like the I said I don't care if Rinda didn't do nothing for the like the fact that the underground fight just makes it even worse. But I don't care if he didn't do nothing but fucking lift logs all day and run a mile. Like the nigga he's just gonna win.
That's like low key, in my opinion, how like Hidetora Tojo and Beelzebub stay so strong because he always doing construction. He was lifting them steel beams and shit. So he just be strong, but.
Yeah, like cause to me also because when y'all talk about it, I didn't get a chance to talk about it because I was in the car. But I was just like, for me, Boya and Rinda Man kind of have this thing too. Boya can sit it. The reason Boya can do that because Boya kind of has like that natural, destructive force punching power. Because you think of how they talk about like some boxers and stuff like that. It's like, oh, they grab him off the street. If I could teach this man how to box, he'll be so lethal because his natural power is already like that. So that's why Boya don't have to do nothing. And he's still gonna be a lot stronger there. That's how I feel about.
It somewhat reminds me myself of just like a natural athleticism that he doesn't even hone to that degree. He just out here.
For me, but it's like destructive power. I feel like that even with the Ryushin thing, even with Ryushin having all that training and being so much better, I said that yes, that all mattered. But at the same point, in a fight, nothing is guaranteed. There could be just a situation where Ryushin is completely dominating Boya. Then he just punches Boya gets one punch in, hits him in the temple, and he's knocked out. That's how fights happen, especially on the street. Shit just don't go the fucking way it's supposed to go sometimes. You clearly better than somebody. I could fight somebody right now, be clearly more skilled than them, but they weigh 50 more pounds than me, tackle me, and I'm finished. Mm-hmm. That's just how fights are, especially on the street. That's why I'm just like, I don't necessarily work off the rules of logic, even though I do understand them and they do make sense to me. But Rinda Man is just above all logic at this point, so it don't even matter.
He's the greatest in the verse. But
yeah.
So the freshmen, I think we did speak. I think we already spoke that we liked all of them from Gunji all the way to Zatan and stuff. So I think we spoke about it. But do you guys think that Suzerain is in good hands? Moya's not there. Rinda Man's not there. Are they in good hands now?
Yeah, the team of Hideyoshi, Masa, Yonazaki, Gunji, and Zetan, no. Them niggas cold, dog. Mm-hmm. I love them niggas. Now the niggas after them, what they names? Fucking, hold on, I got it.
It was Rocket.
I just remembered now. I just remembered what one of my gripes with Crows was.
Unless you meant Butcher and stuff, but go ahead. No, Butcher's older than them. Anyways, I'm sorry.
I didn't like that the generation between the first years and Boya has no hitters. Not a single one. Yasuo's generation, there's nobody cold in that generation of Suzerain.
Isn't he the same age as Boya?
No, he's a year younger than him.
You said Yasu?
Yes.
I don't think I knew that.
No, they no,
I'm
no,
pretty
they're
sure
not.
they're the same age, bro. I'm gonna check. Cause
No. Yasu is a first year when the series starts, and Boya is a second year.
Is he?
And
They
then
said
they
that?
went, yes,
you
and
could
then they go into their
no
next
you
semester.
could actually be right. It's just crazy because I just didn't notice that, and I've read this like 10 times.
I could have sworn Yasuo was also a second year.
So yeah,
No.
that's
Damn,
for the sec is a
that's crazy. Because if that's the case, then we're missing a whole arc. Because there should have been a first year war in Yasuo's class then.
But they don't have no hitters in their class. That's what I'm saying. Like,
But to be
Akutsu
honest,
and
no,
Yasu are
he's
the
right.
same
When he
year.
met Boya being picked on Kutsu, he was a freshman. A year passed since Suzerain soon evolved from Boya as a mere underling to one of his closest, most trusted friend. No, he's right. He's technically a freshman. Honestly, I thought they're the same age. I didn't know that.
wow. So now, oh well, there you go. There's an undersight right there. There was no first year. There was no first year war
Yeah.
for Yasuo's gen. I was gonna
There
say
might
something
have
else.
been, but they were probably too focused on Boya.
Oh,
But
now I remember.
I,
Not only that, sorry to cut you off, Pat, but Suzerain was kind of pathetic until freaking Boya showed up. Because if Bando's faction was the strongest, they're not even seniors; they're sophomore.
Mhm.
And so if
I think they were literally low key riding off the coattails of Rindaman. That was really what it is. Because Rindaman was just that like equalizing factor, maybe if anything. I don't know.
Riddiman wasn't going to school.
No, my point
so
is,
yeah, the,
it's like
Part-time job.
maybe there's the fear. I know some of them like yo, he won't move, he don't care, he's independent. But maybe there's that fear that it's like, but what if on the one day I decide, all right, let's go, he just showed up to school that day, like, who the fuck are you niggas? And you're like, damn it. Like, could you imagine your luck? Yo, pull up, let's go, boys, we taking him down. Like it's like
Yeah,
Riddiman.
I also think he getting like the One Punch Man like king treatment, which is not, and they kind of tell you they're like Render Man fucking killed his whole family and fucking drowned a dog, like they just making up shit. So like these niggas got too scary to even move to even go that direction. So yeah, they were definitely I definitely think they were living off his coattails because they were just like, oh, because Render Man like, man, I don't even do this shit. I don't even fuck with y'all. I don't care about none of this. But I'm pretty sure they were using his name probably.
oh shit,
To
my fault.
fucking
Now
Render.
Bando is a fucking senior because he graduated the same time as fucking Rinderman.
Man,
But
yeah.
but that means yeah. So that means both the first, actually all 3 years, there was no hitters. Like Hiromi, Pon, and Mako, they hit us, but they calmed down tremendously from their middle, yeah, from their middle school years. So they wasn't like they didn't have that extreme ambition no more by the time they got to fucking Suzerain. And not only that, but they was mostly just feuding with Bando and stuff. So that mean, yeah, Suzerain kind of was like itself did not live up to the hype, or at least is a flat background setting until Boya gets there. And that's when niggas start doing shit again.
They're just NPCs until the main character came.
Yeah, they're literally just NPCs, just fucking backdrops of set pieces until Boya came and was like, oh shit, all right, he here. Time to start doing shit.
All right, you know your lines, you know your role. I walk up to him. He's like, "Do not break the pots in my house." So I don't know, but yeah. No,
Type shit. That means
that's a good point,
yeah.
Pat. I'm glad he's brought it, but I actually like as much as I I agree with like I do like remember like that year like not having a first year war or anything like that. I don't remember exactly when he transfers and school already started.
Yeah.
I don't remember if it's like halfway, beginning of the year. I don't remember exactly, but no, it's a good point. Because maybe Takahashi came up with the concept of the first year war thing during the manga, like, and it was just too late to do it with that year, or maybe because
Yeah.
the year already started, it had already happened. But you're right, there was no hitters. They had nobody in that. That first year war ended, and like this, it's you, and everyone but then went home.
I'm not mad at them not having a first year war when Boya comes to that school, but when the next first years come and their second years now, I feel like there should have been someone in Yasu's class that like yo, I'm still here. These little niggas running around causing all this ruckus and shit. Like, you know?
I got you.
And
I
like
got
there
you.
was some characters, but like they were kind of no names and they got their asses whooped by the first years. And I was like, man, you getting whooped by somebody younger than you? Come on, dog. Nigga fresh out of middle school.
Nah, but
Yeah, so Suzan was kind of sorry.
That that's
Until
that
the main
that's
character really
kind of
show up.
why I asked it, because I just think it's I don't think they're garbage. Don't get it wrong, and they got people with certain specialties and whatnot. I just think it's very top heavy. Their strongest combatants are always like leagues ahead above like the typical strongest combatants from like the Front of Armament or from Hosen or from the Kurotaki Alliance, because you have niggas like Rindaman, Zeton, Griko, fucking Boya. Like they're just different. So
Yeah, so that's another oversight.
yeah, so the school is not in good hands.
Shit. But no, but what I meant was, um, butchering them. What the rest of them niggas name? I have it written down.
It was
Shit.
Butcher, and there's the other one who looks ugly as fuck, and he's big like him too, and he has the Bakudan punch. Right? You talk about him?
Yeah, what
Tetsuoman, something like that.
Where do I have this shit written down?
Mm-hmm.
Yo,
have y'all seen the Crows live action movie with Genji? Yes, I own the first one. Simi has all three. I watched all 4 of the movies. I own the first one. I've also read Crows and Crow Zero. I read everything in the Crows universe, even QP. So, yeah, we even read Crows Ladies, and I'm actually caught up on Worst Gaiden, Mister. So, yeah. Did you find it?
No, I'm still fucking looking. I have this shit written down. It's pissing me off.
Mm-hmm. Vince, did you want to chime in on? Is Susan in good hands with the current freshmen after Crows? Were they in good hands, or were they not in good hands?
I'll be honest with you, bro. No school ran by delinquents is in good hands. Ever.
He went literal. Nah, you know what? Fair enough.
I said, man, they don't know what they doing, bro. Especially when you got somebody like Boye, he wasn't teaching them how to lead. He wasn't teaching them nothing. I mean, he was cool, but he was teaching. Man did not want to be a leader. He's
like, again, me, reluctant leader. I'm like, not interested.
Yeah, and even then, but it's not like nothing. Like they can learn certain like attitude stuff from him, but they can't do what he do. Yeah. He's him, like, and he just naturally strong. You can't copy that.
In freaking Sonogo no Crows, that's why I couldn't find it. So yeah, fucking Kurosawa Kazumitsu, Kanbei Yoshikatsu, aka Butcher, Harada Tokyo, who was recommended by Gunji, and Arayuki and Kamata Shinji. Them niggas are not moving me at all. They was not moving
Butcher's
me.
Not actually that bad though, all things considered. But fair. I know you haven't read it in a while, but I got you.
Yeah, for worse. So, but Gunji and them, they moving me. Yeah, Zetan, Gunji, Hideyoshi, Masa, Yonezaki, they moving me. They raw. The rest of them niggas, Arayuki and all them, nah, I'm good off them.
What about No, that's fair. I guess we can go to the last 2 topics though. I don't mind kind of mentioning them together if you want, just because. But I know it's getting late. You guys need to sleep. I'm sorry. So Crow's Gaiden has keys to Kyosuke where you moved. What did Crow's Gaiden add, if it did add anything for you guys? And then Sona no Crows. This is the bridge between Crows and Worse and Next Generation of Delinquents. Was it good? Thoughts on Gariko? So we'll just get into that and then we'll wrap it up.
Crow's Gaiden, I mean, it didn't add anything new. It just made me have a further liking for the characters. So the Mako Pan and Hiromi backstory, that just made me like them even more.
That's the line that they have where it's like, it's not a waste of time spending 3 more years or 4 more years with the people that you care about them. Like that hit.
Yeah, that's what Mako said to Hiromi when Hiromi was like, I don't think I'm gonna go to high school. I think I'm gonna drop out after fucking graduation and shit. So that just made me like them even more. And then fucking the one with Bando, that just made me like him even more, because you know how much he liked the front, and how the front, even though they're literally by definition a gang, how they really felt like family to him, and he grew up enjoying that camaraderie and stuff, and then it unfortunately changing due to freaking the older Kuno brother. I have his name written down, but I ain't gonna search for that fucking bum. And then
PDL me.
it literally corrupting him and shit, and then it ended with Bando saying that everything changed once he showed up, aka Boya. That just made me like Bando even more. And then fucking the only one that added something was the freaking Lonely Jokers, aka Parko and Dangerous one, because fucking Kyosuke, man,
Yeah.
shit is so depressing, dog. Like he took damn, what's his name? Because I want to say it begins with a J, right? I want to say Janai so bad.
Janai, yeah, that's
Yeah.
it.
He took his death the worst.
Zuda Janai.
And
Got
then
to
like
the.
yeah, those final pages where he literally retraced Janai's final steps before dying. Shit is just, man, that shit just break my fucking heart. And it's just yeah, it's just so depressing. But it's a shame that he didn't get to make it to fucking the actual Crows manga, since that nigga was stayed in juvie the whole time. He didn't get out till
Yeah.
after the events of the
They
manga.
and
But
they stated he's boy alike and he's the strongest out of all of them.
yep,
So I like to see him in the manga, but it is what it is.
yeah, because we only got to see him wash the freaking no name
Yeah.
and shit. But nah, that shit was fucking crazy. And then Sono Go No, that added a lot, because jumping immediately from worst to crows legitimately felt like playing Kingdom Hearts 2 without playing Chain of Memories. I felt so lost. I'm like, where the fuck? My first question was like, where the fuck is Boya? He got left back. Where's he at? Does he just disappear like he never existed? Nobody talking about it. Besides the fact that she was not able to unify Suzerain. I'm like, where'd he go? Who all these new niggas? Like, I was so lost. So that added a lot. I wish I read Sonogono before I read freaking Words, because I was actually really fucking confused. Read it worse immediately afterwards.
Yeah.
I wish I had that foresight too. I wish I freaking did a little bit more research, but hey, I was just hype.
I was always kind of like nerdy like that because that's the way I was raised. So I was just like, I need all of it, and I just kind of look up. I'm like, oh, this is the like year in between and stuff. But I know Pat, you did read the Crows Aftermath though. So no go no Crows, right?
I did not.
Oh wow. Oh, you were guided.
3 chapters.
Oh, I couldn't. No, because the way that you said it, I thought I assumed that you had read Sono Gono Crows, but you didn't read Guide, and I didn't realize you didn't do either. Also, I would have told you to focus on the Crows, the Aftermath. So I don't know if you want to plug your ears or whatever, because I ain't hold it back. But
no, it's okay.
The thing that I think is the most important, like you said, I agree with you. It's like playing Kingdom Hearts 1, not playing Chain of Memories, and then going to 2. You're like, who the fuck is this Roxas snake? What's going on, right? So like,
yeah, I'm
right. Because I think the crazy thing is when you kind of started, you're like, wait a minute, Zeton's not at the top. What the fuck? Like, there's so much like you're missing, like you're missing a piece, missing an important piece. But this was really important because you start to see the beginnings of the 6th generation of Fire Armor with Tesho, so that's important. So you're seeing the baton being passed there, and then the crazy thing is like, this is where they start to build the Suruzen outside legend. That there's always some guy who comes from out of the town, randomly transfers to the school, and he's the guy. So I think he's from the Kyushu. Is it Kyushu he's from?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
Right? So they're talking about the first year where, who go win, yada, yada. And it's like some guy named Gariko mollywopped everybody. And like, he's the, what the fuck? Like, I don't know, blah, blah. And I think Zeton actually bet like a small amount of yen on other. Yeah. That could have been after, but I think he said other.
No, he did. He did.
And then after, that's when they come to the rooftop to chill out. And after, remember, this is Zeton 2 when he's like on top. And he's like way bigger as a sophomore. And you see him on the phone over there. He's just like, and as he walks past him, Zeton senses like, what the fuck? And after I don't remember if he throws a punch or a kick, and one of his kicks, and he dodges the kick, and like, what the fuck is wrong with you, bro? And he takes his phone, he breaks it. And then after the narrator comes, and I do want to clarify something here, because the narrator just like, and for the 3rd time in whatever, Zeton suffered his what? I think they said his 3rd defeat?
The second
defeat? It was, right?
Yeah.
Because I remember people saying that, what's the big guy from Snakeheads that knocked out that snuck
Tetsujin.
Tetsujin? People are like he lost to him, and I'm like, no. They said that he threw a kick at him and he took it. It didn't necessarily say that those guys lost. I think they fought and retreated. They did what they could and they retreated. I'm not saying that it necessarily counts as a loss, but the point is he didn't knock his HP to 0, so I don't think it's necessarily a inconsistency, because it's not like they knocked them out and captured them and like boy had to save them or something. They got away, but they were injured. So I think his first loss is to Tatsuo from the Manji Empire, and the second one is to Guriko, and then you understand why Guriko is literally.
This third because he lost to freaking Boya, so it would be his third defeat. Then.
Okay, so okay, all right, so there was that. Okay, yeah, so there's that. So, but anyways, yeah, I think it did a good job setting him up as like the basically the Rinda man of that generation, because he's the strongest on there. No one fucks with him. He doesn't really care or fuck with anybody. And Rinda man, though his personality and what he's into is much different, which I appreciate. For anyone doesn't know, Guriko is probably my third favorite Crow's character. Crow's universe character. If I go universe, Guriko's one of my favorites. I love him. I actually like him from a personality standpoint more than Rinda Man. I just don't think he's stronger than him. That's all. I actually don't even think he's stronger than Boya. Conversation for another day, though. But I think with that, any final words? Anything we think we forgot to mention, talk about related to the Crows?
Oh, well, this is revisionist history, so we have to talk about, to wrap up, we have to talk about the difference between back. Of course, none of us was born in the year 1990,
right?
Let alone old enough to actually be fucking reading Crows when it was serialized. But we have to talk about its popular from back then till now. Otherwise, we're not talking about revision. We just reviewing this shit.
That's actually a good point, because I'm like, I feel like something's missing that I talk about every time we do this, and you're right. It's like the perception about it that's changed. But the truth of the matter, I remember when I first read it, but it was only a small niche of people who really read it. Like I met people who know of Crows, but not too many people who actually sat down and read the manga from top to bottom. It was really me, my friend Alan, give or take a couple people here, like maybe like a Kyle, and maybe I think Trish or something. I know you, and then my boy. That's my boy Pierre already. So like stuff like that. So I don't know, but as far as I know, the perception around Crows has always been pretty good, pretty high. Like no one's like think that like it might not be someone's favorite delinquent story or delinquent manga, so to speak. But I've personally never really heard anybody talk or seen anybody speak poorly on it or talk down on it. I don't know if anyone has any different experiences.
So, yeah, I'm going to talk about it in full. So, first of all, fuck the West. We not the domestic audience, and this shit did not get officially licensed over here. So, we don't count, right? But Crows is literally pretty much like in the same vein of like fucking Kanikuman, as in it's a hidden treasure. It's a locked up hidden treasure. This is one of the most popular manga of all fucking time. It's pop culture.
Yep.
It may not have been the very first Yankee manga, but it influenced so many Yankee series after it, to the point where its popularity has not waned to this day. High and low.
That's crazy. Go ahead. I was just about to talk about High and Low. That's wow. That's crazy.
High and Low is a series, is a live action movie and television series that would not exist without Crows. Not only would it not exist without Crows,
it crosses over with Worst.
Not only is it still ongoing, but it has an official crossover with Worst. So it's officially a part of the Crows universe now. So it's like, bro, Crows, and it's so funny because as I said in the beginning of the beginning of this stream, Crows has this weird thing where it's popular, but it gets bad adaptations. So it got a bad OVA. Its first video game was a bad, allegedly, on Sega Genesis or a Mega Drive. But it still influenced damn near every manga in Shonen Champion after it came out. It damn near influenced the entire Yankee, like it changed the face of Yankee manga, the Yankee genre, after it came out. And then it has live action movies, 3 live action movies. There's a second video game on PS4 and Vita. It has a collaboration with High and Low, which is an ongoing series. It's like, bro, this shit is fucking popular. 46 million copies for a shonen manga that came out in the 90s that's not Shonen Jump. It's legendary status.
Yep.
But unfortunately, it is an unknown outside of its domestic audience. Not that many people know about it. They might have seen its art around here and there, but just as Yeti said, there's not that many people who have actually read it, let alone read it from beginning to end.
Yeah.
So it's very unfair. That's why I compare to Kaneko Man, where like people they know if you like have you seen this, and you might show a picture of like fucking
that's Ultimate Masu.
yeah, like you could show a picture of Boya throwing a punch at like fucking Tatsuo or something, and they'll be like, oh, I've seen this before, but they never read it, so they could point it out by name, but they don't know what it is. So it's an unknown outside of its domestic audience. But in Japan, no, that shit is fucking legendary, dog.
Yeah. It's in a weird way, to some degree. I didn't even know it was popular because very few people talk about it. I don't know. Maybe I don't talk about it enough. I mean, but I never really gave it its credit, like the way it permeates and bleeds into other series and stuff. Because if there's one thing, do you guys remember when I was watching the High and Low movie series?
Mm-hmm.
What was the first thing I compared it to? Like I obviously don't think it was as good, but I'm like, bro, the Crow's influence here is so obvious. It's it's everywhere, even in some character designs and whatnot. Because I've definitely, unfortunately I don't remember anyone's names right now, but I definitely one of the ones from the Oya, I think, reminds me of Genji a lot. So, there's a lot of there's a lot of other like delinquent stuff that I've read that I would argue has like a lot of poses and scenes and kind of strikes and stuff that look Crow's-esque to me. I never really knew if I could, one of those things, if I can give it too much credit. I don't want to suck too much dick and whatnot, but it actually somewhat reminds me of like these arguments I used to have with people about JoJo, because I was trying to tell them, or like with Saint Seiya, where I'm like, you may not care about it here or whatever, but in this part of the world it is immensely popular. And you can't go anywhere in the anime industry without seeing JoJo's influence. Even if you can't pick it up when you think it's just some novel concept coming up from this manga, it's not. It's come from somewhere. So Crows does have that impact on this genre for sure.
Yeah, like Sugarless.
Yep.
Shit, I would probably even say out too. Clover, they literally, the main character literally idolizes the characters in Crows. You see, he's reading fucking Crows in the first fucking chapter.
Yep. I never actually finished Clover.
Me neither.
Okay, I'm not alone.
I mean, I don't know if they finished scanlating it, because I know for a fact they have not finished scanlating fucking Sugarless.
You said every time they say Crows, they think they're talking about Kaiku. That's the damn Karasu High or whatever, right? Oh dang.
Damn. I just annoying orange got it. Damn. You just hate to see it.
You don't deserve it.
But yeah, like, bro, like we have to remember at the end of the day, we are not the domestic audience. Yep. So just because the little 4 or 5 niggas you see on the timeline, just because they're not talking about it does not mean that it's not popular. You have to dig deeper and look to see what the domestic audience is saying about it.
Yeah.
Bro, 46 million? How many re-releases of the manga that there is? And it's one of the reasons why I think that Crows desperately needs a rescan. We need a proper scan of the special edition from beginning to end, because we only got like maybe like 2 or 3 volumes of the special edition at the very end. We need all of that. Proper full HD. We got the original run. You got the special edition.
That's good. I don't think it would be able to make it anyway, so I don't even want them to bother.
Yeah, I don't want it because I don't like the way anime is drawn today anyway.
We are on the same page, lock and step.
So. But yeah, like, bro, Crows is like, yeah, people know what fucking Buso Sensen is over there. Yeah, they know what the fucking bullshit buckle is, man. Like, they know fucking Boy Haramichi. Like, that is so popular. They know like. I'm pretty sure, like, just to render man the name, we've probably seen a few references to that to like another character who has like kind of like an English-ish name and whatnot. That's direct reference to Render Man type shit. It's dumb over. It's just over here, unfortunately, because it has zero presence whatsoever. No anime, no video game, and no official license that people in the West they don't know about it. Besides hardcore manga readers.
And a lot of these people don't do any research on their own. They need to be told what to read by somebody or something. They don't just like you. I think one thing that I think is maybe a lost art today. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm just conflating with a couple of tweets and stuff that I see. Do you know how many of my favorite manga nobody recommended to me? I just found that shit on my own.
Yup.
I even used to sometimes. I think maybe it was manga. Was it Manga Here or Manga Reader? And it'll surprise me. Sometimes I just click that and it'll just give me a random manga and I try it.
Yep.
So I think that's also a thing that happens. Like, I do think some people like want to hear at least from a content creator or a popular person or friends that they trust that this is something that they should try. With me, it's like I'll just go try some shit, bro. Like no one needs to tell me nothing, and then I'll do the additive research because I remember the day I found out how popular Saint Seiya was, and I think is it South America specifically?
Yes.
Yeah, like I was like, oh wow, like I did not know that. And even pretty recently, I actually didn't know this at all. But Pat was the one who told me this, and I looked it up and stuff, and it's really true. I did not know that France had the second biggest anime audience or like market in the world. I actually just assumed like North America / the U.S. was honestly I did, but it's France, but that actually makes a lot of sense to me when I think about how many things that I can't find in English.
From fucking fancy ass.
But I can find it. But I can find it en français. So yeah. But yeah, no.
So
this series honestly does have a lot of impact on this genre, though, for real.
Absolutely, and then it's one of those things too because the Yankee genre in general is like a dying breed. Because you don't really see, just as Vince was saying, that country just don't care about fighting like that anymore. You don't really see Yankee manga being made like that anymore. Like that's not the in style. You don't see that many Yankees walking around the streets no more. Nah, you got bowl cuts and you got them little niggas and they trying to fucking flirt and shit. Like that's what they doing nowadays.
They barking. What's that? Chainsaw Man? They barking over
yeah.
there. Like,
yeah, they are fucking change. I mean, hey, man, listen, I like to put the collar around my own neck too, but I also like to throw fucking hands. And that's what the fuck I grew up with. And that's it. Crows is such a product of its time. That delinquency, Yankeeism was so big in the fucking 90s. And it just goes to show the way that they dress, how they talk, their attitudes. It was so big. And it's so in everything. You know, TV, sports, everything. The manga. Yep. Look, Yu Yu Hakusho right fucking there. The two main characters are fucking two Yankees, right? So it's a really a product of its time, and the Yankee genre is a dying breed. So we're saying that it's heavily influenced, but you could argue back, well, I don't see no manga like that today. But that's because Yankee manga isn't really drawn like that the way that it was drawn back in the day.
I would argue with High and Low's kind of popularity, maybe as far as putting that on the big screen, it gained a little bit of notoriety because it actually had a TV series then the movies. Because I never actually got to see the whole television series. I watched the road to the movies at first or whatever. So I'm like, so maybe, and Crows did get like another movie, like the fourth one. I didn't like it, but well, not at all. But I like the stuff with Genji. I really do. So, but yeah,
man. Like the fact that I even got 3 movies, and not only got 3, the first 2 movies were directed by legendary action movie director wasn't it Takashi Mike? So it's like, bro, they had heavy hitters behind the fucking movies too. Like, this shit is popular. It's just, again, unfortunately one of those series where it's unknown where we're at. Yeah. And it's such a shame too, because I really would love to see Crows get the proper recognition worldwide that it deserves. Like a video game that's not a anime game. Like, I think Burning Edge looks nice and I still want to buy it. But like a proper
for the low.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I was willing to pay the fucking $80 when it first released back in the day.
I
So much
I
I like this
I
fucking
was
series.
I was initially. I'm like, oh my god, let's go! I don't care if they're imported, blah blah. And I was kind of looking at them like, you know what I'm saying? Wait for price drop,
Yeah,
nigga.
but
but I
especially when
but
there's
2014, my pockets were shaking it, boy.
oof.
Okay, that's like what, a year after college, I think, for me. My pockets were empty, my nigga. Okay, so eighty
Especially since
dollars for that was not a risk I was willing to take yet.
there was like, yo, the first press edition, you get to play as Guriko. I said, wait, hold on. No, I kind of need this game, boy. But yeah, for to get like a proper video game, like in the realm of like Yakuza or whatever, get a proper at least OVA or something, get a license. I wish because people would like it. The type of thing that people like today, if they read something like that, they would like this. They would see the hands being thrown, they would instantly fall in love with it.
There's only one, I guess, kind of complaint that I somewhat understand, but I make an exception for this series, and then like I guess people whining about the violence. Oh, it's bad, and then like maybe no bitches, but but I couldn't really. I can understand. Cause there's something like there's no bitches, so. But nah, man, no one that I know who's Red Crows didn't like it. No one. So I'll.
That was my last point of contention.
Oh, go ahead.
Ain't no bitches.
So we don't
Like,
need them.
no, look, exactly. I was gonna say like, you don't need them. At the same time, it's like,
but where they at though? I'm not mad at it. All right, Mako. You know what I'm saying? What do you hold on? That actually
He over there
yeah.
boo loving.
Yeah, so.
Traitor.
That shit's so funny to me. They made the fucking bat with the spikes in it. I said, you guys are insane. Relax. Let the man live his life, bro. Like, let your bro live. But all right. Any final comments, anybody?
Read this manga, man. You're doing yourself a disservice if you don't read it. Again, if you don't like action at all, if you a slice of life merchant, if you just want to see niggas going to school, niggas doing literally nothing, if you a burger, that's fine.
If you're a herb,
go be a burger down the block. But if you're a real stepper, if you like action, if you like violence, and if you like this, if you like stories of not only camaraderie but of growing up and navigating through life, you have to read Crows, dog. You have to. It's like essential. It's manga essentials 101. It's one of those things you just have to fucking read.
yep. Pat and or Vince.
yeah, this series is one of them. So you can't really call yourself a fan of the medium without reading this series. I feel like.
That hashtag them.
Yep. Vince.
Them niggas not reading this.
We
Y'all
know.
wasted.
We know.
Y'all wasted y'all breath.
Fair.
We know. I'ma still struggle anyway.
It's worth it for this series.
I am an optimist.
I will. So just the last thing that I'm gonna say is, again, I have, if you like MCs like Onizuka, Gintoki, Boya's MC, you're gonna love. Exactly, well said. Just remember, like, if anybody who's here who's already read like read Crows and stuff, I do have a Crows X worst video, and I do have a video where I talk about why Boya Haramichi is my favorite character on the channel. Give it a peep, give it a watch, and at some point. This is I don't know what's gonna happen, but I do want to have a general kind of Crows universe discussion where we talk about Crows 0 all the way to the last Crows with the Rockets generation or whatever and stuff, and just talk about all the fights and all the everything together, and it's gonna be a really good time. So yeah, going to school and throwing hands. Let's go, and you guys be safe. Have yourself a mighty fine day. You're